boy Just They Know the Scope. We don't break the news, we just break the news down.
It's most definitely Scope gang or no gang or don't bang. Hey, we're gonna stay real over here, man. Big Scope gang. Salute to everybody watching this video. Make sure y'all like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. I do live streams all the time.
It's Scope gang or no gang or don't bang. Salute to everybody in the building. Hold on.
Man, salute to everybody in the building, gang. Oh, yeah, man. I didn't know if we was going to be able to break down a lot of Nolan Wells news tonight, but, man, it went up, man. Salute to everybody in the building. Y'all like that trash up, that Reggie Miller, that, you know what I mean, that K2, that corn. Please put it in the air, gang. Somebody asked, what is the Cash App? Man, the Cash App is at the bottom of the screen. Just say no to Sco. Smash the like button. Hit the Cash App. Y'all donate to the platform. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Hey, it's going down online when it comes down to the Nolan Wells case, man. I didn't think this thing could spin out of control no more than it already was, but today proved me wrong again. I mean, I was working on some Mo3 content. I most definitely got some Mo3 content to drop that I'm working on right now. I most definitely got some new Mo3 updates for y'all. But tonight we back, man. We got to speak on Nolan Wells because I see now where there's new rumors out there, gang. I mean, there's a new story floating around. A couple of new stories now. A couple of new stories floating around. Yeah. A couple of new stories floating around, gang. We hearing now about cocaine. We hearing that, you know, that they saying now that, you know, when his autopsy comes back, when that toxicology report come back, man, it should be some goddamn cocaine in Nolan's system. Yeah, man. When that toxicology report comes back, yeah, it should be some new goddamn It should be some new information out saying that Nolan Wells was full of that powder, full of that white girl, that Christina Aguilera, that Britney Spears, that Punky Brewster. Yeah. They saying Nolan Wells was out there high as a goddamn kite full of cocaine. And they saying it's from what it sounds like, from what the boys are saying, that a close friend of theirs or some people they know that was on Horn Island send a message saying that now Nolan did get into a fight. That it was some kind of fight going on out there after 6 o'clock that Nolan Wells allegedly got into a fight while full of cocaine. This is coming from y'all boy, Officer Tatum, and Nolan's friends now. They are now saying that, yes, it's a good chance that Nolan could have been killed by somebody out there on Horn Island. That, you know, he was drunk and full of cocaine, and it sounds like he got into an altercation while on Horn Island. I said, I'd be damned, fam. I said, boy. The stories are changing and twisting up, and this is why we want to hear the boys talk. This is why we want to hear from everybody, including Katie, man. It is because they throwing Katie name in the mix. Maybe it has something to do with Katie and a cocaine dealer, and you know, and somebody offering somebody some coke, and they know for a fact, they say they are 100% sure that Nolan was full of that goddamn powder. If Nolan was full, let's say if it comes back that they say Nolan was full of cocaine. That means all them white boys was probably full of cocaine. Yeah. If it comes back, man, if the toxicology report comes back and says that Nolan was full of cocaine, if that's even true, I'm not saying that's true at all, but if that's true, then we know for a fact them white boys full of coke too. Everybody was doing a little powder. Don't just put that shit on Nolan if that's even true. Like I said, these stories, we don't rock with this, man. Out of nowhere, you mean to tell me before Warren did that interview, he didn't know nothing about this fight that Nolan allegedly got into and the cocaine and Katie and the deal? Man, yeah, now it seemed like it's some bullshit in the game. But remember, a lot of people feel like, man, Sco, you know, will this thing be ruled an accidental drowning? Man, look, remember the Dallas case, gang. Before we get into Nolan Wells, gang, let's go back to the Dallas case real quick, man. Because in this Dallas case where two white boys went to Lake Ray Hubbard with 18-year-old, you know what I'm saying? Hold on, my bad. Okay. With 18-year-old Daniel Irving, even though the boys have been found guilty of, well, you know, they've been charged with tampering with evidence, and they hid the boy's phone, they hid his clothes, they made sure his family didn't know where he was at, all that shit, watched the boy drown and didn't say shit. Don't forget, the goddamn autopsy came back and they still said no signs of foul play.
Update in the death of an 18-year-old. The autopsy report found Daniel Irving died of an accidental drowning, and that there are no suspicions of foul play. Still, two teenagers face charges of tampering with evidence, physical evidence in Daniel Irving's death, An arrest affidavit alleges they discarded Daniel's clothing and cell phone, and that one deleted his communications with Daniel after they jumped into the water and Daniel didn't come back up. The family says that needs further investigation.
It's some bullshit in the game.
You're not guilty of anything. Why would you hide the evidence? Why would you delete his telephone? Text messages. Why would you throw his clothes inside a tree line on a tree line?
Think about that, man. In this case, they have evidence that the boys did something wrong, and yet and still they saying no foul play. How can somebody watch you drown, or even whatever they saying? Because I don't believe the boy just drowned on his own. I think there's some way. I think that they saying, think about this. They're saying that the boys jumped off a train track or something that was attached to the lake that's by the lake. I think the boy was pushed. You feel me? I think he was pushed, man. Rest in peace to 18-year-old Daniel Irvin out here in Dallas, Texas. I think they pushed the boy. Then they took his clothes, his phone, all his shit, went and hid it. But you can see, even as they got so much evidence of foul play, but yet and still they're ruling this shit no foul play. So it's just showing you how this is in Texas. This is here in Texas. It's just showing you how fucked up the system is and how we can't trust nobody. Two white kids. They hid the boy clothes. I mean, did everything to cover up his death, but yet and still they're saying no foul play. So therefore, when the state of Mississippi come out with this toxicology report and says that he was full of cocaine or alcohol or whatever, when they come out and say no foul play, he just drowned, bullshit, man. Nobody's gonna buy that shit, man, because the way y'all play, nobody's gonna buy that. They're gonna say, nope, this is some bullshit. It's a cover-up, gang. And we'll go back to this Daniel Irvin case and say, look how y'all did Daniel Irvin. It's the same way it looks like y'all trying to do Nolan Wells now. Even though you got certain evidence and certain things that don't look right and things as clear as they fucked up, still no signs of foul play whatsoever. The boys are not being charged with murder. Ben Crump is on this case as well, man. Smash that like button.
My child was left abandoned.
Rest in peace to Daniel Irvin, man.
My child was left.
Shout out to Tiffany
One
Praise.
of the attorneys for 19-year-old suspect Lucas Roper promised us the statement, but we have yet to receive it. No one has been charged with causing Daniel's death.
Yeah, that's fucked up, man. Shout out to Tiffany Praise, man. New information seems to surface daily, which raises the question: are these in criminal releases intentional or incidental? Regardless, the goal must remain clear: uncover the facts and pursue the truth. Shout out to Tiffany Praise, gang. Salute to Tiffany Praise. Shout out to FO Dread, man. Salute to everybody. Shout out to Speaking Into Existence TV, man. Salute to everybody donating in my chat, gang. Shout out to Hey Love. Salute to everybody that built it, man. Hey, FO Dread, that shit fire up what we call down south bunk joints, a dirty that's good. Shout out to FO Dread, man. You ain't smoking no gas, man. You smoking straight Reggie, fam. I'm the Zygot around here. Let's talk about Nolan Wells, gang. Let's get into this. Let's talk about Nolan Wells, man, because yeah, something ain't right, gang. Something ain't right. Let me see what I want to do real quick. I'm gonna do this real quick. It's something I want to do real quick. Hold on, my bad, gang. It's something I want to do real quick, man. Hold on. You know, I just lost what I was looking at. My bad. Let me see. Hold on, gang. 1 second, gang. 1 second. My bad. Hold on. It's something I'm looking for that was just in my messages. I probably won't be able to find this shit again. I don't even know what I mean. Hold on, gang. Hold on. You know what? I think I know where it says. It's something I'm looking for. Give me 1 second, gang. It's something I'm looking for. Give me 1 second. It's something I'm looking for, gang. Hold on. 1 second. It's something. Here we go. I found it. Salute to everybody. I found it, gang. Salute to everybody, gang. I want to go here, man, because you know what I mean? Even your boy jumped in on it, man. Even your boy jumped in on it, man. Y'all dog, man. You feel me? Chris Hansen.
I understand the family hiring Ben Crump because they want answers.
Chris Hansen jumped in on it. Hold on, let me see. Let me make sure you play right.
I get that, right?
This is Chris Hansen speaking on the death of Nolan Wells and why nobody won't leave this alone. The reason why the people are so suspicious about what happened. Now we know Chris Hansen usually deal with perverts and pedophiles, but nah, man, Chris Hansen even weighed in on this situation. And listen to what Chris Hansen had to say about the Nolan Wells situation. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody in the building, gang. Salute, gang. Shout out to Raven. Raven sent me this. Salute, gang.
I totally do, and that's their right to
smash that like button, gang. Check in with Chris Hansen.
The other question I have, Megan, is that this wasn't an island where you could duck over to the crab shack or grab a fish sandwich or hang out or there was a campground or anything. There's nothing there, so I don't think that he planned to spend the night. And there's no other missing human with whom he could have spent it, even if they had some cockamamie plan to build a campfire and have a romantic evening and get picked up in the morning. There's no ferry in and out of there. So at some point, he had to want to get off that island. I think, you know, a toxicology report, which always takes weeks longer than the initial autopsy, will explain if, you know, he had a lot to drink or very little to drink. Nobody has, at least that I've seen, said that he was drunk or overserved or incapacitated. In the rush to get out of there on many boats, could he have slipped, fallen, hit his head? He wasn't going to try and swim back to the mainland. That's 10 miles. So that's I think what's fueling some of this stuff, is that there's no logical explanation that I have seen as to why Nolan would stay on the island and miss the last boat out of it.
Right. True.
Right. That's the second part that I agree with. That changes it, because we do know why he stayed behind. At least according to
what a shocking surprise! An 18-year-old guy wants to chat with a girl. Oh my God! You know, of course. There's no other motive for it. Every 18-year-old boy on the planet who's in that situation, surrounded by cute bikini-clad girls, is going to want to talk to one of them.
Right.
That's their job.
Absolutely.
Right? That's their job.
Especially if you feel like you got one on the line.
Well,
you know,
exactly.
it's like, it sounds like he may have
think of the
been
mood.
connecting
Think
with
of the
Katie.
mood here. And I don't know whether it was Katie or anybody else. I'm certainly not suggesting anything untoward or questionable about this young lady. They're all out there having fun. You remember what it was like to finish up high school, get ready to go to college, you go back to school, you're an athlete, you're a football player, you're a stud. You look great, feel great. You had a couple of beers, you know, you're just enjoying your life. But something happened between the time that boat left, the boat that he had arrived on, the boat that apparently had the bilge problem, and the rest of the boats leaving. And I know those situations where those raft ups occur are chaotic, but I can't think of a way, and it frustrates me. And I did some reporting on this before coming on, knowing you're going to want to talk about it. I can't figure out why this young man either stayed behind or was left behind. You know, say he passed out, or let's just say for the sake of discussion, he had a few too many pops and he passed out. Kids do that. And he wakes up and he's cold, he's shivering. He doesn't have a cell phone. That's horrible. But, you know, what makes him get in the water and try to swim 10 miles?
Yeah.
I don't think he knows what that is. You know, I understand the family hiring Ben Crumpy.
Smash that like button, gang. Even Chris Hansen understands this thing. Speaking to his TV, said it's crazy. Initially, they was saying Nolan started practice Monday and was admit that he didn't want anything in his system. Now he was out there tweaking on Horn Island. Smash that like button. Shout out to Speaking to Existing TV, man. So to Speaking to Existing TV, man. September Virgo. Shout out to September Virgo, man. So gang, Sko Gang or Don't Bang, my favorite YouTube channel. Listening to Sko and the gang every night is helping me cope with losing my dad a few weeks ago. Shout out to September Virgo, gang. Salute, man. You know you family over here, gang. Salute, man. Anything we can help people get through, man. We'll be breaking down cases, just talking about life, whatever we doing over here, gang. Salute to everybody that pop out and rock with the gang. Salute to September Virgo. You know you family, gang. Yeah, salute. We right here, gang. We right here with you, gang. It is. Rest in peace to your dad, too, man. Rest in peace to your dad, man. Salute to dad, man. Let me see. Salute to everybody in the gang. Let's get into this thing, though. Shout out to Chris Hansen, man, for breaking that down for us, gang. Salute to Chris Hansen, man. Yeah, salute to Chris Hansen, man. Let's hear from the people real quick. Before we get into this thing all the way, gang, let's hear from the people. I know y'all heard about, I know y'all want to talk about Bart as well. People are saying it's a rumor that Bart and Katie used to date, that it was a photo that came out of Bart and Katie. We'll go there as well, gang. We going everywhere tonight, man. So smash that like button, light that Reggie Miller up, gang. Let's get to it. First, before we do all that, let's see what some of the people are saying about the Nolan Wells case, especially the situation with your man's Bart right here. Let's see what people are saying. There's a lot of news came out about Katie, about Bart. We see Warren do interviews, Tracy do interviews. What do the people think? That's Bart with a poo shiesty on, gang. That's Bart with that shite. You gotta watch Bart, man. You gotta watch Bart. That's Bart with the shiesty on, man. You gotta watch. It's something about Bart, man. Yeah, I mean, 5-star punter, man. I mean, Bart, I'm not saying what you did, man. I wasn't there. I didn't see nothing, man. But it's something about Bart shiesty right here. It's something about Bart, fam. I just keep thinking, I heard him, but Bart, his name is in the background. Bart was most definitely on the scene, even though we seen where I think Bart said right when this situation happened, I think Bart said he hadn't been around in over a year. Am I right or wrong? Did anybody see that where Bart put out a statement on Instagram or Twitter or one of them where he was saying that he hadn't been he ain't been back over that way towards 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 his hometown in almost close to a year when this went down? Who remember that shit, man? Do anybody remember that, man? I call bullshit. We was on was he on the boat or nah? Either way, somebody saw something, period. Salute, gang, salute. Yeah, who remember that? Bart said, Bart said, you know what I mean? Shout out to T1000. You did, salute, gang. Bart said he was nowhere around. So therefore, I got my eyes on Bart, man. I got my eyes on Bart still. Let's hear from the people, man. How do people feel about the Nolan Wells case? Smash that like button. Salute to everybody. We finna cook in a minute, gang. Yeah, get your utensils, get your plates out, because we finna cook in a minute. God damn it.
to the newly highlighted audio and their thoughts on what needs to happen.
Audio too.
The Nolan Wells case, I am convinced that he was strangled on that boat by Bart. And this is why. So with the audio and the confirmation, I was waiting for more of an expert kind of level. So like Nancy Grace, and she's bringing all these experts and confirming transcripts that I've heard from other creators on here that isolated some of the voice on there. Yeah, whoever this Bart guy, he strangled Nolan. That's where I'm at. And this is why also with the second autopsy, they said that parts of his neck, the organs inside were missing. I think they're trying to cover up that he was strangled.
Well, the new audio came out when that Cito did that. I want y'all.
The 92 who made the 911 call? I'm guessing his mom called 911 or called the cops for the first time. I'm not for sure who called 911. I know his mom called the Coast Guard. Warren called the Coast Guard. But as far as who made the 911 call, I'm not for sure. Shout out to Solo Dolo. Salute, gang. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Let me see facts go. He posted on IG. Speaking to Existing TV is saying, you know, the post we talked about where Bart said he hadn't been to the house in forever. Bart said he was nowhere near Horn Island and he ain't been home in a long time. And then we find out that Bart indeed was there. That's why a lot of people are saying, nah, man, keep your eye on Bart. Why are they trying to keep Bart out the story? You know what I mean? Why are they trying to say Bart was on a different boat? This, that, and the other. Okay, we get it. Bart came in on a different boat. We get all that. But when the call is going on, we hear all the crazy shit in the background. Nolan, something about somebody being dead and this, that, and the other shit. We for sure hear them say Bart. Bart name is called about 2 or 3 times. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody building because we finna cook in a minute, gang.
I asked the jail for Bart to wire to that damn mom who was that judge. Yeah, I knew something happened to Nolan Wells. Look, in that Cito dispatch call, before somebody picked up, can we cover it up? You killed him. Is he already dead? Nolan, wake up. Look, damn it, Bart. I think Bart got ass did it. That's what I think. Look, wake the up. They panicking. They need to be in jail by the night.
Who think Bart has something to do with this, man? Now pictures are coming out of Katie and Bart. We know that Nolan was hugged up with Katie. Who thinks that, you know, the boy Bart, we just going off names here in the background. Yeah, I'm not saying who did what. I wasn't there. I didn't see anything. So I'm not here to accuse, oh, you did. But who thinks it sounds suspicious that Bart name comes up, but yet and still, you know, we're not hearing from Bart like that. The last time we heard from Bart, Bart said he wasn't nowhere around. Unless it's 2 goddamn Barts. Unless it was the punter and Bart Simpson out there. Unless it was 2 Barts out there, gang. Unless they rock with 2 different Barts. And Bart was lied to us, gang. Smash that like button, gang. Let's see what this 4-eyed sister finna tell us.
To get everything that's coming to you. But what's getting me is the fact that why is the internet solving this case before the sheriff's office? That's what gets me. Y'all were so quick to declare that there was no foul play. Just an accident. And look what we're turning up here.
There's things that seem weird there. And it's still, to me, you were in the location where his body was found, very close to where his body was found. And that's when you called for help and your grandfather called to cancel help. And there were 7 people on the boat and there's some commotion in the background. And it doesn't sit right with me. Like I said, boating culture, I don't know how you leave with 7 people in a boat full of water. And I also don't know how you leave with 7 people and not a boat full of water and end up not going very far because they were still right.
You would think if it's 7 people in a boat, or if a boat is taking water, why the hell we put 7 people on it and start moving in it? Why would we put 7 people on a boat that's taking water? If the boat is taking water, then only the person that owns the boat and maybe one other friend should make sure that boat gets towed or make sure it gets fixed. Why would 7 people all jump their ass on a damn boat that's taking water? That's saying, remember on the phone, Wyatt is saying the boat is sinking. We're sinking. Well, why the hell would you have 7 bodies on a sinking boat? Smash that like button, gang. Salute to everybody in the building, man.
And having a boat full of water. I need somebody to explain to me how that happened in calm seas with a boat that was operational when you loaded it.
To note, Wells will be found 2 days later in the same part of the island where these now boats would depart from, adding to more coincidences that point out a cover-up for some. Let's talk about it more in the comments below.
Smash that like button, gang. Salute everybody in the building, gang. Shout out to Sassy TV. Say yes, go. Bart moving suspicious. Shout out to Marlon for that cash app. Shout out to Renee for that cash app. Salute to Renee. I see you, Renee. You said jolly good ginger. Let me pro interrogation white man. Salute, gang. Send me that. Put that in my inbox, gang. Put that in my inbox. Sco_network. Y'all follow me on Instagram. Sco_network on Instagram right now, gang. Sco_network on Instagram. Any videos y'all want me to see, anything y'all think I can use throughout this whole investigation, make sure y'all follow me on Facebook. CHRIS Chris. PETTIE Petty Chris Petty on Facebook, Sco_network on Instagram. Go follow me right now, gang. Salute to everybody in the building. Now, of course, gang, I want to hear what the news got to say about this audio that came out, man, because we're hearing a lot of bloggers talk about it. We're hearing Nancy Grace talk about it. We're hearing Officer Tatum, Don Lemon. But where is the news at? Is this going to be real evidence? Will this audio be submitted as real evidence? Smash that like button. Salute to everybody in the building, gang.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn.
Smash that like button, gang.
Our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking.
Will this be considered real evidence?
Audio of the frantic call from the boat Nolan Wells was supposed to have taken to shore after celebrating July 4th with friends on a remote barrier island off the Mississippi Gulf Coast.
And what do you want to do? Do you want to be towed back?
I want to get this boat unsank and towed back, yes.
The caller told the dispatcher everyone aboard was unhurt and noted he and the passengers were young.
There are 0 adults on board. Nobody here is over the age of 21.
Documents obtained by ABC News show that boat set off for Horn Island just before 10 a.m. the morning of July 4th. Wells and his friends arrived at 11:14. For the next 5 hours, the boat was stationary until it left at 4:31 p.m. without Wells, moving at no more than 4 knots. Whatever problem the teens reported was resolved about an hour later at 5:25 when vessel regains normal.
Y'all hear the news do it, man. You can never trust the media, man. The boat left at 4:31 without Wells. How the fuck do y'all know that, man? Do y'all know that? You know what I mean? You can't trust the news, man. They said they report shit. The boat left at 4:31 without Wells. Do y'all have that on video? Do y'all have anything? Like, what evidence do y'all have of that? Because they said so. When the fuck did we start believing the goddamn guys who could be possibly the suspects? When did we start believing the goddamn possible suspects? You hear me? You see how they do it? The news is full of shit. I had been waiting to see what the news was gonna say about the audio. Are y'all gonna say this is evidence? Is this, where do y'all put this at? But they saying that basically what they saying is that audio we hear is we wrong about that. Everybody's wrong about it because far as they're concerned, the boat left at 4:31 and Wells was not on the boat. So anything else, their audio, that ain't Wells, can't be Wells. It can't be because he didn't even board the boat. He wasn't even on board. You see how the news trying to play games, man? Smash that like button, gang.
And begins accelerating at 30 to 35 knots. Friends
we
said
ain't no
they
damn
did
fools.
not abandon
We
Wells.
looking at everything.
Rather, the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources reported his friends saying Wells was in the company of an unknown female and that he chose to remain at the island. As searchers began scanning the island and surrounding waters, this email obtained by ABC News shows the preliminary information they were given, describing Wells as a black male, 6'1", 180 pounds, wearing shorts only. The Marine Patrol listed his alcohol intake as heavy. The state's autopsy, including the results of toxicology tests, is pending. So
how they know?
Marine Patrol listed his alcohol intake as heavy.
Now, why would they say that? The toxicology report has not come back. Why would they say that? Dang, the news has already said he was not on the boat. You know what I mean? The boat left at 4:31 without Wells. That's what the boys said. And now they saying that he was heavily intoxicated, but the toxicology report has not even came out yet. That bullshit we was talking about. You know what I mean? First, remember they first came out, they said no foul play on day 1. This is that bullshit. This is why everybody is suspicious, because everything sounds weird. Nothing sounds right. It sounds like a bunch of lies, a bunch of insinuating, a bunch of believing these boys. Look, like I said, I'm unbiased. So I'm here to break down what's really going on. I'm not here to say the boys didn't do it. They did do it. We're here to break it down, run through everything, and find out exactly what happened to Nolan Wells. But as of right now, it don't look good, because now, as of today, the boys are saying, nah, we think somebody might have killed Nolan. We hearing about a bunch of cocaine and a fight, and you know what I mean, him and Katie, and now you see how she started to flip up. Now at first it was, hey man, he might have accidentally just drowned, dude. You know what I mean? Now, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, and now that the heat is on, now that Warren has started talking and Tracy and started talking, and motherfuckers got to start bagging up and think about what they said, and Bart, everybody know Bart was there. Now, all of a sudden today, Nolan Wells his friends are saying, yeah, we believe he was killed. Now, Officer Tatum is saying, now I believe he was killed. Just 48 hours ago, the boy drowned. Just 48 hours ago, they said he drowned. Now, all of a sudden, everybody, y'all, including Officer Tatum and his friends, are insinuating that witnesses seen Nolan fighting with somebody high off cocaine, and that might have been what led to his demise. I'm telling you, y'all, it's starting to look like it's even further that it's some bullshit in the game, man. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody building. The news is full of shit, too.
The state's autopsy, including the results of toxicology tests, is pending.
As long as we continue to remember him, his light will continue to shine through us all. Nolan, we love you. We'll continue to fight for you.
Wells was laid to rest last week. A source tells ABC News on the day of the funeral, his mother sent his friends legal notice to expect a lawsuit, instructing them to preserve evidence and not to delete anything on their phones.
Nothing further from the Wells family about those impending lawsuits. Meanwhile, the district attorney has asked for patience in the investigation, saying minimal releases of information are meant to protect the integrity of the case. Officials have provided no timeline for when it will be complete. Guys,
it's heavy.
Bullshit, man. Bullshit. Bullshit, man. You feel me? Like, now alcohol intake is heavy, but they, you know what I mean? Like, how is this put out? How is the media putting this out already, man? Let me see. Speaking to this TV said they said the same shit about my fiance cousin. He was drunk and a damn dog ate his head off. Wow, damn. Waynesboro, Mississippi. Justice for Leon Hayes, man. Speaking to his TV, man, that's some bullshit, man. They said a dog ate your cousin head off. Oh hell no, man. Justice for goddamn Leon, man. Yeah, justice for brother Leon. I don't believe this shit, man. Wow. They said the same thing about my fiance because he was drunk and a damn dog ate his head off. That's crazy, fam. And that was in Mississippi. Oh no. Speaking to his, I might have to bring you on the show. Speaking to his, we got to talk about this shit. Oh yeah, justice for Leon Hayes, man. Yeah, that brother need justice for real, man. That's some bullshit, man. Say a dog ate his head off. What, man? What kind of dog was that? Well, what the cool was that? Cujo, nigga? They say Cujo was out there, man. Smash that like button, gang. I'm sick of this shit, man. I'm sick of this shit. This is crazy. Yeah, this is crazy, man. Salute to everybody in the building, gang. Well, now, of course, let's go here, gang, because it says Nolan Wells not mentioned in Hans distress call, says digital expert. So now they got a digital expert to come out and get in the media and say that he listened to the call and we not hearing what we think we hear. Yeah. Now we hearing that.
Tonight we've got
we not hearing what we think
major new developments in the mysterious death.
They saying now we didn't hear what we think we heard.
Witnesses reportedly told investigators Wells had been drinking heavily with friends on Horn Island.
Who the fuck said, like, okay, we know that he was drinking. We get that. But where is the heavily drunk? Where is this shit? Because at first we wasn't hearing none of this. We never heard his friends come out and say, man, you know, and if he was that goddamn drunk, why did y'all, then that made people say, well, why did y'all leave him? If he was so drunk that he could have got himself into an accident or a bind or drowned or something like that. Now people got a question, well, he was that, y'all say he was heavily drunk. Witnesses say he was, well, who the fuck are these witnesses? I thought nobody seen him after 3 o'clock, after a certain time, the shit at first. It's like now all of a sudden things are coming out, but we thought the DA's office said wasn't nothing coming out. So we're confused about if nothing's supposed to come out about this investigation, why are we hearing now? You know what I mean? Things about this investigation, but it's all pointing at the fact that Nolan was out there drunk on cocaine. He was fucked up. All the evidence that's coming out, you know what I mean? Even though we thought nothing was going to come out, everything that's coming out now is pointing fingers at Nolan saying, hey, man, he didn't get back on the boat with his friends and he either got drunk and drowned or something happened to him out there, but he was heavily intoxicated, man. Why? Now at first it was, yeah, he had been drinking. Now it's he was fucking trashed. As white boys say it, he was hammered, dude. Like Tristan would say, he was hammered, dude. Yeah, like now all this shit. You see what they doing with this? Now they finna turn Nolan Wells into a drug addict alcoholic that was out there by himself, started a fight with somebody, fuck around, got killed, or he drowned. Who knows what happened to him? He just fucking disappeared. He went for a fucking swim. He wanted to go for a lap around Horn Island because he was drunk and he just never came back, got caught in the current. It's a lot of bullshit. See, this is why everybody's questioning this shit, because now y'all putting out shit that's pointing out to make Nolan look bad. Smash the like button, gang. Well, this digital expert, this guy is saying that is that, you know, we didn't hear what we thought we heard. That on that tape, that's not what we hear.
Before he disappeared. That's according to a document with preliminary information from the Mississippi.
Y'all smash that like button, gang. Turn the chat up too, gang. Turn up to my chat, gang. Turn up.
Second, Nolan's friends have long said that he chose to remain on Horn Island after their boat left. Remember, he was talking to a young girl. Well, young lady, well, now TMZ reports that sources with direct knowledge of the investigation say that at least 2 witnesses told law enforcement they saw Nolan on the island after that boat departed.
You see what I'm saying?
Independently verified those claims.
Look, that's crazy, fam. Shout out to the Mac Attack. Mom knew they was on some bullshit from the start. You know what I mean? That's why Javon mama kicked the door in, no knock. They knew some bullshit was in the game. That's why Nolan's mom friend, Javon's mom, came in with the kick though. 5, 6, 7, 8 niggas with her. Where's the phone at? Because they all felt like it might have been some shit in the game. That's why that grandfather didn't want the Coast Guard to go out there. He told his grandfather what happened. You know what I mean? Shout out to September Virgo. She said, and Grandpa OG knew what went down. That's why he got the panic and telling the Coast Guard, or the CETO, don't go out there. Do not, yeah. I know my grandson called, but don't worry about it. I took care of it. Smash that light. But, man, King Mike said yesterday, nah, man, he could have just told his grandson how to fix the boat. You know what I mean? They don't need their help no more. It's like telling somebody to change a tire, man. You tell AAA they ain't got to come, man. We got this. It was something simple, man. Salute to everybody building game. Shout out to September Virgo, man. Salute to September Virgo. Let's get into this digital expert who's saying what we heard is not what the fuck we heard. But ain't it crazy how all this bad shit is coming out now about Nolan? About how drunk he was, about he refused to get on the boat. He was full of cocaine now. He was out there, chasing behind Katie all goddamn day long. They're painting Nolan Wells out to be a goddamn, just a reckless, drunk 18-year-old who was out there doing just crazy shit on 4th of July on Horn Island. You know what I mean? One of the only black boys out there. Not saying it wasn't no black kids at all out there, but I'm sure it wasn't that goddamn many. We done seen some photos. It ain't too many niggas out there. It might have been a sprinkle of niggas out there. Most of them mixed. Yeah, most of them mixed. But yeah, it wasn't that, man. I know Nolan ain't all the way black either, but I'm just saying, man, it didn't seem like it was just a million niggas out there from the photos I've seen.
Authorities have not publicly confirmed them. But
man, it's that light button, man.
Third, we've played brief excerpts of this distress call that were made from the boat on the show before, but now there is a longer version of the recording that has been released by the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources. It was aired by multiple local news outlets. In the call, a teen tells a CETO dispatcher that the boat's bilge pump has failed, that the boat is sinking. And throughout the call, you can hear this commotion and multiple voices in the background. TMZ then took that same recording and enhanced the audio. The outlet says that some people believe that when you hear this or when you listen to it, they can hear, "Is he dead?" along with other phrases, including "Nolan, check his chest, wake up." So we want to play you clips from both versions. First, here's the original recording.
CETO Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description?
Okay, now here's TMZ's enhanced version of that same recording.
Let's hear this shit.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working.
You run that back a little bit. Look, don't y'all hear somebody saying Nolan? I'm unbiased, gang. Remember that, I'm unbiased. I'm not here to point out no shit, make up no shit, and force some shit. Y'all know if I don't hear it, I don't hear it. Some things they say, I'd be like, nah, I don't hear that. I'm sorry, I don't hear that, gang. Don't hear it. You know what I mean? No apologies. It just ain't there. But I do hear Nolan. I hear Dead. I hear Bart. I did hear Cover It Up in the beginning. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not sure what context this is all in for show. Like what they talking about on every piece of it. But we most definitely hear Nolan for show, gang. Do y'all hear Nolan? Yes or no? I heard Nolan like twice. I heard Nolan twice.
Our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come? We have a membership. Shut the fuck up!
So what exactly did we just hear? want to go to Robert Freed, digital forensics expert.
Nolan.
Spent more than 2 decades analyzing electronic evidence. He's the executive vice president of forensics and chief investigative officer at Page One. He's trained law enforcement agencies across the country in digital forensics and computer crime investigations. Thanks for taking the time.
So this is that guy right here. He's that guy. You know what I mean? Forensic expert. You know what I mean? He analyzes distress calls. So this guy, yeah. You know what I mean? This guy right here, this is what he finna analyze this call, but this is the expert. They say he trained, different people on these calls and shit. He trains police and all kind of different people that use these, they use this. They have to, go over forensic calls and analyze this and that. He's the guy who will train them to do it. So he's supposed to be an expert. Let's see what he say about the phone call, as far as the audio in the background, the things we hear on the call to Cito.
Step by step. So first of all, you analyze both versions. What were you able or not able to determine?
Well, you can obviously look at just the totality of both versions and see that there's a time difference right away. One's 8.5 minutes, the other one's 8 minutes and 50 seconds. And what we actually did was we extracted or preserved the videos from the specific websites, the TMZ, as well as the WAFB website. And then what we were able to do there is take a digital fingerprint MD5 hash value of those two videos. They were obviously different, which means that they have different content. And then, we went in and we looked at the transcript that was able to be gleaned from both versions. And
so now this goes to the main question. In those transcripts, from your analysis, does anyone say, is he dead? Check his chest. Nolan, wake up. Anything like that?
No. It's very distorted. Even if you hear it from the original to even the audio enhancement, it's still very difficult for some of the software that we use to even pick up those types of words. And there was nothing like that close to it in the transcriptions that we saw.
Is there a danger in someone telling you what to listen for? Do you go in with the preconceived, I don't know if the word is biased, but you're going in to look for those words and maybe you're hearing things that your mind is telling you that's what it is when it's really not?
Absolutely. When I first heard
he's saying we have been basically, we've been duped. We've been programmed. It was a black lady, music producer, that attracted that extracted the video and broke it down. Yeah, we did see that. You know what's so crazy about it is they put her resume out there today. They put her background out there. The black woman who broke it down, who went and analyzed it today, her criminal background came out all over the internet. That show you how dangerous this Nolan Wells shit is. That black woman, that audio engineer lady that broke it down, she a rapper too. She do music too. She a bull dyke. You know what I mean? And salute to her. She did a great job. Shout out to her and shout out to all the studs, man. But after she did that today, her whole criminal background was plastered all over the internet everywhere, man. So it's showing that it's some bullshit in the game, man. It's some bullshit in the game. If something happened to me, gang, if something happened to me, my brothers and my sisters, it just ride for the cause. Burn this bitch down. Smash that like button, gang. Let's get back to this forensics expert. You know what I mean? They say he's the one. Well, they say that he can break shit down. You know what I mean? As of right now, he's saying that he doesn't hear anything we hear.
Out some of the words that were apparently heard, my mind was automatically going to that as well. Am I going to hear those? Things like that. So my perception is, okay, let me hear what everybody's talking about and let's go down to, the specifics of it from a forensic analysis perspective. Can I actually transcribe those specific words as well from what's being provided to me?
So what do you think law enforcement's doing with this audio? If you were part of the investigation, what would you do with this audio now?
I would want to go and make sure that I have the data from the original source. What generated this audio recording?
We've been
Let me go to the source. Because if I'm looking at different variations, you can even see, Jesse, that there's redactions in those audio recordings. There's account numbers that were shared. There were phone numbers. All that stuff is different than the original. I want to see the original, and I want to look at the metadata of the original.
So in other words, just real quick, if somebody said their phone number, there could be something in the background. That could be interesting. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Interesting. Robert Freed, thanks so much.
How y'all feel, gang? This guy right here just said, man, when he listened to the audio of the Thito, he don't hear nothing that we hear, nothing at all. He said, I don't hear no Nolan. I don't hear pump his chest. I don't hear, cover it up. I don't hear, he said he don't hear none of that. He said, so this guy right here, I mean, this is the type of guy that would take the stand and say that, nah, I didn't hear none of that. You know what I mean? If these boys was ever charged with something, if they ever got down to it, and that audio call is, is admitted into evidence, this is the motherfucker who's gonna take the stand and say, nah, I listened to it 30 times, man. I didn't hear none of that. We did this, we did that. I work with the FBI and these people and those people, and this is what I do for a living. I've been doing this for over 30 years. Smash that like button, gang. They are saying that we have been programmed because people told us, because, a lot of these videos, they'll write the words out, what they believe they're hearing at the time. Bart, this and that, Nolan. So he's saying that y'all have been programmed. That basically y'all, people told y'all what to hear. You don't hear that shit at all. It's a few things you might think you hear, but the rest of that shit, you don't hear none of that shit, man. They programmed y'all to believe y'all hear that. Huh? Smash that like button. Yeah. It's a lot of people say they heard and they hear that. It's a lot of people. Shout out to Nancy Grace as well. Yeah. A lot of people are saying they heard the same shit that we are. I heard Bart. I heard Bart, of course. I heard Nolan twice. I heard something about somebody being dead. It's a few things I picked up. I for sure heard Nolan and dead, and that was enough for me to say, what the fuck? I heard Nolan and dead for sure, gang. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody in the building now. Officer Tatum has been out here going hard, man. Y'all boy, Officer Tatum been out here going hard, man. Officer Tatum been out here going hard. Going hard to paint, man. Officer Tatum been going so hard that people want that. I think people want Officer Tatum head, man. It is. Officer Tatum was online, man. He put up a post and said, I refuse to hate white people, man. You feel me? He said people are mad because he don't hate white people. He said he black, yeah, but y'all just want him to hate them white boys. Y'all want him to hate, Charlie Kirk. Y'all are mad at me because I don't hate white people and y'all all hate them. And that's why y'all mad. These boys are innocent. Smash that like, but man, it's going to be one brother. One brother told him exactly how he feel about him and told me exactly what he hopes happens to Officer Tatum. Smash that like button, gang.
Roll the clip. Here's my message to some of you ignorant, melanated people that's in my comment section and in my messenger, talking about I hate my people, I hate my race. And you want me to take up for people that's wrong just because they black.
If Harriet Tubman was alive today, she would blow your brains out without any hesitation. Your brain matter will be all over the ground. No bullshit.
Like, time out. That's him dog whistling or trying to allude to the fact that he wants me dead. He thinks somebody should kill me because in 2026, what Harriet Tubman and them sacrificed for us to have freedoms and for us to get along with each other, I expressed that, and he think I should be killed. Harriet Tubman would have killed me for being fair to people and not basing stuff based on race. Let it go.
You made $20 million since 2017.
I made $20 million
since 2017.
2017.
And never holding white people accountable. And then you're wondering why people are in your inbox saying the things they're saying to you. You did cried real tears when a Nazi got his neck blown off.
Whoa. Charlie's a Nazi.
A Nazi. A Nazi. When a racist white person checks you, you do nothing, you say nothing. But when a black person says something you don't like, and I've seen an interview, you was willing to throw hands with them, but called black people violent. Make that make sense. So you know what? As a black man, I'm going to show you how violent we really can get, right? You know what I hope happens to you? I hope a group of racist, conservative, flag-waving, loving white people string you up on the biggest tree they could find. I hope they get the biggest pickup truck with the strongest chain, wrap it about your ankles, drive 30, 40 miles per hour on the dirtiest, rockiest road possible, and have your skin shredded to the white meat. That is what I hope happens to you. Genuinely.
This shit has started a race war out here, fam. It is niggas on niggas, but white folks got something to do with it. Man, you ain't never seen this kind of race war right here, man. What the fuck is this? This is, man, but hey, rest in peace to James Byrd, man. I'm from Texas, man. Come on, man. Rest in peace to James Byrd. Y'all know exactly what he's talking about. Here we go, gang. Yeah, y'all know it. Yeah, rest in peace to James motherfucking Byrd, man. They out here in Texas, man. Yeah, man, that happened. That's a real story. How they did a black man in Texas. White boys caught him one night, chained him to a truck and drug his body down the road. I'm talking about doing zigzags and shit with him chained to a truck. I think his head, they say his head came off his body. Yeah, his head got to hitting rocks and different sidewalk, you know what I mean, curbs and shit. And his head came off his body. James Byrd, man. Really, that was in Jasper, Texas. There we go. That was in Jasper, Texas, man. Smash that goddamn like button, man. Yeah, it's a lot of old wounds being reopened right now. We're hearing about Emmett Till a lot. We're hearing about James Byrd. We're hearing about, you know what I mean? We're hearing about Trey Reed. It's a lot of, you know what I mean? Young black man that claim hung himself in Mississippi. They saying when something happened to black people, man, nobody gives a damn, man. What if somebody did you like that, though, Officer Tatum? What if somebody changed your bitch ass to a truck and drug you? Yeah, that's what this young man is saying, man. I'm not saying that. Let me see. Easy Hood said Bart killed him after he seen Nolan and Katie chilling together. Everyone kept saying Nolan was crazy for chilling with her. Real shit, because we know Tristan said the same thing. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody in the video. Look at Officer Tatum. Look at Tatum's face. Tatum like, damn. Yeah. Tatum, he was calling you. He calling for somebody to get your ass up out of here, man. Smash that like, but Tatum ready to run. I'm sure Tatum turned this into the police. Tatum most definitely turned this young nigga into the authorities ASAP. Yeah, look at Tatum's face. Tatum most definitely turned this young nigga into the authorities ASAP, fam. He sent this video to the feds, nigga, ASAP, fam. ASAPatory. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody. But again, now this video came out, you know what I mean? And of course, y'all boy Tatum put it out. But this video came out. We see where a lot of people are kind of sharing it and, saying that this video right here is showing the boat after they left. This is them leaving Horn Island. And they're saying, if you look at this video, Nolan Wells is nowhere to be found on this boat. Smash that like button, gang. Smash that like. They're saying this is the boat. They're saying Nolan Wells. They're saying, look at it. Nolan Wells is nowhere on the boat. They're claiming this is the boat after, you know what I mean? After, they're saying this is the boat, after it left Horn Island, right after it left Horn Island. And they're saying, if you look closely, Nolan Wells is nowhere on the boat. They're saying this is the proof right here that Nolan Wells is nowhere on the boat. But this is the only problem I got with it. Is that, this is the problem about this video right here, gang. You know what I mean? Is that we don't know what time it is in this damn video. We don't even know what time it is. Maybe, yeah, we don't know what's going on in this video. We don't know if they left yet. We don't know if this is earlier in the day. This could be goddamn 2:30. This could be goddamn 1:30. This could be goddamn me 4:50, 5:30. We don't know what time it is. That, you know what I mean? Like, nigga, we don't even know if this is goddamn 4th of July, do we? We even, you know what I mean? Like, we don't know what day this, we don't know what time. I'm going to say, okay, even if they can prove, okay, this came on 4th of July. Okay, what time is it? You should have put the time out too, Officer Tatum, because everybody's sending you the photos and the time stamps and this and that. You should have put a time stamp up. Not that everybody's going to believe your ass. So we know you rocking with the boys so hard, even though you don't know them, never met them in your life. You went out there, but you said for a fact that they didn't do this. That's a little awkward, fam. You don't even know them. You don't even, I couldn't ride for somebody like that. I don't even know y'all. Never met y'all in my life. I'm just saying what y'all didn't do. That's weird. Smash the, yeah, you don't even know these people, bro. Smash the like, but they saying this is the video that proves that Nolan Wells was not on the boat after it left Horn Island or I guess right before it, left Horn Island. Or this is the boat being towed, I guess. Look, they don't show us enough in the video. We can't even see shit around. All we see is water behind you. We don't know where the fuck they look. We don't see another boat in sight besides, I guess, the one that's supposed to be towing it. You know what I mean? I mean, like, we don't see nothing else, and we can't tell you what the hell is going on. So I'm guessing that's Warren getting the goddamn rope ready to, you know what I mean? I guess that's Warren getting the rope ready. Smash that like button, gang. Do y'all believe that video? I think Tatum gonna show it again on this other clip. But do y'all believe that video, gang? Do y'all believe that video? Is that enough proof for y'all? Let me see. Hold on. Let me go here real quick. It is. Just go here. Let me see. Hold on. Smash the like button. Let's go here now. Because this is the new news that came out today, gang. This is some of the new news. This is the new story coming from the boys, y'all. Of course, Officer Tatum is speaking for the boys. Like I said, salute to Officer Tatum. But then shout out to Stop 6 Tatum, man, because without him, we wouldn't be able to hear from the boys. Because if we're gonna say they lying or they doing this or doing that, then we got to hear from them. So we needed somebody to get them to talk. You know what I mean? To put their story on the line. So shout out to goddamn me, Officer Tatum for getting his ass out there and hearing from these boys, man. I'm a lot deep rooted. I would say a lot of deep rooted hate aboard. Yeah, real shit. Shout out to goddamn T1000 all the time. Yeah, shout out to T1000 all the time. Am I saying it right? It is. Yeah. At 1000 all the time. Salute. I hope I'm saying it right. Smash that like button, gang. Salute to everybody in the building, gang. Let me see who was somebody I missed, gang. It was somebody I missed. Let me see. Freddie said different clothes. So Freddie is saying that the boys are not even wearing the same clothes that they had on Horn Island on 4th of July, 2026. I gotta go compare that. What he's saying. This after the granddaddy called and told them what to do. And let's stop calling this fuck nigga officer. No, we call him an officer. He's a police for sure. He 12 for sure. We call him 12. He 12. I think 12 for sure. We gotta let that be known. Yeah, you gotta throw that in there, man. This is a goddamn ex-Tucson police officer. I think he was in Arizona or some shit like that. Yeah. Let me see. He just said that's because ain't no female on that boat. I'm not for sure if it was a girl on the boat or not, man. It looked like it might have been a girl on the boat. I'm not for sure. It looked like it maybe was a female bending over on the boat. I'm not for sure. Tatum gonna show the video again, but let's hear the new story about what's going on, because now we're hearing the boys have changed everything up. The story has changed now, gang. At first, everybody was saying that, Nolan Wells just drowned, but now the story has changed up. And Officer Tatum is saying one of the boys, we don't know if it's Warren, we don't know if it's Wyatt, we don't know if it's Bart, we don't know who it is, but one of the boys sent him a message that came from a friend of theirs that was still on Horn Island, somebody that they know that was still on Horn Island that day. And now it's a whole new scenario about what might have really happened to Nolan Wells, of course, after they got the fuck up out of here. In this story, they are nowhere to be found. It's like 6 o'clock, 5:30, 6 o'clock. They've been gone damn near an hour and a half, hour ago. So remember, in this story they telling now, they're nowhere to be found. They are not on the crime scene. All this shit allegedly happened after we left, is what they saying. Shout out to Ed4 Dread, man. Bart was like, Katie, you're not getting that BBC. You're going to be ruined for all of us. YCs. Then they made Nolan jump off the boat and they drove off. Okay, hold on, man. Let me do this real quick, man, for even making me say that, gang. Gay. I didn't want to say that, fam. I didn't even want to say that. Yeah, I didn't even want to say that, man. Smash that like, but shout out to my guy Ed4 Dread, man. Salute to my guy Ed4 Dread. Yeah, I didn't even want to say that though, bro. Salute, gang. Yeah, this chat is crazy, man. This shit, shout out to my guy Ed4 Dread. This chat is crazy. I didn't even want to say that shit. Smash that like button, gang. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Let's see what the new story is, y'all. And this story right here involves a cocaine dealer, a bunch of cocaine. They saying now, this is the crazy part about it is Officer Tatum is saying that, whoever it is that's talking to the boys, they're telling them that they know for 100%, they have 100%, they know for a fact that Nolan Wells was full of good cocaine. I'm talking about some good ass powder, some good shit, man. I'm talking about, they said that nigga was full of some good white. I mean, man, that nigga Nolan was out there fucked up, man. Nolan Wells was out there on that powder. I'm talking about that Walter White, that unstepped on, that pure Colombian, man. Yeah, that pure Colombian. That's what they saying now. All of a sudden, now Nolan Wells was out there just full of cocaine, full of drink, and he might have gotten into an altercation with somebody else out there, and it might have something to do with maybe some cocaine, maybe a girl. Where the fuck is Katie at? Because it's clear as day that everybody is looking at Katie now. When I'm talking about, like, far as the people, the boys, we heard Tracy say some weird shit about Katie. We heard Warren say a bunch of shit about Katie. Now we're hearing this new story about when we left. Yeah, I mean, allegedly he was still there. I don't know if Katie's around or not, but he's there. It might have something to do with a girl, might have something to do with, smash that like button, gang. Salute to everybody in the building, y'all. Did that boat video prove anything to y'all at all, gang? Talk to me. Let's hear from Tatum. Let's hear this new story.
Drink as well. So you do the Synergy Day, Synergy Night.
Let's see what's going on with the new story, gang. This is the new story.
For a week, your life will change. All you got to do is go to synergylife.com, synergylife.com. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need to address something real quick before I get to this news that was just presented to me, which could allude to potential foul play against Nolan Wells. And let me just say this right off the bat, there's alcohol involved. what is being told to me that 100% there's cocaine involved. There's multiple people involved. People that may have seen Nolan last, but is not being truthful and coming forward as to what they saw, who was with him last. And we have various people that have come out or come to us with the information. And one was sent in a DM honing in on one particular person that may have been in an altercation with Nolan.
Wow. Nigga, now everything done changed. The whole game, now everything has changed, man. Now all of a sudden, Nolan Wells he was drunk. He was full of cocaine. Is several people involved with this story. Instead of people going to the police, they going, I guess they messaging the boys or Officer Tatum, or, you know what I mean? This is information that should be taken to the police. This is what, the police should be, this should be police business. Why would Officer Tatum even talk about this online if this was real? I feel like if this is real evidence, if this is really going on, why are you bringing this to the internet, man? Yeah, why ain't the police dealing with this, man? Horn Island is affiliated with the Underground Railroad. R.I.P. Nolan. Shout out to Renee Thomas, man. Salute to Renee Thomas. Y'all fire that gas up, man. Yeah, go ahead and light the gas up now, gang. Now you light the gas up, man. Now you light the gas up, because now it's a whole new story. Like I said, remember, in this story, they say this story takes place around like 5:30, 6 o'clock. The boys ain't nowhere to be found in this story. Oh no. But now out of nowhere, now that the heat getting turned up, the audio calling came out. Now today, Tatum takes the YouTube live, and he tells everybody, man, no. We hearing what really happened, man. We know. Yeah, y'all right. Nolan Wells was murdered, man. But now we hearing about him and some more. Can't say no names, man. I can't say no name. But it's him and a bunch of people. It's cocaine involved, alcohol. It's a bunch of shit going on, man. Somebody killed Nolan Wells. Is what Officer Tatum and everybody, the boys and everybody is saying. Now they're all saying that he was murdered. Now, as of today, it should be no longer considered a drowning. Let's get that drowning shit out the window now. Because we believe that, something happened for sure, man. We don't know what, but we don't know who yet. Like, far as which one of y'all on that boat he was fighting with, or what had it went down. But we always felt like it's a good chance he was murdered. Now, Officer Tatum is saying that they believe, too, that, yeah, y'all right this whole time. Y'all right. Nolan Wells was murdered. So now we get all that accidental drowning shit off the table, gang. Nolan Wells was murdered. But the boys are saying it wasn't them. Oh, no, it wasn't us. Wasn't us. He was killed, but it wasn't us. So now this is official murder investigation, gang. Which time is this pick? They left twice. Maybe Katie didn't see the second time. They need to question the chick in the background, asking if he did. I said that. Tip drill. I said that. I said, man, who is that girl in the background? Find out who is that girl in the background, man. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody been a gang. Let's hear this story one more time. Let's hear this.
Nolan last.
Let's hear this.
But it's not being truthful and coming forward as to what they saw, who was with him last. And we have various people that have come out or come to us with the information. And one was sent in a DM honing in on one particular person that may have been in an altercation with Nolan. Now, this appears to be post the phone call and the boys that I talked to who had already left. And I've been telling people that it appears that the young men that I interviewed had nothing to do with this. And the sentiment still continues. I have names. I know who these people are. My goal with this is to present it to law enforcement before I say anybody's name. But I'm going to let you guys know what I have heard so you can have a perspective. Because when the autopsy comes out, or at least the toxicology results comes out, it's going to prove whether or not people are saying things to me that are not true, or the sources that I believe are verified are accurate. Before we get to that, I need to follow up and dispel this mythical phone call, because I think people are still pushing this.
We
and I've been
this
telling
story.
you guys
Smash the like button, gang.
from the very beginning that I think that they're pushing people in the wrong direction. When you get information that leads you to believe that this group of people had nothing to do with it, you need to move on and look at other leads. And I feel like
you hear that? You need to move on and look at other leagues. Now, I asked y'all the other day, I said, y'all, should we stay on Horn Island or should we follow the boat? Y'all said, nah, let's go follow that goddamn boat. Well, now the boys must have heard that. So now they doing everything in their power to make sure, nah, nigga, keep this shit on Horn Island, nigga. And not to mention, we're going to throw you a bonus. We're going to throw in some extras. Nigga, it was a fight, man. It was a fight. Now, Officer Tatum said he's hearing rumors. They all hearing about these witnesses and people coming forward saying that, you know, and it's crazy because I'm like, so this wasn't just a witness. It's got to be somebody that's involved or something like that. They're saying that Nolan was full of cocaine. So there's got to be somebody that was talking to Nolan, that seen Nolan doing coke, that was with Nolan, that's in the mix of shit. This ain't just somebody from a distance saying, man, we seen Nolan Wells fight. This is somebody that's in the mix, one of the friends, somebody. This story is coming from somebody that's in the mix, they claim, or somebody that knows somebody in the mix. They was out there and, you know, they was all doing cocaine and it was a coke dealer out there and, you know, maybe some shit went down, but something went wrong, man. And somebody beat the hell out of Nolan Wells and drowned his ass. Now, it's crazy because Judge Mathis was just saying yesterday, man, I think somebody grabbed that boy by the back of his goddamn neck and held his ass underwater. And that's what it's starting to look like, man. I just said that. I said, man, I don't know where this fight happened at, whether it was on Horn Island or on that boat right outside the boat. You know what I mean? But somebody might have whooped Nolan Wells or held Nolan Wells down that motherfucking water, man. I think that is. He got into a scuffle, whether it's with his friends on the boat and they fall off the boat or they was in the water fighting. Because remember, he don't have to get on that boat to get into a fight by the boat and to get something happen maybe on the other side of the boat. We can't see what's going on. He don't got to be in the boat to still get into a fight with his friends and end up in the water some way. You know? So yeah, so it most definitely sounds like a murder investigation. It most definitely sounds like Nolan Wells was killed, man. All that he just floated off and shit. The boy just drowned out of no fucking where. Let's get rid of that story, guy. I don't think that's real no more. Somebody killed Nolan Wells, man. Who was it though? Smash that like button. Salute to everybody been a game. Because Officer Tatum going to go through a few things. Let's look at the story about the cocaine and the drug dealer and I mean all kind of crazy. It's like some shit from a movie, man. Some shit from what's that movie called? They be in Vegas and they get drunk and wake up the next day and can't find it shit. Man, it's just like a fucking movie, gang. Light the gas up, man. Rest in peace to Nolan Wells.
In this case, people are so hell-bent on making it about race and making it specifically about these white boys like low-hanging fruit because they reported he was missing. They seen him on the day of the thing. Y'all just jumping into conclusions, making it about them.
Some hangover shit.
And with the information that I got today, and I really been holding some of it for the last several days, I just needed to verify a few things, that people should have been going in another direction instead of wasting time with these boys that I had already been vindicated. Let's go to the tow call, and this is on Nancy Grace's show. And hopefully I get an opportunity to talk to Nancy Grace about this because I just feel like you have to be very mindful in doing due diligence before you put these things out on the internet, given the fact of the confusion that it could cause. Just real quick, this is why I don't believe that. I think
moonwalking. You know what I mean? Shout out to Big Worm. He said Officer Tatum is moonwalking. It do sound like that, bro. It do sound like y'all trying to, you know what I mean? Because, you know, you don't know if this story you hearing is true or not, but you're coming online to spew this shit to people and to say Nolan was on cocaine. It sounds like at this point, nigga, you'll do anything and you'll run with any story as long as it don't point at them boys. That's what it sounds like to me, my nigga. You running with anything, fam. It is. Let's see what we got to say about the call a little bit more. Let's get to this story that he got about Nolan Wells and how he might have really died. Nolan Wells was murdered now. Officer Tatum is saying Nolan Wells was murdered.
People are hearing what they want to hear and not what is said. Either this is doctored or people are hearing things that they want to hear and not what's said. Because there is verifiable proof from people that spoke to me and also law enforcement that people had seen Nolan after this call had occurred and after the boys had left already. So that creates an impossibility that someone can be talking about Nolan being dead if he's seen alive after this. And I'm being told in some of the things that I've seen is that people have seen him alive right before 6 p.m., which is over an hour after this happened. All right, let's get to the clip and we're gonna
shout out to F.O. Dread. F.O. Dread most definitely does coke, man. It is. Yeah. That nigga said, yeah, but if it was supposedly drunk and doing blow, that would counteract the alcohol and he wouldn't be sloppy drunk. It would actually wake him up. Yeah. Shout out to Info Dread. He most definitely be drink beers, the Modelo's, Modelo's and cocaine on the weekend for sure. Shout out to my guy Info Dread. Yeah, it's for sure Modelo's and cocaine for this nigga on the weekends. Smash that like button, gang. Salute to everybody building, gang. Salute, gang. Let's go through here, gang. We got a lot to break down.
Further dispel this
like
with
TMZ's we got a lot to break
reporting
down
as well. Roll it.
We got a lot to break down, gang.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles?
They sound distracted.
Hello?
Hey.
They sound very distracted. I know people are gonna say, well, y'all, the boat is messed up. Of course, they distracted. The boat is sinking. Well, then how come nobody came to fix that motherfucker? How many just drove off? But they sound very distracted. I get it that Wyatt, you know what I mean? I guess he's talking to people in the background. But at the time, if you calling Cito, we need to get this motherfucker out of here ASAP, man. We in 31, you know what I mean, depth of water. We 31 inches depth of water. We, you know what I mean? This bitch is sinking. He kept saying this bitch is sinking. Why are you not paying the woman no mind? Every time she say, excuse me, sir, excuse me, what? Hey, just the rudest, you know what I mean? It just like he's very distracted, like his mind is on something, like on some bullshit, man. Smash that like button and salute to everybody that been a guy. I wasn't there, gang. I didn't see what happened to Nolan Wells. We just breaking down everything that's out here, man. And something with this phone call to me just don't fucking sound right, gang. It's, you know what I mean? We hear Nolan and dead for sure. I think that's all we need. Nolan. Nigga look dead to me. I think I heard somebody say, man, nigga dead. Yeah, I don't know what y'all heard, but I think I might have heard somebody say, man, I think this nigga's dead. Smash that like button, gang.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
We're going down.
All right, pause. I'm going to get to Nancy Grace here in a second. But I want you guys to go back, and I want you to take another listen. Now, I want you to frame this within the context that clearly Nolan is still alive during this period. So let's remove Nolan from this context. Let's play it within the context of them mentioning things on the boat being either dead or whatever the case may be. Put this in the context of they're on a boat, they're about to sink, the village port or whatever it's called is not working, dead, damaged, they're concerned. Put that in your mind as you listen to this and tell me if you hear something different than Nolan, is he dead, and all of that stuff. Roll it.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
See?
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
What did we just hear? What
we heard
was
about Nolan being dead?
Straight out to investigative reporter Crime Stories, Dave Mack. Did you just hear what I heard? Now,
all right, let me move on from this because she's going to interview another guy, and I'm running out of time. I gotta get through this. You guys can watch that on. Just go to her channel. You can see what her interview was. Now, I'm trying to help us not get too caught up and and people look like fools. So now go to the TMZ.
Here this nigga, man. I'm trying to make sure we don't get caught up and look like fools. Even though I do not know these white kids at all, I flew my ass from my house down to Mississippi to talk to some complete fucking strangers who I never met a day in my life. Don't know what they're capable of. Don't know what their background is. Don't know who they really are. Don't know who they are when they're on cocaine, on alcohol. I don't know shit, man. I'm just going to come out here and say that they didn't do it. You know what I mean? I read a bunch of shit online just to come out here and say, man, they you know what I mean? I'm going to come out here and defend them, man, and say, come on, yeah. I'm talking about, come on. You don't even know these people at all, man. Smash that like button, man.
Real quick, the TMZ presentation. TMZ played this, all of the above. Y'all were DMing me to death about this. on TMZ. Let me just read this real quick from what TMZ said. Evidence appears to show Nolan Wells was still on Horn Island when his friend's boats left. TMZ has learned. Sources with direct knowledge of the investigation claim authorities have evidence of Nolan being on the Mississippi Barrier Island. Let's see, after the boat departed on the 4th of July, which will be a huge development. We're told that at least 2 witnesses who were interviewed by law enforcement say that they saw Nolan on the island after the boat headed back to the mainland. That's significant for many reasons. Now, what do you guys got to say about this? TMZ, who put it out, reiterated that there's people that are saying they saw Nolan afterwards.
TMZ is saying too much.
It continues. TMZ enhanced the audio of Nolan's friend's frantic call for help when their boat was sinking, and people believe you can hear someone saying, "Is he dead?" But our sources tell us people on the boat have heard the enhanced audio and are telling people around them the audio is only panic from a boat sinking.
Okay. But it is panic. But they saying just from a boat. Of course, the motherfuckers on the tape gonna say that. He gonna say people on the boat. Man, we don't want to hear that shit, man. I think something happened to the boat. He hits his head, and they panicked, didn't know what to do, then threw him in the damn water. Shout out to Solo Dolo, man. Salute to Solo Dolo, yeah. He talking about the people, the suspects have told him that, hey, man, we were just panicking because the boat. Of course they said that, nigga. Yeah, of course, man. How far is the water coming up? I don't know. Shout out to Southside Cooley, man. Shout out to Southside Cooley, man. Why would Vicky say, is everyone healthy and alive? She might have heard some shit, gang. She might have heard something about somebody being dead too. I think Vicky heard, man, is that nigga dead? Well, Vicky says, is everybody healthy? Is everybody breathing? Remember, out of nowhere, the dispatch woman just asked out of nowhere, is everybody breathing? Why would she ask that? Why does she want to know if somebody hurt in the boat? Is everybody breathing? Like, is somebody dead? I mean, did nobody say nothing about nobody being dead? I think that's the first thing we would have said. We would have called your ass. We probably been on the phone with 911 right now. I'm sure that's not something Vicky say all the damn time. But for some reason, she wanted to know, is everybody breathing? Is everybody okay? Wait, shit, is everything okay? Who's dead back there? And that's why I think they put the call out. Smash that like button, man. Shout out to Renee Thomas, man. Salute, gang. Salute to everybody in the building, y'all.
If you put that in context, you can see exactly what's going on. Now, let's move on because I was given this video. And here's a video of the actual boat as they're getting towed out. Do you see Nolan on this boat whatsoever? Now,
okay, so he's saying this is the evidence.
We
just looked at this. He's saying this is the evidence, man. We just broke this down, man. He's saying this is when the boat was getting towed out. We do see, I think, Warren or Wyatt, one of them getting the little tow rope out and some shit like that. Yeah, I mean, but what does this mean, bro? Like, I mean, like, what does this mean? I mean, how long? We don't even know what this is. Right. What time is this? We don't even know exactly where the boat is at in this photo, man. All we see is water behind their ass, man. We don't know where the hell this boat is. As far as we know, he could be taking the rope back because they already been told where they was going. This could be a picture of them niggas getting to the spot, and you know, we don't know where they at in this photo. So I'm sorry, Tatum. I see what you're saying. I see you saying Nolan was not on the boat. I get what you're saying. I see that. You showing that. But, you know, we don't know what time it is or where the hell this boat is really at right now. We have no proof to where this boat is.
Did this so we can get context.
No
now,
proof.
the nut job lunatics that want to believe what they want to believe, don't worry about them. I'm talking of those of us who really care about getting to the bottom of this. And just hold on with me because we got to get to the new stuff that I just heard before we run out of time.
Look at this new shit.
So that's a video of that. Now let me present something else to you because this is a video of what it looked like. And Nolan is in this video. We'll put the video up. Nolan is in this video. Put it on the screen. Pause it right here. So this was sent to us as well. I'm sure this video is circulating anyway. If you look at the boy in the blue shorts, right where his butt is at, you move over at the edge of the boat in his butt, and that's actually Nolan standing in the water right there. I'm going to have the team play the video and pan it so you can see what environment they were in similarly when the boat began to sink.
Is he saying, hold up. Okay, so this is Nolan right here. I thought he was saying this was Nolan. Okay, so Nolan is gonna be right here in the video. I'm guessing. This is Nolan in the video right here. This is Nolan Wells right there in the video. Smash the like, but shout out to Sharpie, man. Y'all forgot TMZ was in the Epstein files. Let me see, Sko. Do you believe Tatum is doing underlay for overplay? Don't know much about this clan. I'm fishing for confession or deflection. Man, this boy trying to get a bag off these boys. He might have done fumbled that motherfucker. You know what I mean? Yeah, it might make him look worse than he. Yeah, you may thought he was going to blow up off this shit, which I'm sure is getting him a lot of attention. You know what I mean? Worldwide attention, worldwide press. But at the end of the day, fam, if you wrong about this shit, man, we don't want to hear shit from your ass ever again. Nigga, delete your channel. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody, but man. Yeah, if y'all don't see him, shout out to Sergio, man. I do YOLO when I get haircuts. My barber got fired. And to be honest, it don't make you black out like that. He was taken out. Can't blame the YOLO. Okay, shout out to Sergio, man. Sergio saying I do cocaine, man. It is. Whenever I get my haircut, I get loaded. I get, you know, man, I'm snorting powder at the barbershop. And I be feeling good, my nigga. That's what Sergio just told us, man. Shout out to my guy Sergio, man. Sergio said he gets, yeah, I'm getting, man, nigga, I'm full of that powder, my nigga. Smash the like button, gang. Skull. They clothes different, man. Look at the pic. Maybe okay. The butterfly. Shout out to the butterfly voice. Shout out to the butterfly voice. You saying the clothes in the photo that in the video with the boat where we just showed. Okay, I see what you're saying. You saying that boat video where they saying no, it's not on the boat. They clothes are different from any other photos of that day of 4th of July. Salute, gang. Salute, man. Y'all put some pictures in my inbox. The butterfly voice, put some photos in my inbox. Y'all got them comparison photos. Yeah, drop them in my inbox on Instagram, gang. Follow me on Instagram, SCO_network, gang, on Instagram. Y'all follow me on Instagram, SCO_network, gang. Salute to everybody in the building, gang. Let me catch up on my comments real quick, gang. Hold on. It's a lot. The comments are moving faster than normal right now, so it's hard to keep. Yeah, it's hard to keep up with these motherfuckers, man. But I see everything in this bitch, gang. I see everything in here, man. Let me see it. Well, I thought I did. None of the shorts matching any of the shorts from the picture with Nolan and the 3 boys on the boat. Matter of fact, none of the shorts seem to match. Okay. Shout out to Noop, man. Shout out to Noop. Noop is saying the same thing. Everybody's saying, go check those photos. Southside Clear. I'm sick of this Omar Gooding looking ass nigga. Okay, you talking about okay. You talking about Officer Tatum. Smash that like button, gang. Let's get serious, y'all. Let's focus. Let's lock in, gang. Let's focus, gang. So Officer Tatum is telling us that in this video right here, he's gonna compare, I guess. You know, let's hear what he's saying. I don't see what the fuck this video means. We see Nolan Wells in the video right here, but I don't understand what this video means. We see Nolan Wells in the water right here. There go Nolan Wells right there, gang. Let's see what Tatum is trying to tell us.
Put it on the screen. Pause it right here. So this was sent to us as well. I'm sure this video is circulating anyway. If you look at the boy in the blue shorts, right where his butt is at, you move over at the edge of the boat in his butt, and that's actually Nolan standing in the water right there. I'm going to have the team play the video and pan it so you can see what environment they were in. Similarly, when the boat began to sink. Roll the clip.
It is a lot of people out there.
Do you guys see how environment they were in?
It is a lot of people out there.
Similarly,
there goes Nolan Wells right here. Here's Nolan Wells.
Roll the clip.
So it is a lot of people out here. Now, I mean, we got to look. Y'all see, they cried up in this bitch too. How many black people do y'all count? Because I don't see a nigga besides Nolan yet. Count the black people, gang. Count the black people, man. We just seen Warren right here. This is Warren right here, I believe. It is, yeah. I don't see now nigga out here besides Nolan Wells.
Pause. Do you guys see now how many people are out there? Play it again. Do you guys see how many boats are out
now
there?
Nigga besides Nolan Wells out there? Y'all. Nolan Wells is the only nigga in this video. It's at least 100 people in this video.
So this is where the boat is at when they begin to become distressed. Right in this area. As you can see how close they are to the land. You can see where the coordinates were at. Right there. So when they're taking in water, when their boat is beginning to sink, because it's anchored, it's happening right there. So for somebody to believe that this dispatch call is a desperate call with Nolan laying dead in the middle of their boat, that does not make sense. And to think that nobody saw it when they're entangled within all these people, I think is a disservice.
So what Officer Tatum is saying, gang, is that they were so close to people, man. Like this boat, man, was so close to so many people that during the call, man, we hear them calling Cito. It's no way that Nolan Wells done got beat up or he dead on the boat. Somebody done killed him. It would be so many witnesses and so many people around to see this happen. This happened right there. Even though in the picture where we see them, where he say the boat is getting ready to be, I guess they getting ready to tow the boat. We see him getting the rope ready. We see, I think, Wyatt getting the rope ready. We don't see none of that shit, right? We don't see none of them people. And that thing about the video he just showed us, it's people surrounded that damn, but it's shit everywhere, man. It's all people every guy there. And that video you show us with them just on that boat right there, that video pans to the left a little bit, and we don't see a damn soul out there, fam. We don't see a floaty. We don't see a beach ball. We don't see a little bit of white bitch swimming. We don't see nothing. So I mean, I don't know if that boat is in the exact same spot that it's in these two videos. I'm sorry, Tatum. I just, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to disagree with you, my brother, but it's just certain things that you say, and we be like, yeah, we get it, but we get it. If they was that close to that many people at the time, we get it. But we don't know how many people they were close to. We don't see the video of them making the Cito call. We just hear it.
We need to get to the information that I heard.
Let's get to the new information. Let's get the new story that's going on with Nolan.
And Judge Mathis.
This is coming out of this is coming out of right out of Nolan City.
Please,
right from Horn Island.
Take in consideration that it's reliable sources. However, the only way to prove the truth in this is if I see it with my own eyes, if the law enforcement have the investigation of this, and also when the toxicology results come out. But people are messaging me and telling me that there is heavy drinking and there's cocaine involved. And there's a particular person whom I know this person's name. I'm not going to disclose it. I'm going to go to the police first. And then I will disclose it if it.
What are you talking about? Look, my bad. I don't want to keep stopping the game. Tatum, you are not the police no more, bro. Why would they go to you? They should go straight to the police. So you mean to tell me somebody got this kind of information? You mean to tell me it's 125,000? I think Tatum is trying to get that 125,000. Tatum, you think you slick, bro? You think you slick, bro? I got some information. Yeah, I've been gathering up shit behind the scene, and I'm going to the police with it. Tatum trying to get that 125 bands. I knew it, my nigga. I knew it, bro. This nigga think he's slick, bro. This nigga think he's slick, fam. Now he got information that he finna take to the police. He's finna break this case wide open, man. No, that boy said they were in 17 or 30 feet of water. Smash that like button, gang. You did, George, the turf hurt. Salute, gang. Salute, fam. Salute, man. Yeah, Tatum saying he got information now that people have been, that random ass people been sending him. Yeah, random's been sending him information. And now he's about to take the information and he's going to the goddamn police, man. So you taking in water in 3 feet, then go into 31 feet. Thank you, gang. And you got 7 people aboard the damn boat. You told the woman, we're sinking. Why would y'all get on the boat? You know what I mean? Well, why not everybody get the fuck off the goddamn boat then? Smash that like button, gang. Salute to everybody in the building, gang. Salute, man. Yeah, Tatum might be fucking up a little bit here, Tatum. We don't, you know what I mean?
And there's cocaine involved. And there's a particular person whom I know this person's name. I'm not going to disclose it. I'm going to go to the police first. And then I will disclose it if it doesn't interfere in the investigation. But this person allegedly was offering people cocaine, and someone close to Nolan, one of his friends, told me that this person was offered cocaine and rejected it from this person. And I was also told, what? And this person told me that it's over 100% chance that Nolan was using cocaine during this period of time.
And
this person said it was 150% sure that when the toxicology comes back, that Nolan will have cocaine in his system. Now,
God damn it, Tatum. Will I be damned? Will I be damned, fam? Now they're throwing cocaine on the boy, man. They wouldn't be panicking if they were taking on water. Right. They're with all them people around it. Let me see, would have been so many people trying to help them fix it. Smash that light. But you're right, all these boaters out here, all these people with boats and shit everywhere. It is with the KC dog, man. Had the guy who said the cop that killed Sandra Macy was justified because yeah, that's what he said. Yeah, this guy here, Tatum, become the spokesperson for anything related to Black lives, fucking colonizer. Yeah, shout out to KC dog, man. This guy right here said Sandra Macy, the woman with the boiling water who the cop shot. Yeah, he said that was justified, man. And then Bart and Katie used to date. Renee Thomas, we're gonna get there, gang. Salute, gang. Salute to everybody building, gang. But now Officer Tatum is saying that he has people that were on Horn Island, witnesses, people that know Nolan, that is saying Nolan was for sure full of cocaine, man. When that toxicology report comes back, we will see that Nolan Wells was on cocaine that day. On 4th of July, Horn Island, he was full of cocaine. Not just a little bit, not a line or two. Nolan Wells have been snorting cocaine all day out there, man. Drinking, snorting cocaine, and trying to fuck a white bitch the whole time. That's what Nolan was doing on Horn Island. When his partners was ready to go, Nolan full of coke, Nolan full of beer. Nolan ain't going nowhere, man. Nolan is staying here, man. You know what I mean? He's staying with the powder, man. They're saying it's a drug dealer, I guess, on the island. Somebody this selling cocaine. It sounds like he's in the mix of the story. They saying something about somebody was trying to sell somebody else some cocaine or offer somebody else some cocaine. I don't know. They trying to say that Nolan was out there with them packs. I'm trying to don't let that be there. I think they try. I could be wrong, man. It sounds like he's trying to say, he might be saying Nolan was trying to give somebody else some coke, and Nolan was out there trying to push some powder. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. You're saying it got something to do with somebody and some cocaine.
And I was also told, and this person was offering people cocaine. And then whom I know this person's name, I'm not going to disclose it. I'm going to go to the police first, and then I will disclose it if it doesn't interfere in the investigation. But this person allegedly was offering people cocaine, and someone close to Nolan, one of his friends, told me that this person was offered cocaine and rejected it from this person. And I was also told, and this person told me that it's over 100% chance that Nolan was using cocaine during this period of time. This person said it was 150%.
That's fucked up.
Sure,
man.
that when the toxicology comes back, that Nolan will have cocaine in his system. Now, again, taking into consideration, this is somebody telling me this. I'm not saying it's me. I'm not saying it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not able to verify it. But from the sources that I'm getting it from has been consistent, verifiable sources thus far, and hadn't been wrong about nothing. So there's a possibility that there's a person that Nolan may have been around or interacted with that is giving cocaine to people on this island, that Nolan may have taken the cocaine. And then also, I received a DM from someone DMing another person. Now, I'm trying to leave these names out because I want to not mess this investigation up. I think law enforcement already have this.
Salute.
That alluded to the fact that, and I messaged this person because I want to talk directly to the person that I saw the DM from. And we haven't talked to this person yet. But the person said in the DM to another kid that is associated, not any of the kids that I interviewed to talk to, but that could be associated to some degree, that knew Nolan, that this person wrote a message saying, me and my husband saw you arguing with Nolan, and to the effect of, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. Now, the person did not say they saw a physical altercation. The person did not say what time they saw Nolan and this other person getting into an argument. Now, this is after their boat left.
Wow, what a coincidence, man. So now the story is coming out that Nolan Wells was hanging out with a goddamn dope dealer. You know, I mean, he wasn't a drug dealer, but Nolan Wells was hanging out with a cocaine dealer. They out there, they getting blowed. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, they out there getting blowed on cocaine. They getting fucked up all day. And, something happened. I don't know what's going on, but he said there's a woman and her husband, that says that, or a woman that came out and said that she messaged somebody saying that, you know, I saw what happened between you and Nolan, and you're going to jail for the rest of your life. So now they saying that Nolan Wells, there's a good chance he was killed. Nolan Wells was full of cocaine on the island when he got into it with somebody out there. And Officer Tatum here is saying he putting this shit together. Remember, this the same nigga just said, no, hey, he drowned. You know what I mean? Believe Mississippi. They said no foul play. Remember, this nigga just said that. Remember, where is Sheriff Ledbetter at? You said no foul play. Where is all the people that were screaming, hey, man, no foul play? Listen to Mississippi. Well, now 12 here, Stop 6 Tatum says, nah, man, I'm hearing stories, man. Y'all right. Maybe Nolan Wells was murdered. Now I got people saying this and saying that. But remember, no matter how you hear this story, gang, no matter how you hear it, the boys wasn't there. I gotta let you know that. Everything that went down, the cocaine, the dealer, the fight, the witness, everything that went down, just know the boys wasn't there. They was gone, man. They was nowhere to be found. Yeah. All the boys I talked to, they wasn't here when this happened. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. We hear you, Tatum. Yeah. Tatum said, no matter what you think about this story, no matter what you hear him say, the boys was nowhere to be found.
Me and my husband saw you arguing with Nolan, and to the effect of you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. Now, the person did not say they saw a physical altercation.
The Creole Bella.
The person did not say what time they saw Nolan and this other person getting into an argument. Now, this is after Warren, their boat left. This may be somewhere around a little bit before 6, right around 6 or a little bit before 6 p.m. Now, according to the autopsy, which I interviewed a medical examiner about this, there is no evidence of blunt force trauma or an evidence that Nolan got into a physical altercation. So I'm putting all this stuff together, what people are sending me and all that, and I'm trying to find a neutral point to share with you. What I'm thinking at this point, with all that has been said, is that somebody knows exactly what happened to Nolan, or they saw him right before he died. I am not.
That sounds horrible, man. Shout out to Creole Bella, man. Salute, gang. So you saying that you get all this information about Nolan Wells getting into an altercation with somebody, but you don't, you know what I mean? So do you believe the people in your inbox or not? Because then you saying all the, where did you hear about this autopsy? Yeah, he's saying he heard that it was the body was, it was no trauma, no nothing to the body. We ain't even heard that yet, right? Because Crump didn't say shit like that. So can somebody show me where the autopsy report came out? Can somebody show me where they said, man, there was absolutely nothing. The body was perfectly fine. The boy wasn't beat up. It wasn't because remember, even the guy from the Coast Guard, he said he only seen the body from 400 feet in the air. So who the hell, can y'all send me this report, gang, that he's talking about? How did he get this information, man? Where did he get this shit from? He's saying that the body had no bruises, no nothing, man. You know what I mean? He was perfectly fine, man. It was nothing wrong with Nolan Wells whatsoever. Where did he get this from? Because I've been looking for this information out for the last fucking 2 weeks. Where did he get it from? I haven't heard from Mississippi, and we heard from Ben Crump. Ben Crump had a lot of inconclusive, a lot of undetermined situations going on. He couldn't tell if it was water in the lungs. The body had been, I guess the body was too decayed by time, too decomposed by the time they got it. The throat was missing. But Officer Tatum said he got inside information that the body is perfectly fine, man. The boy wasn't beat up or nothing, even though he's sitting his ass in his chair telling us about a whole altercation that a witness said went down. But y'all see how they playing it now? Now all of a sudden Nolan Wells was full of cocaine. Now let's say Nolan Wells did do a little bit of powder out there. You know what I mean? Maybe him and his friends did do a little bit of powder. You know what I mean? What is that gonna say now? You know what I mean? Is the toxicology report gonna say that? Is the toxicology report gonna say that? I mean, if that comes out, it's like, what do we do? Just believe everything? Oh, yeah. Everything else they said must have been true, man. He must have just drowned. That don't mean he drowned. Just because he was on some powder out there, just because he hit some coke. And I'm sure the white boy was on cocaine too, but it's too late to test their blood because 3 fucking weeks that went by and nobody tested their blood. So now we only testing Nolan's blood. So yeah, let's say if the boy got a little cocaine in the system, that don't mean nobody didn't kill him. That don't mean he didn't get into a fight or somebody didn't do something to him. That don't mean shit. Smash say yeah, so we don't give a fuck about that, man. And like I said, if he had some coke in his system, hell, he got it from Warren. Bart showed up with an 8-ball. Stop bullshitting. We all know Bart is in college and shit. Bart showed up with an 8-ball, man. Stop the bullshit, man.
Vince, that Nolan was just out there.
Yeah, Bart can put it with an 8-ball. White boys always get the cocaine. Stop the bullshit.
But I'm more convinced now than ever based on what people have been telling me and DMs that I've been seeing, people that have been verified sources, that has to be something with this cocaine. There has to be something with Nolan and a girl. And there has to be something with Nolan potentially being in either altercation with somebody, which would lead me to believe that that person saw Nolan last. And that this other person that's giving people cocaine. So this person giving people cocaine, a girl, Nolan, and another person that he may have been in an argument with, to me, are people that need to be investigated. And I can say more, but I'm trying not to get anything messed up in this case because I want justice for Nolan. And
no, you don't give a damn. Throw Katie under the bus, fam. Just say it, bro. They throwing Katie under the bus, man. You say you see through a girl in there. That's why I wish mom showed inside the casket, right? So we could see what his body looked like, man. Because we damn sure ain't heard his family come out and say, oh, his body was perfectly fine and, nobody beat him up or nothing. I mean, mom didn't come out and say that. We heard the family say that. If they already put the reports out saying that Nolan Wells had no bruising under his eyes, nothing like that, he was perfectly fine, why has the family been told that? Or do y'all think the family knows that, but they just not telling nobody? Keep it 100. How y'all feel in the chat tonight, gang? Y'all know me, gang. We are unbiased over here. How do y'all feel? Do y'all feel like, yeah, Nolan Wells' parents, including Ben Crump, they know the body wasn't beat up. They understand that. They still going with this narrative, though, just to get money and get paid. How many y'all think that, gang? Let me see. Distinctly, Dree said they are lying. Tristan said Warren called him around 9 something and said Nolan was missing. Warren said his first call was to Trayvon around 11 to get Christine's number. Who's lying? Shout out to Distinctly Dree, man. Salute to Dree, man. Smash that like button, gang. Salute to everybody in the building, gang. Salute, gang. Salute, gang. Y'all see where this shit is going, though, gang? The story is all over the place now, y'all. The story is all over the place. Remember, Officer Tatum is the guy representing for the white boys in Mississippi. He's the one holding them down. He's their spokesperson. Anything they tell him, allegedly they told the police. So, you know what I mean? So, yeah, salute to Tatum for putting all this shit out here because now he done came with a whole new narrative. And I think this makes the boys look even more guilty in a lot of people's eyes. This makes it like, here we go with this shit. Now, y'all done sent y'all black attack dog out here, you know what I mean, to say some bullshit. The ex-police officer, smash the nigga from Charleston White Hood. Smash that like button, gang.
And I can say more, but I'm trying not to get anything messed up in this case because I want justice for Nolan and I want the boys that weren't involved in this to not get caught up in stupidity. So just so you guys know, I know the names of the cocaine person.
None of Nolan's fake best friends.
I believe I know who the girl is.
Heard that Nolan.
And I know the name of the person that may have been in an argument with Nolan.
Tia, man. Salute to Tia. Salute to Tia, man. Salute to Tia, gang. She said, but none of Nolan's fake best friends, inferred that Nolan got down on Yayo. Yeah, we ain't heard nobody say nothing like that, gang. Let me see. Warren probably was gone off the island, but what about Wyatt? Let me see. Ain't there was 2 different boats? He didn't interview Wyatt yet. Salute, gang. Salute, gang. Let me see. Montana. I'm trying to figure out what the hell you're saying. Warren probably was gone off the island, but what about Wyatt? They was on 2 different boats, and he didn't interview Wyatt. Yeah, real shit. Yeah. I mean, we do want to hear from Wyatt for show, gang. I do want to hear from Wyatt for show, man. Let me see. September Virgo said, I believe the police are telling these boys to say this because this is what they're going to say. The toxicology report results say. This narrative is a play from the police. Salute to goddamn September Virgo, man. You know what I mean? What a coincidence that Tatum is an ex-police officer. So, you know what I mean? So September Virgo said, nah, this dude here is working with them people at this point. At this point, Tatum is working directly with them. They putting an alibi together for the boys right now. They better put cocaine all in goddamn Nolan's system, alcohol, and allegedly it was some kind of fight on the island, but we don't know. But there is, there's suspects, there's people out there. Smash the like button, gang. Shout out to Real Campbell, man. So you doing numbers with the Real Campbell, man. Salute, gang. Salute, gang. Let's get back to what Officer Tatum is saying, gang.
And there's nothing conclusive that anybody's telling me where there was violence that occurred. But that does not mean that the violence is ruled out. That does not mean that something could have happened in the water. Another report came to me of someone saying that they saw Nolan with a girl, being intimate in the water to the point where it caught their attention. And they believed that they saw Nolan and this girl struggling in the water, not necessarily drowning, but struggling. Like it was obvious enough that the person was concerned.
What?
When they saw Nolan in the water.
What?
Intimate in the water.
What?
Me.
What? I told you that. Look, they putting this shit on Katie, gang. Oh yeah, they putting this shit on Katie, gang. Now all of a sudden somebody is saying that Nolan was in the water. Nolan was in the water with a female, and they looked like they was over there struggling, almost like a bitch was drowning Nolan over there. He said he don't know what was happening, where they was fighting, where they was playing around, but they say reports, people are saying, witnesses on Horn Island is saying that they seen Nolan with a young lady, and they was in the water, struggling or fighting. There was some commotion going on with Nolan Wells and a young lady in the water. He said this is what witnesses are telling him, man. People that were on Horn Island that day, July 4th, 2026, man. They seen Nolan and a female. I'm telling you, man, they shitting on Katie, man. Katie, it's time to come out your fucking cocoon, man. Spread your wings, little mama. It's time to fly. It is, because they trying to put this shit on you. Because we already heard Warren talk about y'all was in the water, cuddled up, playing. He was holding you underwater and shit. So then I hear this story. I feel like, man, Katie, you might want to get you a goddamn lawyer, gang. You might, yeah. And if you got something to do with it, Katie, yeah, you might want to get you a goddamn attorney either way it go, because they finna put this shit on your ass, man. It's crazy. I have family in Mississippi. They always say that Nolan Wells was killed. Shout out to Haitian K, man. Salute to Haitian K. Salute to everybody. Yeah, this is a new story, gang. He was in the water with a girl, man, and something went on.
Caught up in stupidity. So just so you guys know, I know the names of the cocaine person.
Oh, he know the
coke dealer. I know who the girl is.
Oh, he know the coke dealer.
And I know the name of the person that may have been in the argument with Nolan.
Okay, so he ready to snitch.
And there's nothing conclusive.
He gonna get the reward money.
That anybody's telling me
he's getting the reward money.
There was violence that occurred, but that does not mean that the violence is ruled out. That does not mean that something could have happened in the water. Another report came to me.
What? 1 minute he says he's hearing about an altercation. The next minute he's saying, yeah, but there was no foul play, no violence, no. Then what are you telling us about this goddamn story for if it ain't got nothing to do with no violence? It sounds like you just want to tell us he had some cocaine in his system and he was there hanging out with somebody that was selling cocaine. Right or wrong? We not no damn fool, bro. What are you telling us this story for, bro? Like, make up your fucking mind what you're trying to tell us right now. 1 minute is, yeah, man, it was an altercation. It was a woman that said, hey, I seen what you did to Nolan. You're going to jail, man. Like something happened to him. The next minute, but there's no signs of no foul play. Like he wasn't beat up. I'm not hearing about an altercation. Nigga, you just told us you heard about an altercation, didn't he? You just told us you heard about an altercation. You just said that somebody's told you that, you know what I mean? Or sent you a message, if somebody sent a message to somebody else saying, you're going to go to jail. I saw what you did to Nolan. You just said something happened from what. Then all of a sudden nothing happened, bro. This nigga's confusing me, gang.
There was violence that occurred.
Let me see.
Everybody's telling me with Nolan. And there's nothing conclusive that anybody's telling me
the T1000
where there was violence that occurred.
Blue gang.
But that does not mean that the violence is ruled out. That does not mean that something could have happened in the water. Another report came to me of someone saying that they saw Nolan with a girl, being intimate in the water to the point where it caught their attention. And they believed that they saw Nolan and this girl struggling in the water, not necessarily drowning, but struggling. Like it was obvious enough that the person was concerned.
Could Nolan have been fucking in the water? They smashed that light, but yeah. Couldn't Nolan, because when you say a girl, they in the water, they being intimate, we all think about goddamn Katie, of course, gang. Nolan's parents need to put a cease and desist on this line ass nigga. Shout out to Foxy Chocolate. Salute to Foxy Chocolate, gang. Salute to Foxy Chocolate, man. Yeah, no, who thinks Nolan was fucking in the water? They say he looked like he was intimate with a girl. Then all of a sudden, they looked like they were struggling. They wasn't fighting, though. I can't tell what was really going on, but it was like a commotion and shit. They was kissing and hugging. Next thing you know, we don't know what that was, though. Maybe he got some pussy in the water. We don't know what time was this? What time was it? Because even Warren say he seen him over there, look like he was, he might have been over there finna get loose. Yeah, I don't know what Nolan Wells was doing there. As far as what he did in the water. But why are you telling us this story, man? Like, think about it. Why are you telling us this story? every story you telling us ain't making sense. It just seems like it's taking the spotlight off the boys and it's just saying, "Nah, look over here. Don't look over there, nigga. Look over here." It was a story about Nolan Wells being in the water, getting intimate with a chick. Remember, he's full of cocaine. You know what I mean? He's with a cocaine dealer, and they're getting intimate. But you know, they look like they're struggling, man. You know what I mean? He wasn't, he didn't drown in them like that, but it looks like he was struggling. Every story he tells us, though, it ain't got nothing to do with what happened to Nolan for real. For real, he's just trying to give us like hints and clues that a bunch of most shit was going on with him out there. Just don't look over here. Just kind of look over there, bro. It was all kind of shit going on the island with Nolan, him and the coke dealer and the bitch in the water. They were struggling and shit. It's all kind of shit going on Horn Island. That's what it sound like, bro. Like you just want to throw us anything. Just look over here for the longest. Man, Tatum.
When they saw Nolan in the water and he was with this girl and that the person explicitly said that they were being intimate, which I don't know what that means as far as just kissing, hugging, cuddling, or something else. But that's what has been told to me. And these sources I think, have been legitimized. But what they're saying, I haven't been able to verify. This is just someone saying this, and I'm telling you what I'm hearing. So when the toxicology come back, if there's cocaine in the system, to me, that will validate that these people that have been telling me this are being accurate. And like I said, somebody really close to Nolan made mention that they're almost 100% sure that he may have been partaking in the use of cocaine.
Let me see. Let's say it one more time.
Nolan made mention that have been telling me this are being accurate. And like I said, somebody really close to Nolan made mention.
Who do y'all think it is? Put the name in the chat, man. This got Tristan name written all over it, man. This got Tristan name written all over. Officer Tatum always with the bullshit. Let it happen to one of his kids and see how he's gonna react. Real shit, man. Salute to Haitian K, man. Salute, gang. What friend do y'all think is gonna say this, man? Officer Tatum is saying if you talk to one of Nolan's close friends, they will tell you that Nolan was on cocaine that day. Who do y'all think it is, gang? Somebody said Bart, Tristan, Javon. Who was the gang? Warren, Wyatt. Which one of the friends is gonna tell everybody that Nolan was on cocaine? Let me tell you something, man. If your partner on cocaine, man, like I said, these are white boys, man. Everybody know white boys got the cocaine. Everybody know white boys got the coke. Come on, let's stop bullshit, gang. We all know white boys show up with the coke. White boys partake in the cocaine. That ain't really a nigga drug like that. Niggas smoke a bunch of weed and shit like that. White boys in them essays, man. White boys in them essays, man. White boys in them essays be on that goddamn powder the most, man. Let's stop the bullshit, man. It is. So if Nolan Wells is on cocaine, then we know for a fact that his partners was all on cocaine too, man. But Officer Tatum ain't gonna say that. Did you ask the boys, did y'all partake? You know what I mean? He was on powder. Were y'all high on cocaine? And I'm sure they're gonna say, no, sir, we don't do that, sir. We don't do that. We look up to you, sir. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. We all know white boys show up to the party with the cocaine and the shrooms. Yeah, white boys always got the shrooms and the cocaine. Smash that like button, gang. Salute to everybody in the building, gang.
That they're almost 100% sure that he may have been partaking in the use of cocaine. And it's unfortunate. I've been knowing this, at least that part for a while now, but I didn't want to put his name out there like that.
Oh, somebody in my chat just said, stop it. We know half of your chat be on cocaine. You got my chat fucked up. Drop a 1 in the chat if you do cocaine. Go ahead, gang. Drop a 1 in the chat if you do cocaine. You know what I mean? Yeah, drop it. Be honest too, gang. I want to see the honesty, man. I want to see who gonna be real tonight. Who gonna say, man, fuck what people think about me. Nigga, it is what it is. It's my drug of choice. Drop a 1 in the chat if you do cocaine.
Given the fact that he just lost his life. But now that we're getting more information, the investigation is going further along, I'm just putting it out there. And we shall see if what is being told is accurate. But I'll finish it with this. I'm leaning more towards believing that somebody directly saw Nolan and know how Nolan died. That's my take on it. I don't think he was just drowning out there messing around. I think that somebody know more than what they're saying. And I don't think it's a lot of people.
Hold on. Say that one more time.
I think it's a few died. That's my take on it. I don't think he was just drowning out there messing around. I think that somebody know more than what they're saying.
Okay.
And I don't think it's a lot of people.
Okay.
I think it's a few people.
This is a murder investigation
that were last on the island with Nolan that know what happened, that seen what happened, or may have knowledge of something that will lead police in the right direction to find out exactly what happened. And I am encouraging you.
And this is a murder investigation.
I know some of y'all names.
From what he's saying. We've been saying
if it's
something
you,
right now. He's saying
you need to do the right thing. You need to go to authorities. And if you're there and you had nothing to do with it, you definitely need to go to authorities and clear your name. I'll say this: some of these people may have already gone to authorities. I don't know. The authorities won't tell me who they interviewed. So we'll go to that.
Nigga, why would they? Who the fuck do this nigga think he is, bro? He started to piss me off, fam. The authorities won't tell me who they interviewed. Nigga, why would they? Where did you get the information about Nolan's body being perfectly fine, man? You know, I mean, we think you lying about that, bro. This nigga here is the ex-cop. He's, you know what I mean, he's smart in his field. But at the end of the day, man, this dude here be lying like a motherfucker, dog. You know what I mean, why would they tell you that, bro? Why? Who the fuck are you supposed to be, bro? Like, they wouldn't give me the names of the people they would. Nigga, what? Come on, bro. You know what I mean, you already went over and violate them boys and asked them a bunch of shit on camera you probably shouldn't have done. You know what I mean? Acting like the laws and shit. But salute to you for doing that, because we want to hear from Warren. We want to hear from Tracy, man. I used to fuck with that clean. Now nigga 7 years sober. Shout out to Slim Zo, man. Slim Zo, I used to get powdered up, I used to powder my nose, you know what I mean? I'm talking about nigga, man, but I'm 7 years clean, man. Salute to my guy, Slim Zo, man, for not, he ain't snorted no powder, y'all, in 7 years. That's real shit, fam. Salute to you, my boy. You there? Salute to you, my boy. Why I just fuck with this green, man? Salute to you, my boy. Shout out to Slim Zo, man. Yeah, shout out to Slim Zo. John Dope said he's been retracting everything he said at first. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? Right or wrong? You know what I mean? Officer Tatum's retracting everything he said. At first, it was, hey, the state of Mississippi said no foul play. Sheriff Ledbetter said no foul play. It was no foul play. Nothing. Now today is now. Somebody knows something, man. Somebody was out there. I don't know if they killed him or not, man, but something went on. But remember, this shit was at 6 o'clock, my nigga. The boys had been gone. That's all he wants to know. That's all Officer Tatum wants to know, is that whatever happened to him, it happened on Horn Island after the boys left, man. It's a young lady that he was being intimate with. It looked like they was fucking in the water. It was a cocaine dealer or a guy that showed up with the powder. Nolan was hanging with that guy, and Nolan was doing cocaine too. Not to mention the reports that already came out in the media says Nolan was heavily drunk, heavily intoxicated. So you see what's going on here, man. It's a whole new picture being painted about Nolan Wells. Now they got to talk to his parents again, man. We got to hear from everybody again now, goddamn it. You feel me? Now they got to think, I need to hear from his parents. I want to hear from Ben Crump. I damn sure want to hear from Katie, man. Who is the woman on the boat, the girl on the boat when you hear the CETO call? Who is that girl? It's a lot of things, man. The autopsy report ain't came back. Toxicology report ain't came back. It's a lot of things in the Nolan Wells case we still got to figure out, gang. Yeah, fuck what Tatum talking about and all this little story he got. I mean, like I said, I'm unbiased, so I always look over here. Like I said, I keep my eyes on the island as well. I'm always thinking to myself, did Nolan not get back on the boat and stay on the island? It's a part of my whole thing. I have to look at both sides of this. So, I hear, I'm picking up some of the shit you putting down. I hear some of it. But at the end of the day, fam, you don't have no real proof of none of this shit, bro. I'm just saying that because we got to keep this thing wide open and, look at everybody. But at the same time, that CETO call, that shit sounds weird, fam. That's where we saying, hold on, fam. What the fuck was going on back there, bro? We hear some shit about Nolan. We hear some shit about dead. It's a lot of panicking. If y'all was so close to all these people and shit like that, like you said they were right there. They were on Island right there. People would have witnessed all this shit that happened to Nolan if it happened on that boat. Well, then why was they panicking and going crazy and shit? Plenty of boat people around that could have helped them and shit like that. Why would you put 7 people on a boat that's taking water and sinking, like you said? It's just a lot of shit that don't add up, man. Why didn't Nolan come back and get his phone? You know what I mean? Why did y'all say you seen him at 3 o'clock last, but then you left at 4:30, and right before you left, you was telling Nolan, come on. That means you last seen him at 4:30, and you lying son of a bitches. You mean to tell me a nigga left his phone on the boat at 3 o'clock, and by 4:30, he ain't noticed, or he don't see y'all leave, and they thought, you know what? I should probably get my goddamn phone. You know what I mean? Like Chris Hansen said, who just want to stay on this goddamn island, man? I mean, like nigga, didn't nobody think, hey, who's the person that was going to take Nolan Wells home? I mean, who is the person that was responsible for taking Nolan Wells home? Won't they speak up and say, hey, man, he was going to ride with me? No way Nolan voluntarily did any yayo. Remember, Nolan was scheduled to train on Monday, July 6, 2026 for his D1 position. It wasn't D1 position for sure. I think it was a community college, but either way, the boy was still balling, trying to work his way up. You know what I mean? But yeah, he did say what the parents were saying. I think his dad said, he had all this coming up and there's no way, my son will be using drugs. And of course, that's what every parent want to believe. Of course, you know what I mean? I'm not saying whether Nolan was on cocaine or not. When the toxicology report come back, if it say he was on cocaine, then damn it, he a kid, young. We young and we dumb. You know what I mean? We do shit. We try shit. I'm not going to hold that against a man. You know, am I going to say, oh, that's why he drowned? He was on cocaine. Hell, cocaine supposed to wake your ass up, don't it? Supposed to have you on your feet, nigga. Yeah, I mean, that shit, nigga. He would have been the greatest swimmer out there if he was full of that coke, probably. That makes it worse. Smash that like button, man. Yeah, putting that coke in his system makes it worse. Like you said, that shit gonna balance the alcohol. That makes him not so drunk no more. Yeah, nigga, yeah. I know about drugs. Smash that goddamn like button, man. Yeah, you ain't talking to any nigga. I know about drugs and shit, nigga. Smash the like button. Nolan Wells family needs to leave Mississippi. I've been said that, gang. I've been said that. Shout out to 92 Dolo. I've been said that, gang. Salute to everybody in the building, gang. Tatum, man. Are y'all going with this story, man? Tatum now says that something happened to Nolan Wells. He's saying that, you know, he don't know exactly how, but he's hearing about all these different, you know, different parts to the story, these different people, all these unlocked characters. Because now we got a bunch of unlocked characters. Now we got a coke dealer. Now we got Katie, we believe, or is this another girl on the island? You know what I mean? There's a lot of chicks out there. Maybe Nolan wasn't just mingling with Katie. Now he's trying to unlock. Now there's just so many characters to unlock. Now about 2-3 people on cocaine. Some girl who we think maybe is Katie, he's saying, that's in the water. Her and Nolan over there struggling. It's a bunch of shit going on in the water. This nigga is trying to unlock new characters in the Nolan Wells story. Yeah. He think everybody gonna look away from the boys, look away from Wyatt, look away from Warren, look away from Bart, look away from them, man. And just look at Horn Island and look at all these brand new unlocked characters who need to find out who they are. He says he know who the guy is who had the cocaine. He know who he is. He says he knows who he is. Smash that like button, gang. Salute everybody.
Next step when it comes. I want to address Judge Mathis real quick. I got about 9 minutes. Here is where I think people should shut up.
Oh, wow.
Unless they have a working knowledge of verifiable truth. If you want to give a hypothesis, say this is a hypothesis.
Wow.
Before you start accusing people,
talk
and
to
saying
the
specifically and throwing their names out there and trying to say Nolan Wells is associated with Emmett Till, you need to do a little more research before you say it. Because if you listen to people like Judge Mathis, I can see why y'all think that these white boys did it, and that because he's operating with half or false statements. Roll the clip.
And then you've had
different.
We watched this yesterday. And Judge Mathis was cooking, man. And we're going to check in with Judge Mathis again because Judge Mathis listened to the audio and gave his opinion on the audio call. So we're going to check back in with Judge Mathis. I fuck with Judge Mathis. Shout out to Judge Mathis, man, on Art of Dialogue. He was cooking like a motherfucker about the Nolan Wells situation. You know what I mean? Smash that like button, gang.
Let me tell you why Judge Mathis should quit the internet and never speak again until he apologized to Emmett Till's extended family.
Oh, wow. Oh,
For
wow.
you to invoke that this has any similarity to Emmett Till is disingenuous and partially ignorant and evil. Emmett Till was a kid, a little kid. I think he was like 13 or something like that. Can you verify that for me? Emmett Till was a very little kid. He was a little kid. Emmett Till did not go out with his friends on Horn Island and get and drinking and having a good time with autonomy after being in college in 2026. Emmett Till allegedly whistled or made a remark against a white woman, which is not, he may have actually done that because Emmett Till did not live in the South. He wasn't familiar with the segregation and racism and stuff in the South.
This nigga just said Emmett Till probably done that. Whatever they accused him of, he probably done that because he wasn't familiar with the South and how shit went down. So 9 times out of 10, Emmett Till really did, try to get at some white woman. He said Emmett Till, yeah, whatever they accused him of. You know what I mean? Whatever they accused him of, whatever they say he did, 9 times out of 10, he probably did it because he wasn't familiar with the South like that. Oh, this nigga here, man. This nigga is like he's like a cleaned up Charleston white. Like this nigga, like he share the same views, man. He just say the shit proper and he's a conservative and shit like that. Yeah, man, this dude here, man, this nigga might be worse than Charleston white.
They came to Emmett Till's family member's house, his uncle's house. They went to the door and said, "Give us Emmett. We're just gonna teach him a lesson," with the intent to take him from his home. He was a 14-year-old boy. He wasn't 18. He wasn't a grown man. and they took him from his home with the intent to kill him. They took him out, they mutilated him, they put a cotton gin around his neck and barbed wire, and they drowned him intentionally. From the time they took him from his house, they took a 14-year-old boy and they murdered him. And you're going to say that this is similar to that? A grown man decides that I'm not going back with my friends, I want to hang out with a woman. Her being white is irrelevant because you ain't seen a single picture with Nolan with any black
Katie
women.
all in this shit, man. Katie is in it.
Where's a single black girl in any of this? He don't have no options but to be with a white woman. You don't see a single. I haven't seen a single picture with Nolan with black women. This ain't the 50s. And to interject that is a spit in the face of Emmett Till's mama, who had to have an open casket. And if you Google it, some of y'all can't stomach what you're gonna see. I'm telling y'all, dude, it made me so mad to think about somebody would even compare this to Emmett Till. It's a disgrace to do that. It's unjustified. It's unreasonable. That was a kid outside of his own will who could not defend himself with grown men who took him. I'm pretty sure Nolan could whoop half of the kids that were out there.
Wow.
And y'all act like he's just a flim, like they beat him up and killed him. I mean, I think that they'd had a hard time doing that. I think somebody know what happened to Nolan. I think drugs and alcohol may have been a factor, might have, but ain't nobody just beast mode in Nolan. That don't seem very accurate.
He's saying that, yeah, Nolan would have whooped every white boy on that boat, man. You know what I mean? This is some bullshit. He's saying for everybody said they just whooped Nolan Wells on the boat, just whooped his ass. That's some bullshit, man. Nolan would have whooped everything on that boat. Do y'all agree with him, man? They saying Nolan would have whooped anybody on that boat. These some little scrawny ass white boys. Nolan Wells is you know what I mean, a wide receiver, you know what I mean, tall, good sized kid. He's saying Nolan Wells would have whooped everything on that boat. What the fuck made y'all think somebody just took him and just beat him up and choked him out and threw his body in the water? That shit sounds ridiculous. That's what Officer Tatum is saying, man. Smash that like button, gang. This is what Officer Tatum is telling y'all, man. Let me see. Tatum is on dope or dog food. The fuck? I cannot. Shout out to goddamn ET 1000 all the time. Salute, gang. Salute, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, gang. You did? Are y'all getting what y'all picking up what he putting down, man? You did? Are y'all picking up what he putting down, man? Because he's saying there's no way them white boys could have took Nolan Wells. On top of that, he's saying the boat was still close to Horn Island. If they did, man, if this fight broke out, they got Nolan Wells killed, the boys murdered him. The kids on the boat are screaming and panicking during the sea tow call. He said everybody would have seen that, man. They were right there on Horn Island still. Everybody would have witnessed this. He said blaming these boys is, I mean, this is just pure out ignorant, man. Are y'all who in this? Is there anybody in the chat that agree with Officer Tatum, man? Drop a 1 in the chat if you feel like, nah, Tatum is keeping it 100. He really got some good leads coming in, man. Tatum is telling us that Nolan Wells was full of cocaine and alcohol. He was running around with somebody who brought cocaine. He was hanging out with a girl in the water. You did, like, you know what I mean? Like, put a 1 in the chat. You feel like, nah, man, Tatum might be up to something, man. Tatum is on to something. I'm seeing some 1s in the chat. Yeah, I see Proud Boy Nation. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. He's saying, hey, man, you know what I mean? It's a good chance. Man, smash that like button. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Who's rocking with Tatum? Yeah. Tell me how you really feel, gang. Ronnie Scott said 1.5. Yeah. If you rock with Tatum has a whole new scenario to what happened to Nolan Wells. We done went through everything. We done talked about Bart. You know what I mean? Bart was there, the friend from college who goes to Wyoming, plays for the Wyoming Cowboys. We know Bart was there, the 5-star punter. He was in the building. What role did he play? We heard him on the video. We heard him on the audio call. They said his name. You know, what was Bart doing? We know Wyatt is there. We know Warren is there. What were the friends doing right before this call or during this call? What happened right before that CETO call came in? Because, like I said, man, we don't have any physical evidence at all that said they did anything to Nolan Wells. We don't have nothing physical. We don't even know what happened to the body yet, even though this nigga here say he do. It was perfectly fine, my nigga. That nigga was perfectly fine. The nigga would look better than ever. We don't know that, Tatum. Stop that bullshit, man. Ain't no reports came out from the autopsy from Mississippi, from none of that. Nothing has come out yet. You know what I mean? Sheriff Ledbetter said no foul play. But now you even saying, man, it's a chance that some shit could have went down, man. Make up your mind, gang. What do you believe in? Smash that like button, gang. Salute to everybody.
And why nobody talking about
you
where's
check
his black
back in with
friends?
Judge
I don't know
Madison
what that
too.
said either. Is there more to this?
Hold on, what he say?
You know,
listen to this.
That don't seem very accurate.
Listen to this shit.
And why nobody talking about where's his black friends? I don't know where that said either.
Hey, Officer Tatum said, why ain't nobody asking where's his black friends, man? Why ain't nobody questioning his black friends, man? They question them niggas, man. I don't give a they half breed, half niggas, full niggas. Why ain't nobody questioning his black friends? So Tatum feel like, hey, man, since y'all questioning them, y'all should be questioning his black friends. Hell, some of them was on the island too. Javon for sure was there. You know what I mean? Well, why did Javon mama show up panicking later on and acting funny and shit like that? Man, this is a goddamn murder mystery, fam. Because in order for them white boys, in order for the friends on the boat to go to jail, you know, we need some physical evidence, gang. We're going to need some physical evidence, man. Yeah, in order for them boys to get locked up, we're going to need some physical evidence, man. That phone call, I don't know if that's enough, the audio, man. Lock all their asses up from the stepmom, judge, to the grandfather, to the so-called friends. Shout out to Sharpie, man. Salute to Sharpie. Salute, gang. She said lock everybody the fuck up, man. Do y'all think that audio call is enough to get anybody put in jail, man? Is that enough to make arrest? Just like that's all we got right now is the audio call when it comes to what might have happened on that boat. All we have is the audio call. Is the audio call enough? Let's check in, man. You know what? Let's go here real quick, man. Let's check in with goddamn me. Let's check in with goddamn. I'm gonna go here. Let me check in on my dog, man. Let's check in with the OG, man, because Judge Mathis got a chance to listen to the audio. You know what I mean? The updated audio. And let's see what Judge Mathis think about this. Is this enough for an arrest or enough for a murder investigation?
It's a enhanced audio that's going viral right now by Nolan's friend.
Let's check in with the OG, man. Light the gas up, gang. Light the gas up.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
That I did not know that existed. And if this is authentic radio transmission between the dispatcher and the caller, then certainly this turns it on its head. They're observing him injured, asking if he's dead. Whoever on that call, with the technology we have now and with interviews amongst the folks who were there, or the phone that the emergency call came from, the dispatcher has that number. Someone can get it. Then you'll go to the person who made the call and say, what did you see? This is real easy if that is the case. So we'll see what they do with this evidence. The fact that there's some audio from the dispatcher where the person calling ask, or in the background, one or the other, ask, oh my God, is he dead? So that's a whole new level of evidence that I'm interested in seeing where they go with that. And perhaps that's what the prosecutor may have all of this information and say, we're not sharing it because we don't want to bias. We don't want to create bias, et cetera, in the case because in the media, and she may have that. She may have that and take it right to the grand jury. That's what I'm hoping, if they don't disclose it to the widespread media this week.
Yeah, I don't know how you can justify that audio.
Can't. Not with someone in the background saying, is he dead?
He just said, not if they, you know what I mean, put it out there in the media. That's exactly what they did. That's crazy that he a judge and he said that. Think about, let's run that back a little bit, what he just said.
In the background saying, is he dead? To the widespread media this week.
Let me see. Yeah.
If they don't disclose, that's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. If they don't disclose it to the widespread media this week.
Yeah, I don't know how you can justify that audio.
Now that they got the dude Bart name,
not with someone in the background saying, is he dead?
Is now a movie. Let's go. Let's go.
Even if you were calling to say there was a fight, it sounds like you're looking at something that has already happened and you witnessed what happened and you're saying, did he die from what I just saw? That's what you're saying. Oh, is he dead? Well, what? Somebody walked you from around the park and said, hey, or around the other boat dock and say, hey, come look at this. No, you were there. So if that video and audio is correct, it's a whole nother level of evidence that indicates culpability.
And just for clarity, what do you personally believe happened to Nolan Wells?
Well, what we're told is that he got on the boat with several white buddies in Mississippi, went to Fun Island, for lack of a better term, where everybody goes to this island to have fun on their boats. Overwhelmingly 90 to 100% white, 99.9 perhaps if you include Nolan. And his buddies say they left him there. He ends up dead. His buddies say we left him there and we told him to come, let's go. He refused to go. However, we had his phone. And you claim that everybody puts their phone away when they're on the island. And I don't believe that for 1 minute, that teenagers leave their phones for hours just because they're on the island. What's the relationship there? You don't want to drop it in the sand or the water, you can drop it in the water then. Nonetheless, that, and then of course, them not returning the phone to his mother, time they arrived back, them not reporting him missing to his parents or their own parents. Then we have the young lady, Katie, who he allegedly stayed back to be with. Her sister says that they weren't spending a lot of time with Nolan and that they also left.
We got to question that too, guys. We got to question that. What's the story on Katie right now? Didn't we see where her sister came out and said that, Katie felt like Warren was lying? Didn't we say that? Didn't we see that? You know what I mean? So what's going on with Katie, man? Because Warren is saying that, no, Katie actually texted one of my buddies saying that, she remembers seeing Nolan, remember seeing us telling Nolan to come get on the boat. But that was it. So what's really going on with Katie? You know what I mean? Like, we really need to talk. We really need to hear from Katie, man. I hope the police is really talking to Katie right now. Because it sounds like that Katie knows whether he got on that boat or not. Katie, if you've seen him get on that boat, you need to say something. Yeah, if you've seen him get on the boat, Katie, you need to say something, Katie. Katie might be the only person that can really lock in and say, yeah, I seen him get on the boat. Or if you did not see him get on the boat, Katie, if them boys are innocent. If you seen Nolan and no, he did not get on that boat, man. He actually stayed behind and come out and say some shit. But will people trust her at this point? Because after Warren came out, Warren was already kind of throwing her name around wild in the interview and shit. We heard about Tracy and said he said something to Nolan. I said something slick to Nolan about the bitch he was with. You feel me, man? Shout out to Hollywood T, man. Shout out to Sco, the best host and show on YouTube, man. Thank you for your solid coverage of this topic. Justice for Nolan Wells and Free Mellow. Salute, like, share, and subscribe. Y'all salute to Hollywood T, man. Salute to Hollywood T. Salute, gang. We most definitely been going on this Nolan Wells situation. Every day is just new. You know what I mean? Every day is something new to break down every single day, gang. I thought today, like, no, I might take a break from Nolan Wells. I looked on the goddamn, I get online, I get to going through shit. I get to looking through a lot of things y'all send me. I get to getting online or just going through everything. I'm like, here we go again, man. Here we go again, man. It's no rest in this story, man. Yeah. Ain't no peace in the story about Nolan Wells, man. Every day. But how do y'all feel, gang? You know what I mean? Do y'all feel like Katie is a person of interest? Be honest with me, gang. Talking to y'all. Yes or no in the chat, y'all. Is Katie a person of interest? You know what I mean? Far as, you know what I mean? Like, can Katie put the pieces together or put the puzzle pieces together that we need her to put? Is Katie a person of interest? Yes or no in my chat, gang. You know what I mean? Yeah, is Katie a person of interest to y'all? Do the authorities really need to sit down and lock in with Katie? Because now like I said, then you hear, your boy Tatum coming out saying it's a news story about Nolan being in the water with a female, and witnesses are saying that they were over there like they were rumbling in the water. Something was happening. They were struggling. There was some things going on between Nolan and a young lady in the water. Y'all smash that. Let's check back in with Judge Mathis, man. Smash that light, but man, who thinks Judge Mathis is cooking again, man? Salute to Judge Mathis, man. Salute to Judge Mathis. Who thinks Mathis is on her cooking right now about the story about Nolan Wells?
Without Nolan, meaning they had seen Nolan
Hollywood team
go somewhere when they were leaving. Did y'all just shake, hug, and walk away? And then someone saw him and said, hey, let's get with him because he kissing and hugging on that white woman and we don't play that and don't want to play that? Or is it, as I think it is, that they had something to do with his drowning and they've come up with a variety of alibis that don't make sense? And so I believe they had something to do with his drowning, or certainly some knowledge of it. They have knowledge of it at the very least.
Tyson said, Tyson tells and Bubble said they gonna make you the fall guy, Katie. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, Katie most definitely is looking like the fall guy. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, gang. Katie most definitely got they finna put this whole thing on Katie ass, man. Or at least say Katie knows more, man. Because like I said, we see now, I believe Officer Tatum is speaking for the boys. And he's saying now that, hey, his messages going around. People that were on Horn Island. If y'all just now join the show, he said people that were on Horn Island are now saying that Nolan Wells was for show. And he sent a good friend of Nolan, even somebody that's a great friend of his, one of his close friends, to tell you Nolan was on cocaine, man. Nolan was hanging out with a guy that had coke, and and it was witnesses that might have seen an altercation. Nolan might have gotten to a little scuffle out there, and then there's other witnesses that say they saw Nolan in the water with who we thinking to be Katie, and they looked like they might be having sex in the water. Are they struggling? They wrestling? It's something going on with Nolan and a girl in the water. So, yeah, it's a lot going on, gang. It is a lot going on in the Nolan Wells situation still, man. You would have thought this shit would have died down some. Then we got this, gang. Of course we got the, let's go here, gang. Let's go here. Shout out to Uncle Willie D, man. Shout out to Unc, man. Because I seen Unc put this up and I seen this online, man. They saying this is Bart and Katie right here, man. They saying that this is Bart and this is Katie, man. Yeah, they saying this is Bart and Katie. They say now people are saying that Bart and Katie was dating, man. That old Katie might have been Bart girl, man. Do y'all think there's any truth to that? Is that photo real, man? Either you got to question everything, man. Is that Bart in the photo? Is that Katie in the photo? Is that them? Yeah, is that even Bart and Katie, man? Y'all look at the photo close, man. Is that Bart and Katie, man? I don't know. I don't know if that's Bart or not. That look like that might be Bart. Let me see. Could this be an AI photo? It look real brushed up and shit. Look like, they say someone posted this. This is Katie and Bart, they saying. Do y'all believe this is real? Yes or no in the chat, gang. Do y'all believe this is real? Yes or no, gang? They saying Katie and Bart was messing around. Do y'all believe this shit, gang? Yeah, do y'all believe that Katie and Bart messed around? And yeah, I don't know. You know me. I don't run with just anything. I don't know if this photo means absolutely nothing. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what this photo. I don't know what Katie looked like enough to say that's Katie for show, gang. You know what I mean? Could that be Bart? It kind of looked like Bart a little bit. I don't know. The photo looked real brushed up and got a little AI-ish look to it a little bit, man. You know what I mean? It's most definitely been edited and some shit like that, enhanced, or you know what I mean? Yeah, a filter put on it. Some kind of filter's been put on it. I don't know if that's real or not, but people have been sending me this all day saying, hey, Sco, we're hearing that Bart was messing with Katie. Katie and Bart got a pass. They used to fuck around or still fuck around. Maybe Bart went off to school and, you know what I mean? And Nolan and Katie started messing around. And that Bart was upset that Nolan was messing with Katie. That's why Katie said the last time she seen him, they were telling him to get on the boat. It might be her story stop right there. Who knows? Some people are saying, man, Katie gonna take up for these guys because Katie really fucked with Bart for real. So don't expect Katie to say shit because really Katie is rocking with these niggas. Katie is really down with these guys. That's why Warren said, yeah, Katie texts one of my buddies, you know what I mean? Which could be Bart. Now think about it. You know what I mean? That buddy that he said, Warren keeps saying that Katie texts one of his buddies. Is that buddy gonna be Bart? So they, said that, yeah, I remember seeing y'all telling Nolan to come get on the boat. But she never says whether, he never says whether she said, if Nolan got on the boat or not. But could that friend be Bart? We heard Warren say that Katie texted a friend of his. Warren said Katie texted a friend of his. Do y'all think that friend could be Bart? Do y'all think Katie could be playing? You know what I mean? You think Katie could be trying to take up for these boys? That's why she sent Bart the message. You know what I mean? Could that be part of the play? Could Katie be young? Could Katie have, hey, you know what I mean? Hey, send me a message saying, you know what I mean? Because remember, at first we was hearing that Katie said, no, I really don't know Nolan like that. Even Nolan's mom said, that, she spoke to either Katie or, I think the mom said she spoke with Katie and Katie was like, it was a high and by situation. She didn't even know Nolan like that. But now warning them come out and say, no, Katie was out there with him. Katie, him and Katie. But then Warren also says, but Katie, it sound like, bitch, we didn't check her about this shit though. You know what I mean? She was doing out there with him at first, but we done checked her. We checked her about it. Now she, you know what I mean? I don't know, man. It sounds suspicious, gang. It really do, man. It all sounds suspicious, man. Do y'all think Bart and Katie was dating? Is that the piece? You know what I mean? We're hearing so much to the damn story now, man. The story is all over the place, gang, now, man. Now the story is all over the place, gang. Let me see. I was interested to see this right here, man. I was interested to see that Stephen A. Smith had spoke on this, man. Yeah, Stephen A. Smith spoke on it. He actually brought Nancy Grace on the platform to speak to him about the situation, gang. Let's see what the media is saying about the Nolan Wells situation, gang. Because like I said, Tatum just put a twist on it, and we ain't missing a beat, gang. We know every scenario. We know every play that's trying to be ran. We know what's real and what's not real. Maybe that photo is, maybe some of the words in an audio might not be there, but we for sure heard key words that we know for a fact should lead to some kind of investigation. Let's hear from Stephen A. Smith with Nancy Grace.
Former prosecutor and host of Crime Stories with Nancy Grace, which streams new episodes weekdays on Fox 1. Please welcome for the first time to Straight Shooter, the one and only, Ms. Nancy Grace. How are you? How's everything, Nancy?
Thank you for inviting me. That's a very tough question because all day long I investigate and analyze murder and mayhem. Very often, Mr. Smith, I have people ask, why don't you smile on TV?
Yeah, you can't.
Wouldn't that be odd for me to smile in the course of reporting on a dead young man or a missing child? So
I totally
although I have great happiness in my life because of my twins.
I got you.
Boy-girl twins I had 18 years ago.
Wow. All right. That's a lot. That's a lot of reason to be happy. No question about that. Let's get right to this case involving Nolan Wells. You've been all over this case right now. Just as a reminder to the audience, Wells was the 18-year-old college football player from Ocean Springs, Mississippi, who was on a boat July 4th with a group of friends and traveled by private boat to Horn Island, an uninhabited barrier island off the Mississippi coast. Wells was the only black person, so reported, on the boat. When the friends returned to the mainland, Nolan was the only one who did not make it back. Talk to me about this story, Nancy, and what do you make of it at this particular moment in time?
I think that it is very murky. And I do not understand, Stephen, the demands on all platforms for the investigation to be shut down. Is it possible Nolan Wells died by accident? Yes, it's possible. Is it possible that there was foul play? Yes, that is possible. And I don't believe the investigation should be shut down until we know the answer to that. I have two children, both the age of Nolan Wells.
I think that's how I feel right now too, gang. Like, you know what I mean? Whatever happened, we got to get to the bottom of it though. You feel me? Like, you know what I mean? Is there a chance that Nolan Wells could have drowned out there? I mean, it's a great chance. I mean, will the autopsy come back and say he drowned? Probably so. You know what I mean? But how did he drown? That's what people want to know. You know what I mean? Did somebody help him drown? Did somebody knock him unconscious? Did somebody hold him underwater? It sounds like it might have been, some foul play on whether it's Horn Island or on the boat. We feel like it's foul play. We heard, the sheriff, Sheriff Ledbetter come out and say no foul play on day 1, day 2. So that's what made everybody kind of look up and say, hold up, what the fuck is going on? What do you mean no foul play? No autopsy, no toxicology report, none of that. You screaming no foul play. Everybody antennas went up. Everybody said, nah, it's some bullshit in the game. Then you find out they left with his phone, and that sounds fishy. It can happen, but it sounds weird when a nigga come up dead. People understand that shit, man. Yes, anybody can get their phone on a boat or in a car, in your friend car. That type of shit can happen. But usually the person don't turn up dead after that. So that's why, everybody gonna be, certain evidence that people are gonna really, zero in on and say that shit is sketchy, man. That shit is suspicious, man. Yeah, so it's just a lot of shit that's suspicious. That audio call, the CETO call, that's kind of suspicious, man. There's certain words we hear, gang. I know for a fact I hear Nolan. I know I hear dead. I know I hear Bart. There's some key words I heard, and I was like, come on now. This shit sounds it sounds a little suspicious. Some people saying they don't hear none of that shit. Well, damn, I do. And I'm not a liar. And I'm not going to get on here and be a bias and, I'm not doing none of that shit, gang. Like I said, the white boys are innocent, then they need to be, they shit, take them out, don't investigate them. If the white boys are innocent, then shit, everybody, they not in the investigation. But if they did it, then they need to be locked up. But right now, we feel like they're not even being investigated like that. Yeah, we feel like that's the problem. People feel like they're not being investigated. It's not a racist thing. People always think, well, it's because they white boys. No, we're not saying they killed Nolan because he was black. We saying the police is not investigating them the proper way because they white. So, you know what I mean? So when people say, oh, yeah, racist, no, motherfucker. You know how this country goes. Not even just Mississippi. This shit happens everywhere, man. Black folks get a 3rd degree, nigga. You know what I mean? Black folks, I'm talking about, come on, man. Look what happened in the Central Park 5 situation, man. Come on, man. Stop it. They forced that shit on them black kids. Had them there for 24 hours because they thought they did some shit. But in this case, ain't nobody been pressed like that, I don't believe, man. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody been interrogated. They asked them boys a few questions. You know what I mean? Summed it up. They were friends, and hey, he drowned, man. And they left that shit alone, man. One of the boys' mama is a judge, and I'm pretty sure she can pull some mean strings, man. Stop bullshitting, y'all. A white woman, she a judge. She got connections, man. And I'm not saying that she did nothing, Mr. Ashley Cole. I'm not saying you did nothing. I'm not saying what you did. But it is kind of funny that the goddamn Jackson sheriff office number, the tip line, seemed like that number might have been going to your phone. And some people saying, nah, so that might not have been real. That might have been some bullshit. That might have been somebody might have made that. So I'm not for sure on that. I got to hold off on that. That might have been fake. But at the end of the day, just a lot of shit like that that keep popping up. Just weird shit, man. Just weird shit. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody. Bit of y'all. Rest in peace to Nolan Wells, man. Put that in the chat, gang. R.I.P. Nolan Wells in my chat, man. No matter how it went down, no matter who did this to him, the boy needs justice. You know what I mean? The boy needs justice, but we cannot take our eyes off his friends, man. And especially the way they spokesperson, Officer Tatum, is moving now. He's moonwalking and electric sliding and shit all over the place now. Yeah, this nigga moonwalking and electric sliding all over the goddamn place. So now our antennas are really up about what happened with with his friends. Nolan died on the boat and they threw him overboard to cover it up. Period. Said beautifully blended. Shout out to beautifully blended, gang. Salute, gang. She said, period. Stop bullshitting, man. They killed the boy and threw his ass off the boat. Where was it off the boat? Who knows? But his ass was on that boat and they threw him off. It is, yeah. At one point in time, Nolan is on that boat and they throw him off. Shout out to beautifully blended. Salute, gang. Salute to everybody. The video, y'all smash that like button if you're here, gang. It's the thumbs up button, gang. The like button is the thumbs up button, gang. Hit that like button for me, gang. Let's get back into Stephen A. Smith and Nancy Grace.
I would be lying on the courthouse steps screaming for justice if the investigation into a death related to them was shut down before I had answers. So I don't understand where all the hate is coming from.
Who specifically is calling for the shutdown of the investigation? Just to educate my audience.
Well, go online. There's any number of people, thousands of people that think that, quote, this was an accidental drowning. Why are you doing this? You're a race baiter. You're fill in the blank. Mm-hmm. This has nothing to do with what color his skin was. This has to do.
A lot of people online, they saying it's a big community of people that think this is all bullshit. That think Nolan Wells drowned. That think his parents are, they out here. This is a money grab. They know, and Ben Crump know that boy drowned. They, you know what I mean? And they playing games, man. This is just this about money and attention, man. These people are sick. There's a lot of people online that believe that. It's a lot of people rocking with the fact that they feel like, hey, the boy drowned, man. Yeah, the sheriff department told us no foul play, man. He drowned. When they found him, no signs of foul play. The boy drowned. This is all some kind of sick money move by Ben Crump and Al Sharpton, and they convinced the parents. You know what I mean? They influenced the parents to get out here and do all this bullshit, shucking and jiving for this money. They know it. That's why I can't give them no honest answer about the damn autopsy. Smash that like button, gang. Salute to everybody in the building, man. It's people out, Nancy Grace says, people out here that's really, looking to, they want this investigation shut all the way the fuck down.
With an unanswered question during my prosecutorial career, I very often was the only white person in the courtroom. That has nothing to do with Lady Justice. What Lady Justice wants, what justice demands, is a full and fair investigation. And I'm also not saying that's not going on, because my boss, Lewis Slayton, the longest serving elected district attorney at that time, I think, Stephen, it was 37 years, was like a grandfather to me. He was very strict, no one to speak to the press. It could ruin the case. I always had the same answer when asked. I believe a Fulton County jury will render a verdict that speaks the truth. Because I did believe that. We are not owed an explanation from law enforcement as to what they are doing. However, there are a lot of questions, specifically, Stephen, regarding the autopsy. The initial autopsy has remained under seal. We don't know what the answer was. The family,
right. Come on.
Understandably, sent Nolan's body hundreds of miles away for a second opinion. When that doctor got the body, the lungs and the throat were missing. I understand why the lungs were missing, because this could have been a drowning case. But why the throat? What was there about Nolan's throat that piqued the interest of the original medical examiner? That leads me to speculate. Was there bruising? Was the hyoid bone fractured? Was it broken? Was it dislodged? Is there possibly bruising on the strap muscles? Is it indicative of a blow? We know on the back of the head, that's your occipital bone on the back of your head, about where your hairline would start, that there is deep red discoloration under the subcutaneous tissue. What? Is it from a blow? Is it from diffusion of the blood post-mortem? I don't know. But none of it is good. So I need answers before any investigation is going to be shut down.
What do you make of those who have said, I remember Officer Tatum, a conservative podcaster, very popular, over 3 million.
Before we talk about Tatum, man, shout out to Honey Love for that cash app. Shout out to Sharon Murphy for that cash app too, gang. Shout out to Noel for the cash app. Salute to everybody building, gang. Salute to Sharon Murphy for the cash app and Honey Love. Salute, gang.
Your subscribers, he's been on the warpath, going down, talking to some of the people that were there with Nolan Wells, white individuals. He's saying that evidence is showing that they departed. When they departed, Nolan Wells was alive. And you know what? They may have had absolutely positively nothing to do with this. The evidence shows that. Is that your finding, that the evidence shows that the people being, with allegations being thrown in their direction, the suspicions that have been raised by these people that were in attendance with Nolan Wells, that they should be, they have been proven or found to not have been around even when he was still alive? Is your findings consistent with anything along that verbiage with what people are saying about these kids that were with him?
No, I don't know the answer to that. They say Nolan chose to stay behind because he met a girl he wanted to talk to named Katie. That girl has spoken through her sister, we are told. And she says Nolan told her, I'm going back with my friends. So Who am I supposed to believe? I don't know for a fact that what the boys are saying is true. I don't know for a fact that what the boys are saying is false.
Man, somebody's lying though, gang. You feel me? Somebody is for sure lying, man. I mean, like that's the type of shit that makes people so suspicious, man. Somebody is lying, man. I mean, we did hear that Katie said, hey, you know, last time I seen him, he said he was going to get on the boat. That was it. But now Warren is coming out saying, I got a message from Katie, from my partner. We got the message that shows where Katie said, no, the last time I seen him, y'all were telling him to come get on the boat. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's it. So, I mean, I'm not for sure what's going on, gang. I thought we heard that Katie's sister came out and said that Katie felt like Warren wasn't being honest. You know what I mean? He wasn't keeping it 100 about a lot of shit. I'm confused on what's going on with Katie. That's what we got to hear from Katie, man. Katie is the mystery girl. Right? We know who she is. We know what she looked like. But Katie is the mystery testimony that we need right now when it comes to, you know, what Nolan Wells was out there doing on the goddamn island. What time did he leave the island? When them boys got on that boat to leave, did Nolan get on the boat? Yes or no? Bitch, did you see it? And fuck what he said. Did you see him go get on the boat?
I do know.
Did you see him again after that?
Oh, they called SEATOW, S-E-A, second word T-O-W, and said that their vessel was sinking. But yet they continued boating around in it for hours after. Is there an innocent explanation? Maybe. Maybe they thought it was sinking. They found the problem and they fixed it. Now, specters have been raised about audio suggesting Nolan had been on the boat on their return. I don't know if that was doctored. I don't know if it's real. I do know this. He went to Horn Island with them. They came back alive. He's dead.
Right.
I'm going to investigate.
As of
You're
right,
darn
that's
right
all
I'm
we
going
know.
to investigate.
They
And my wish
with his
is
phone.
that his friends are innocent and that this was an accident. But it will be a cold day in HELL that I endorse closing down an investigation because somebody said I had nothing to do with that. What am I supposed to go? Oh, okay, case closed. Forget about it, and go tell the mom we're shutting down the investigation because so and so said he had nothing to do with it.
Have you received any indication from law enforcement that that is their intent? That their desire is to close down this investigation? Have you seen any indication like that at all?
No, and that emboldens me. That emboldens me because so far they haven't finalized this thing. As a matter of fact, the other day, a female journalist got a hold of law enforcement, the sheriff. He wouldn't answer any questions, which he should not have. And he stated that all questions were to be directed to the district attorney's office. I expect what they'll do is this, Stephen. I expect that they will call in a grand jury. A grand jury has two purposes. It can be a charging grand jury. I presented hundreds of cases to grand juries to get an indictment. It can also be an investigative arm. It can subpoena documents. It can call for witnesses. It can,
and that's what we hoping for right there. We don't think right now it's not enough to, you know, for an indictment. I don't think that's where we at in this gang. I don't think we there to the point where it would be an indictment. You know, right now it's not enough, gang. You know what I mean? You would have to have, you know, some real witnesses come forward and really say what they saw. And, you know, I mean, it got to be some witnesses. The indictment got to come with some witnesses or some kind of, you know, some kind of camera, some kind of view of this, some kind of video, some kind of surveillance of what happened on that boat, or even surveillance of Nolan being on the boat with them, like leaving, like Nolan on that boat around like 4:30, 5 o'clock. You know what I mean? They're gonna need some real evidence, man. But it can be a legal arm, she said. It can, you know, make subpoena people and get people to coming in, talking, you know, search warrants and, you know, being able to, you know, to, I guess, talk to everybody involved with this, basically be able to comb through all this shit, man. Be able to make sure everybody who was on that island that day, anybody get a hold of, anybody know who was out there, man. Anybody saying anything, man, let's sit down and talk to their ass, man. This should most definitely open up some doors in their investigation. I feel like with just the things they have now. That phone call, I most definitely hear Nolan's name in the background, gang. I'm not gonna lie. I hear Nolan's name in the background for sure, man. Yeah, I hear Nolan's name in the background for sure, gang. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Not saying that, oh, well, you know, hey, I can hear them punching them or stomping on them. Not saying all that. But I for sure hear Nolan name, I hear dead, I hear, you know what I mean? Shit like that, gang. So that makes people feel like, hey, something was going on back there. And like I said, that's not enough for an indictment, but that's most definitely enough to move forward with. Like I said, you know, be able to, I mean, get a few search warrants, man, dump a few phones, rummage through a few goddamn dressers and goddamn closets and shit. You know what I mean? You get to looking through a few boats. Yeah. Get to looking through a few boats around that bitch. That should be enough for that, at least, gang. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody in the building, gang.
Question them.
Thumbs
It's
up,
an investigative, it's
thumbs up for me.
fact-finding grand jury. They may do that, or they may be able to do it on their own without calling in a grand jury. But I believe that law enforcement will do the right thing. Much has been made of the fact that Crump, who is representing Nolan Wells' family, turned down a request, an offer to bring on scent dogs and cadaver dogs to the boat. Well, I've got to just swat that down right now. Crump, or the Wells family, doesn't have the authority to allow anybody on that boat. It's
They
not
tried that shit.
their boat.
They
I've
tried,
also-
they tried that shit. That was something else that was weird. You know what I mean? Who was that came out, man? Who I forgot who that was, who they were with, but they came out and said they offered Crump the cadaver dogs to go over there and, you know, search the boats and shit. Well, motherfucker, did you talk to Miss Cole and them? Did you talk to Wyatt's family or Bart's family? Like, what are you talking about, man? I'm just throwing shit out there like that. Like, yeah, I could just made that decision. We could just made it happen. Hey, that's not how that worked, man. But you see how the media playing games? I'm glad Nancy Grace checked that shit immediately, man. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody. Yeah, shout out to Nancy, man. The Queen Karen, man. Yeah, the final boss of Karens right here, man. But she rocking with this Nolan Wells shit, man. Yeah, this is the final boss of Karens, man.
I learned through the grapevine that the boat has been searched. I would like to get my hands on that GPS nav system. I would like to find out if cadaver dogs were brought onto the boat. I would like to get a hold of Katie.
I wanted to say that, but I wasn't for sure, man. The Cajun Navy. That's right. They were the ones who would say, you know, we offered this to Crump, but he turned us down, man. But like you said, Crump, what was Crump going to do? Just show up to these people's house? He don't got a goddamn search warrant like that. With you and these goddamn howling ass dogs. Smash that like button, gang.
And question her. And I would like to ask each one of the boys separately what happened. And I'd like to give them a polygraph. Is that so wrong? That's what I would be doing right now.
Nancy, I don't think it's wrong at all. And with those questions that you're asking, I think all of those are very poignant, very, very significant questions that need to be answered. What's the resistance to getting those answers? Is it law enforcement saying it's an ongoing investigation? You're not entitled to know things until we tell you to? Is it the family getting in the way? Is it the Wells family picking and choosing who they want to investigate matters and they're interfering in their own way?
Do y'all think the Wells family, let's talk real quick, gang. Do y'all think the Wells family was wrong for not giving up the phone? Remember, they still haven't given up the phone yet. Do y'all think they were wrong, yes or no, for not giving up the phone? Remember, the police said, man, they won't even turn over evidence to it. We want to see Nolan's phone that they say was deleted and this and that. Do you think, you know what I mean? Talk to me, gang. How do y'all feel about the family not giving up the phone? Well, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think it was a smart move. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think it was a smart move, man. If you feel like you can't trust Mississippi, you can't trust Ocean Springs, there's some bullshit in the game, might be some cover-up shit in there. You got Ben Crump on the team already and said that he investigating this whole thing. We got our own investigators. Then, yeah, we're going to hold on to the phone. You're right about that. We're going to hold on to that goddamn phone. You're right about that. We holding on to that phone, man. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody in the building, gang.
This mess that seems to have been made of this case, where does fault lie, if any at all, in your...
Let me ask y'all one more question. I got one more question. Do y'all think Crump was wrong for not meeting up with Judge Ashley Cole? How y'all feel about that, gang? Because Judge Ashley Cole said she reached out. Officer Brandon Tatum said he had the emails and shit like that. He could show that they were trying to reach out to Crump. Do y'all think he was wrong for that? For not meeting up with Ashley Cole, the judge, Warren's stepmom? Do y'all think Crump was, you know what I mean? Was he wrong for that? You know what I mean? He didn't, you know, they say they reached out. They say he could have sat down and talked to the boys. Anything they wanted, they would have gave Ben Crump. But Crump did not reach back out. Do y'all think that was wrong of Crump? So, man, y'all feel like now, you know, they making some good moves, because we all agree that some of the shit Crump posts sometimes It might not be the best. Sometimes you got to investigate some shit. You are the family spokesperson, the family attorney, a civil rights attorney. You know what I mean? You're good at what you do. You know what I mean? But you can't post everything, man. Let these motherfucking trolls, you know what I mean? Throw no shit in the game, man. But overall, Ben Crump, I think the autopsy, man, I'm not going to say the autopsy let us down at all, but because it is what it is, man. If he don't got the throat, then he can't do a full autopsy. If the body has been decomposed so bad, because I remember Ben Crump saying that the lungs were there. People are saying the lungs was missing. Tell me, y'all, am I wrong, man? I heard Ben Crump say the lungs were there, but the body was so decomposed they couldn't really do nothing with it. Am I right or wrong about that? I keep hearing people say the lungs were missing, but I thought we sat there and listened to Ben Crump, and we heard Ben Crump say the lungs were there. The body was just so decomposed, it was nothing we can do with it. Talk to me, gang. Was y'all here with me? We heard that shit together, right? I thought we heard that shit, right? Am I wrong? Come on, man. Look, so some people saying the lungs are missing. I heard Ben Crump say that the lungs were there. That they said, what about he said the body was just so decomposed. Yeah, I want to make sure I want to make sure we all on the same page here, gang, because we don't hear a lot in the media, but I'm trying to remember what I hear Ben Crump say, what I heard his parents say, Nolan Wells' parents. I'm trying to remember what the other side is saying. Smash the like button and salute to everybody in the building. Yeah. I hear what's going on in the media. I hear what's going on with Tatum. I hear this side, but we got to hear what Nolan Wells' parents and Ben Crump is saying too as well. You know what I mean? They said the throat was fucking missing, man. And like we said, if he was choked out, whatever happened to him, gang, you know what I mean? How you kill a nigga in some water? That's a good way to do it, man. Choke a nigga ass out. We need to see what happened to his throat, man. And like I said, it don't make sense that they didn't send the throat back with the parents when you find out the parents want a private investigation. They got Colin Kaepernick on the phone. They done sent the body to D.C. That was the time to say, okay, let's give this family, this grieving mom, this grieving dad, let's make sure we give them everything of their son. Give them all everything, man. We don't want to hold nothing back. These are grieving parents trying to find out what happened to their son. We don't want to hold nothing back. Why would y'all keep some, you know what I mean? And Ben Crump, I don't think you should even put your autopsy results out. Now I'm a little upset that he even put his results out, because if you didn't have the throat and if the body was so, you should have waited, fam. You should just waited, man. You should just say, you know what? We're going to wait. We're going to wait. We're going to wait because we need that. You got to give us that throat piece back. So we going to wait, man. I hate that he dropped his, man. A lot of people said he held on to it. You know what I mean? He was going to hold on to it. And some people said, well, you know what? He threw it out there, Sco, just so now they'll throw theirs out there. But yeah, we didn't get nowhere on Ben Crump's autopsy though, man. So, I guess we gotta wait for the state. But I don't think nobody's gonna be satisfied with what the state say. Yeah, I don't think that, man. Shout out to Broderick Parrish, man. A digital forensic specialist said you can't retrieve deleted messages after 30 days from my iPhone. They need to hurry up and check the phone. So salute, gang. But we don't know. Hopefully Ben Crump got some people that already tested his phone. You know what I mean? I hope Crump team that already went through this phone to see if anything was deleted, or you know what I mean? That's what I really do. I hope Crump got a team that can sit down and pick that phone apart and tell everything that went through this phone, came out this phone, deleted from the phone, everything, man. I pray to God that Crump has been working on that phone alone already. Smash
estimation as to what's impeding progress in this investigation from taking place.
Stephen, I believe a lot of people desire controversy. I think that there are people out there that want to spin it out for their own gain, be it fame, be it money. And I cannot relate to that. I'm a crime victim. I am a victim of violent crime. My fiance was murdered shortly before our wedding. It changed my life and my family's life forever. It even affects me now, how I raise my children.
She was just about to get the bag, man. She was just about to secure the bag, man. Somebody done killed this nigga. Smash that like button, gang.
Every day.
Rest in peace to her husband, man.
I can't lay fault at the family's feet. I can't do that. I think that hate, racial hate is being stirred. The pot is being stirred. And people are coming out. I looked at my Twitter the other day. I wish I hadn't. With the worst slurs. They're not, usually people will try to hide it. They're putting it in writing. It's just anger and hate, and it's boiled up in the form of this case. And I pray to God that we will get justice regardless, notwithstanding all the hate. I don't know where it's coming from. I can't identify with that. But I can tell you this, we're not letting go till we have an answer.
Your thoughts on the Wells family. Some people who wanted to point the finger at them, and I just find it to be wrong. I'm like, I'm not looking at the family who lost their son or lost their sibling. I'm not looking at them. I'm not trying to look at them in any negative way. But there are people that have looked at
people that look at it like that. Let's go.
Civil rights attorney. Obviously, he's represented white clients as well as black clients in the past. The family brought him in. They brought up Al Sharpton eulogizing Nolan Wells at the funeral. They brought up these kind of things to say that, the family, if not the family, those connected to the family are stoking these thoughts that you just articulated. That's a very, very big concern to you. What are your thoughts about that when the Crumps of the world, the Al Sharptons of the world, even though he just eulogized?
Let me see. Shout out to Nirvana. Nirvana said, wait for what? The Froster racist DA will never willingly release the autopsy. So Nirvana saying, man, we ain't never getting that autopsy, man. They let Crump put it out, you know what I mean? And they gonna let everybody think make everybody feel like y'all played y'all self. To everybody that felt like this was a murder investigation and was saying we was crooked and all that shit, and we were trying to hide something, you'll never get it now. Smash said, do y'all believe that, Smash? I think they better release something. They better. Or shit better start burning in Mississippi. Smash that like button, gang. I just watched Mississippi burning last night again, gang. Yeah, every time I get off this Nolan Wells case, I go watch Mississippi burning. Smash that like button, gang. Salute to everybody from Mississippi in the building tonight, too, gang.
Them at the funeral, he's not necessarily involved in the legal process. Their involvement in something like this, what does that do for or against the case in your estimation, based on your experience reporting on these potential crimes, allegations involving such manner?
I don't care. I care about one thing. What happened to Nolan Wells? I don't care if Al Sharpton is stirring the pot. I don't care what people say, the rocks they throw, the slings and the arrows. Don't care. That does not dissuade me from finding out what happened. Now, sometimes people seek refuge. How do I know the family didn't know who to contact? How do I know Crump or Sharpton didn't contact them? And they said, yes, help me, please.
Right.
Maybe they thought an injustice was going down. I don't know why they chose Crump. I don't.
Like I said, gang, we do have evidence. We do have evidence that the family was a little bit upset. Remember, Warren said that Javon's mom showed up with about 6-7 people with her, a no knock when they came to get the phone. They said she just walked in, man. I mean, barged right in that motherfucker, man. You know what I'm talking about? Just walked right up in that thing, man. They say she walked right in that thing, mad as hell. They feel like something fishy was already going on. So long before Ben Crump came into the picture, the same night, July 4th, maybe July 5th, it might be midnight by this time. But when his mom showed up to get the phone, Javon's mom, on behalf of Nolan's mom, Nolan's parents, she showed up to the house to pick up the phone. She said it took him forever to bring the phone. She even asked me, did y'all walk back to Horn Island to get the motherfucker? Like, damn, what took so long? That's what she said. I'm quoting what she said on the interview. And, even she said it like she had hostility. And Warren said she showed up pissed off. So that showed you before Ben Crump came into the picture, they was already suspicious about what was going on with Nolan from Jump Street. Smash that light. They thought something fishy was going on a long time ago. Smash that like button, gang. So we can't say, Ben Crump convinced them to do this. I don't believe it. I believe that they most definitely feel like, nah. Even if Ben Crump hit them up, they feel like, yeah, motherfucker, we was looking for you, nigga. You just the nigga we was looking for. Smash that like button, gang. Put some color in the chat, y'all. Light some gas up, man. Rest in peace, man, to Nolan Wells.
I don't know why they chose Sharpton, but I can tell you this. This is not a Miss Congeniality contest. Nobody's going to get crowned Miss Sweet Potato at the end of this. Mm-hmm. Everyone will get hate mail. Everyone is going to get threats, and everybody will be disliked. But in the end, we may find out what happened to Nolan Wells.
Hopefully we do, guys. That's what this is all about, man. Think about the possible suspects' phones that were on the boat. Mississippi making sure nothing happens. A straight cover up and play. Need evidence. Real shit, man. Shout out to Broderick, man. Like I said, it's gonna take some evidence, man. You did what's on the table so far is not enough for an indictment on none of these boys. You know what I mean? They're going to need more, gang. But like I said, every day something new is coming out. Every day something new about this story is coming out. And I do believe that one of these days here soon, we'll get real close to the truth about what happened to Nolan Wells, man. Will an arrest be made? Who knows? But I do know that we will get closer to the truth day by day. Smash that like button, gang.
So
Hit
go
the
ahead,
thumbs up,
Slick
gang. Hit
Mud,
the thumbs up.
attack Sharpton, attack Crump, attack me, attack the family, attack the boys that were out there that day. For all I know, they've all passed a polygraph. I don't know that, but I do know I don't have answers. And a young man the age of my son and my daughter is dead. That's all that matters. I don't care what Crump or Sharpton scream into a microphone.
Nancy Grayson
Irrelevant
broke
to
down
me.
crying.
I only care about the facts.
Let me be more specific. What I'm getting
Nancy
to
Grayson
is,
broke down, man.
does the presence of individuals like that, based on your experience, assist in expediting the process to get closer to the truth? That's what I'm wondering about specifically.
I think it does. And I'll
Okay.
tell you why. Whether you like Sharpton or you have to hold your nose, you don't like him, don't care. But guess what? Every TV was turned on this case because of Crump and Sharpton. You know how many cases I've investigated and nobody cares? Their names are forever lost. Nobody knows their names. Nobody cares. But because those two jumped on the bandwagon or hitched a ride on the bandwagon, I don't know which is true, now there is focus on the Nolan Wells case. And I say, fine.
Authorities have said they suspect drowning. How do you feel about authorities coming out without the investigation being completed? I'm thinking about your former boss, who was like a grandfather to you, that told you don't go to the media until it's absolutely necessary. Timing is everything, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
I'm looking at authorities coming out and saying they suspect drowning. I think that's a very presumptive statement to be coming out of their mouth. What did you say?
I don't think there should have been any comment at all. If they had to say something, it should have been along the lines of, we are investigating the case to our fullest ability, and we are open to any information, any help that we can get.
Right.
And we will find the
Right.
truth, God willing.
That was very irresponsible. That's one of the things that set off red flags to people, man. That was very irresponsible for Sheriff Ledbetter to come out so early in this thing and say no foul play. You know what I mean? Because now you got Tatum over there screaming, "Oh no, we're hearing about some cocaine, a fight on the beach," which we don't know if that shit true or not either. Yeah, it could be just some totally bullshit. You know what I mean? But now we're hearing even they saying now, yeah, man, somebody might have killed Nolan, man. Something happened. So like I said, either way you look at it, it's looking like Nolan was killed, if you ask me. Yeah, every story that we're hearing now is coming out, or everything we're hearing, or the pieces we putting together is coming back to a goddamn murder, no matter how you look at it. Smash the light. I think this shit is a murder investigation, man, for real, no matter how you look at it. Especially with that story that Tatum told. It's like, fam, it sounds like y'all boonwalking now. It sounds like y'all trying to throw the blame on somebody else. It sounds like you niggas are trying to put an alibi together. This shit happened at 6 o'clock, man. The boys are long gone. Sound like some more bullshit, Tatum. Not saying they did that. I'm not saying what they did. You know what I mean? I don't know. I wasn't there. But it just sound like motherfuckers are moonwalking out of statements and shit they said earlier, gang. Everybody's stories are changing now. They pointing the finger at Katie hard than a motherfucker right now. Yeah, the finger is being pointed at Katie like a motherfucker right now. Katie name came up, even traced and said he seen Katie and said some slick shit to her. They just abusing poor Katie in this story. Yeah, Katie's just getting the worst of this shit right now. Smash that like button, gang. Salute to everybody in the building. Rest in peace to Nolan Wells, man.
That's what I would have said if I said anything at all. Maybe they did suspect drowning at the beginning, but they should have kept their pie hole shut because we don't know that it was drowning. Now, the fact that the first ME took the lungs suggests to me that there may have been water in the lungs. That doesn't mean foul play was not involved. How do I know he wasn't hit on the head and thrown over the side? Do I think that's what happened? I don't think anything one way or the other until I have the facts. His friends could be completely innocent, or they may know more than they're telling. We have to find that out.
And the only way to do it is by applying pressure. And in my estimation, the authorities being a bit presumptuous and ahead of the curve and saying they suspect drowning and articulating that, it's almost like their wish was to aim you in a different direction, and the direction towards innocent for these boys. Because why would authorities come out so quickly and just say such a thing? That's just my thinking. But I'll ask you this as well. Your thoughts real quickly about the independent autopsy compared to the original autopsy. Your thoughts about that, if any at all.
Oh, I've got plenty of thoughts, Stephen Smith. Plenty of thoughts. First of all, they both are inconclusive. I don't have the first result, so I don't know. The second one is deemed inconclusive. Why? Because the second examiner does not have the throat or the lungs. So a full investigation, an autopsy cannot be completed because this is what they've got to do, and I've seen them do it.
Right, that's true.
I told you about the red subcutaneous markings under the occipital bone.
Not be
All right.
completed.
Now,
How you look at
how
it?
do I know that's not from a blow to the head? Okay. How do I know that's not from an accident?
They say Bart was a goddamn kicker, man. They say Bart was a motherfucking punter, man. 5-star punter, man. Wyoming Cowboys, man. Starting punter, man. Who thinks Bart done kicked Nolan in the back of the damn head, man? I'm just saying, I'm just throwing shit out there, y'all. We just talking about everything. Everything y'all talk about, everything the media talk about, all the names coming up. We gonna mix everything up. We gonna make a gumbo out this shit. Smash that like we gonna make a gumbo out this shit. It's a Skull Gang gumbo. We gonna put everything together, man. Who thinks Bart did it? Who thinks maybe Bart kicked the boy in the back of the damn head? Talk to me in the chat, gang. Who thinks Bart did it?
We are being told today Nolan was drinking heavily. Okay. Even somebody drunk can be a homicide victim.
Yeah, ice. Yeah,
Even
ice
somebody
man
drunk
Bart.
can be a victim of an accident.
Somebody said, "Damn it, Bart." They do call him the Ice Man, right? They say he got ice in his veins, man. Ice Man Bart. Don't get it fucked up with the shiesty on. Yeah. See, y'all think they white boys. Nah, it probably wasn't. I don't know. So it ain't good. Bullshit, man. Ice Man Bart with the shiesty on the photo. Stop bullshit, man. We don't know what happened, gang. We wasn't there. Make a gumbo out this shit, man. We wasn't there, gang. We gonna break down everything. Yeah, we gonna look at every scenario, gang. We gonna look at this shit from every single angle there possibly is, man.
That means nothing to me. Everybody out there was drinking. So what? I'm going to be angry because the victim was drinking? Again, this is not a personality contest.
Right. And I'm sure a lot of people was on cocaine. So I'm gonna be upset that the victim was on coke, if that's even true, gang. That toxicology report will come out and let us know. We heard about cocaine before, like it's in the chatters of the, you know what I mean? Maybe it was some drugs involved, but you know what I mean? Yeah. Even I want to throw that in there too, though. Even if it comes back that he was on that powder, man. I'm talking about that pure that cocaine. Yeah, I'm talking about that snow, man. That Jeezy, man. That Rick James. Yeah, we find out that nigga was on that Rick James, nigga. That Tina Marie. Man, that's his business, man. Somebody still killed the man, though, man. Somebody still, you know what I mean? Yeah. We don't care if he was on alcohol, drugs. We don't care about that shit, man. Somebody killed the man. So don't let that shit throw y'all off, man. You're that pure uncut, man. Yeah, don't let that throw you off, man. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody in the building.
It's not a moral test about his character. Bottom line, I need more evidence because that bruising or hemorrhaging or reddening under the occipital, I got to figure out it's from a blow. Is it from a fall? Is it diffusion? Now, go with me on this. When someone passes away,
okay,
and they're in a specific position, the blood pools. It's called lividity. The blood goes down. Like if I die on my back, my blood will go to the back of my head, my back, my rear end, the back of my legs. You turn me over, it'll go to my front. So is that pooling of the blood? I got into a full-on argument with a very esteemed medical examiner because he suggested it was pooling of the blood. Then why wasn't it anywhere else? Why wasn't there pooling on his back, on the back of his shoulders, his neck? Why is it just pooling here? So I've got a problem with that theory. Here's a problem with my problem. It's very complicated, Stephen. The neck, if it was injured, is very diffuse with blood. The blood from the jugular and the carotid arteries could diffuse post-mortem and gather there. So what they've got to do is get that tissue, the tissue from Nolan Wells's occipital bone around it. And they've got to look under a microscope and figure out, is this a result of a bruise or is this diffusion of blood or something else? See, it's very complicated and very minute. So we need more evidence, is what I'm saying.
I think it's very complicated for the average person out there. I don't think it's that complicated for you. I don't think it's that complicated for a medical examiner if you have his body and you
Right.
have that, you look at it and you can see what it is. To me, it just seems some resistance, I don't know from whom, to make sure that becomes public knowledge. I think that's where I think that's where the challenge lies, not in figuring it out. I
Right.
think the challenge lies in us getting them to articulate what they figured out,
Exactly.
Nancy. That's where I'm at with it.
Exactly.
You're
I'm
saying
with
what
Stephen
they
A. I
figured
still
out,
think Nolan
because I
should
don't
stay with
think the
Warren.
second examiner has figured out
Grotto.
anything, because he doesn't
Right.
have the
Walk
lungs
off
or the
plate.
throat. to
I'm
look.
talking about
I
the
need to
first
see that
examiner.
highway bone.
Fred said
I'm talking about the
it's
first
an
examiner.
accident.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
hit it.
There's one holdout on that I could see justifying the delay, and that's
Okay.
waiting on toxicology. Were
Okay.
drugs involved?
Shout out
Because
to the
what
press, man.
if,
Salute to the
and I
press.
have no evidence of this,
Right.
what if he had used drugs, fell in the water, and drowned?
But they
Well,
didn't
we'll
tell you
know
that,
from
Nancy.
toxicology.
They didn't tell you
Again,
anything about
if he
the
did use drugs, he could still be a victim.
But they didn't tell you. I'm
Just
saying
said that.
the
I
average
just
person
said
out here, they didn't even tell you about You couldn't say we're waiting for the toxicology report. I mean, if you could sit up there and say we suspect
You're right.
drowning, couldn't you have said we're waiting for the toxicology report? You didn't hear them say that, did you?
Right. Or
Yes,
the
you could.
autopsy.
I have not heard that, and you're very correct.
Right.
That could be released with is pending toxicology.
Right. Pending toxicology, pending autopsy. Like they no foul play. Like they threw that shit out there in the media fast, quick, in a goddamn hurry. But ain't came back yet and said, look, we're still waiting on things. You know, we don't know yet. You know what I mean? Just give us some time. We're looking through our findings. We should have the toxicology report as well as the autopsy here soon. Why didn't they just address it like that? They came out quick with a hurry. Let Sheriff Ledbetter, who looks like a Klansman. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, you snap the sheet off a Grand Wizard. Don't be surprised if Sheriff Ledbetter's underneath that motherfucker. That's all I'm saying. But he jumped out there in the media and said no signs of foul play whatsoever. And they were just going to sweep this shit on the rug. They would have buried Nolan, went on about their life. Everybody would have went on about their life, man. If his mom and dad wouldn't have made no noise, if Ben Crump and everybody didn't jump on this shit the way we did online, man, they would have swept this shit clean under the rug, man.
Or anything. Just tell me something. But we're getting nothing. And again, it's not their duty to tell us anything. So before I assign wrongdoing to the medical examiner or anyone else, we need more facts. But I find it very disturbing. They all go out, and he's the only one that doesn't make it back.
Right.
The girl says he left with them. They say he stayed with the girl. And there were hundreds of people out on Horn Island. Nobody saw him.
Nobody.
I find that very hard to believe.
Right.
And think about the last person that left. What, they left him there? I don't believe that.
And he
Stephen.
left, and he let them leave, even though his cell phone was on the boat.
Right.
Okay. His phone, rather. His phone was.
And not only that, he let them leave, but he didn't even talk to his other ride. Whoever he was riding back with, he didn't check in with them and say, hey, man, they leave. My dog's gone. They dipping, fam. I'm going to stay with y'all. I mean, I'm going to ride back with y'all, Javon, whoever. I'm going to ride back with y'all. I'm going to jump on your shit, fam. He just let them burn off. Y'all dip, man. He got my phone, and yeah, I'm just going to ride back with somebody, man. I don't know. Katie ain't came out and said he was riding back with her. Yeah. None of it's for Javon. Nobody ain't said, he was coming with me, man. Nobody has come out and said that Nolan Wells was going to ride back with me. That's another problem. Nobody has come out and said Nolan was jumping on my boat. We were going to take him home. Who the fuck was his ride? See what I'm saying? Shit just don't add up, gang.
On a boat or whatever, which brings me to this question, because there were some questions about these conflicting stories coming out in the case of him staying behind to talk to a girl, a cell phone date, and inconsistencies between Life 360 and Snapchat locations. Talk about that for a quick second before I let you get on out of here, Nancy.
I certainly will. I've consulted with digital forensics experts, and they say that there can be a difference between Snapchat location and Life 360 location and your iPhone, Find My iPhone location.
Yes.
So we have to make these things jive, and we may learn something nefarious or not. Now, we're also being told that there was no cell coverage there. I don't believe that, because the young man out on the boat called Cito, and I could hear him just fine. So there was cell. So the mom was concerned. She didn't see any Snapchat or anything going on during this certain period of time. So we have to, and you can look, Stephen, even if you delete and you delete it from deleted and it's not stored in the cloud, can still find out if something was deleted, because it leaves a trail. Everything you do on your phone leaves a trail, even if it's totally deleted and delete it from the cloud, you still leave a trail of your actions. But just human nature. I know my children. My son is a fisher. He would take his phone with him. He would leave it on the boat if he got into the water, but he would not let a boat leave with his phone. That would not happen. I'm just telling you that.
All of this is just heightened my level of suspicion, to be quite honest with you. And the fact that you've said all the things that you said here in this interview, Nancy, has made me even more suspicious than I was before I started the interview. Because
there we go, my nigga. You know what I mean? Yeah, y'all see Stephen A, man. Y'all guys, that's my dog, man. I rock with Stephen A, man. Stephen A saying he feel like me sometimes. Just some shit you hear, you be like, man, you know, I'm trying to take it all in, but this shit just don't sound right, man. What the fuck? Like, that just don't sound right, man. What? That don't sound right, man. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody, bit of gang. I dropped that link in the chat too, man. I do want to hear from some of y'all tonight, gang. I dropped that link in the chat. I do want to hear from some of y'all tonight. Give me y'all best 30 seconds, gang. Tell me, what do you think happened in Nolan Wells, gang? Well, I mean, where is this investigation at? I did drop that link in the chat. I do want to hear from some. I know there's a lot of people in here, gang. I do want to hear from some. I want to hear from the people, gang. Let me see. Toy, you in the building real quick? Toy, you in the building?
Hey, Scott, can you hear me?
I hear you, Toy. Tell me real quick, Toy. Give me, you know what I mean? What happened as far as everything you hearing right now? Everything, you know what I mean? What do you think happened to Nolan Wells?
Honestly, I can't really say what really happened to him because I can throw a lot of shit at the wall and anything that I say can stick, right? But what I can say is that the truth don't never change, man. They've been flip-flopping their stories more than some old Navy sandals and during the summertime, man. They've been doing too much. This story been changing. The timeline done changed too much. If they telling the truth, it's no reason for it to flip-flop this much. And that's all I really got to say, Skull. You can kick me out on that note.
Loose. Hey, I pinned that link in the chat, man. I pinned that link in the chat. I would love to hear from some of y'all.
I know a lot of the details.
I would love to hear
that you were kind enough to provide
I would love
to myself and my audience. So I thank you for that. Hopefully this case, you know, hopefully we'll reach a resolution with this case much sooner than later. I'm concerned.
I'm praying it was an accident.
I'm praying it was an accident.
We can't bring Nolan back.
That's right.
We can find the truth. The best outcome would be there was no ill intent.
Yeah.
Are y'all praying that this was an accident, gang? I mean, how do y'all feel about this? Talk to me, gang. I want to know that from you. I never asked y'all that. Are y'all praying that this was an accident? Who's praying in here? Yes or no? Are you praying that this was an accident? We hope Nolan Wells didn't get beat up and, you know, choked out or whatever, then threw in the water. We hope this was an accident. Are y'all praying yes or no that this was an accident? Do y'all want this to be an accident? I'm going to ask y'all that. Do y'all want it to be an accident at least? Yeah, do y'all want it to be an accident? Somebody said, we praying for justice, goddammit. Fuck out of it. Do y'all want it to be an accident? Yes or no, gang? Let me get y'all in and out of here. I'm going to get some of y'all in and out of here, gang. Fresh Dex. What's good? Do y'all want it to be an accident?
What's up with it, Skull?
You got to turn your live in the background down. Turn that live down in the back.
Hey, I told y'all a few weeks ago, man, that this is shit is all over some pussy, man.
No. Fresh Dex. Don't do that, fam. Keep it clean, bro. Keep it clean. I mean, keep it clean, bro.
But it's all over that girl, man.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's behind that girl. Him and that guy, Bart or whatever, they done got into some type of fight, some type of altercation. And I believe he got the best of Nolan. And then, you know what I'm saying? They had two boats over there, and they probably put Nolan's body on his boat, and then later on brought it back. But some type of way they dumped his body off that boat.
So you think
that's gonna come out?
You think Bart did this by himself? Bart beat down Nolan on that boat, and Bart did it.
And you hear it in the phone call. Did you kill? It's all in that phone. It's in the background.
Somebody said, "Damn it, Bart!"
Bart was fucking him up.
All right, man. Shout out to the Fresh Dex. Let me see everybody here. Fresh Dex. Hollywood T. What's good, gang? Fresh Dex said Bart was beating the boy down, man. Talk to me, Hollywood T. What's good, gang?
Lusco, you know what? At first, I thought it was an accident. I thought, you know, it's gonna come out. It was an accidental drowning, and then as more things started coming, it's like, yeah, this is not right. This is fishy. I agree with the last caller who said it's about jealousy. Jealous that he was with the girl and jealous that he was getting ready to go off and have a successful football career. I think
Okay, well, we gotta be fair. We gotta be fair. If people are saying the boy Bart did it, Bart went on to play at Wyoming. He's doing his football thing. John Dope instead a punter, whooping a wide receiver. Bullshit. John Dope don't believe that. He don't believe Bart done beat up no damn Nolan Wells. But we don't know. We wasn't there. We don't know. Maybe they jumped him. Maybe none of that happened at all, gang. But we wasn't there. Hollywood T. You think it was over the girls? You think somebody killed him over Katie?
I think Bart or whomever it was got the best of him because of alcohol, but I do not believe he was doing any type of drug. And I'm glad Ben Crump.
You don't believe that cocaine was in his system?
No, and I'm glad Ben Crump got an independent autopsy, and they also have pending toxicology reports as well. So they have something to combat. Last thing I want to say real quick, I think it's Bart. One of those boys' father works in a lab, and part of his job is to produce toxicology reports. I mean, it's always some BS with these people. Always.
Shout out to Hollywood T,
Pick
gang.
me out. Pick me out.
Shout out to Hollywood T, man. She said it's always some shit in the game, man. You know what I mean? One of the boys' father, you know what I mean? He might be a goddamn a toxologist. He might hold on, Sean Williams. I see you back there, but your device is not connected. Willie Lowe. What's good, Willie Lowe?
What's good, bro? Can you hear me?
I hear you, Willie Lowe. What's going, bro? We talking about the Nolan Wells case right now, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Talk to me.
I subbed to you earlier, bro.
Salute,
and
fam.
I've been on and off all day, but like you were saying about the Bart dude in the football, like the video that came out that everybody would say, okay, this is AI video, the one where he suplex. Yeah, I was thinking like, what if that video ain't AI, and what if Buddy did kick Buddy, and then he turned around and rushed up on him, then he suplexed him, but when he dropped him, he was out, right?
I don't think there's Nolan in that video though, bro. The hair is the hair is real short. The guy is like a real dark jet black type dude.
Yeah, but the resolution on the
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say the resolution on the camera that was shooting could have made it appear that way. I'm just saying, I feel like they jumped him, or whoever all the people was on the boat, they did what they did to Nolan, and once they realized they had him in the state that he was in, they started panicking and getting scared, and that's why old buddy couldn't. When the lady was calling him and asking him questions, he couldn't focus. He couldn't tell. Yeah, he couldn't focus. He couldn't tell her name because he was panicking and scared himself. The guy hollered, "Damn it, Bart!" So Bart did a little bit extra to him and caused that. And what if Katie, you know what I'm saying? That's my
Willie Lowe, man. Shoot to Willie Lowe. Willie Lowe said, man, he think, man, it was goddamn Bart too, man. Let me see. Let me go here, gang. Salute to everybody. Billy, I'm talking to the chat. Y'all want to hear from y'all sometime. I'm always listen to the media. We listen to Tatum. We're trying to see what everybody's saying. We're watching all the interviews. We listen to Ben Crump and the parents. I want to hear from y'all. I want to hear how y'all feel, man. Sean Williams, what's good, my brother? You there, my brother?
Man, cool, man. You hear me, bro?
I hear you. Let me see if I can turn your microphone up a little bit. You're a little bit low. Let me see. Hold on. You're a little bit low. Let me see if I can turn your mic up. Something. Hold on, fine. All right, talk to me, bro. Talk to me.
Yeah, man. Nancy Grace she said what I wanted to touch on, man. I've been in the chat every day since you've been talking about this, but I ain't been hitting the panel because.
Y'all hear him? Hold on, Sean Williams. Call back in, man. You real low for some. I turned your mic up, man. I can't really hear you at all. I really can't hear you at all, man. Let me see. Who is it? Giovanni? Am I saying your name right? Giovanni Kemp? Kemp, you in the building? Let's keep it moving. I want to hear from y'all. The 37s. What's good, the 37s?
What's the good word, my guy?
What's going on? I see y'all backstage, so y'all just post up back there. 37s. How do you feel about the Nolan Wells situation, bro? Do you believe anything that Officer Tatum put out today?
Nah. He's just trying to save face. He trying to save his white face because he went out there and he's made an idiot of himself. And so he's trying to basically lay the groundwork to say, well, I said this, or I didn't say that. I said this. I wasn't trying to say that. I was really trying to say this, or whatever.
What do you think happened to Nolan Wells?
I think he got in a fight with them boys, whether it was Bart or whoever it was, but I think they got in a fight in the water. And you know how it is when you fight in the water, bro. It don't take much to die. Because the thing is, if the body came back, and even Ben Crump said that, right, that his, it didn't look like he had no type of scarring or no type of, severe injuries or nothing like that. So they got the throat, so we gonna know that he gonna come back with water in his lung, or it's gonna come back some type of drowning situation. I think it was nothing like one or two dudes holding you underwater, and maybe they trying to scare him. You know what I'm saying? And it went too far. They pull him up. He not breathing. They like, wake up, Nolan, Nolan. Oh. And they start
That's
tripping.
you think that's what we could possibly hear in the background? Shout out to the 37s, man. Broderick, good, Broderick. Broderick, you in the building, Broderick? What's good, man? You got something going on, Broderick. Shout out to salute to everybody, bit of game. Kemp, you in the building? Giovanni Kemp, you there? Salute, gang. Salute to everybody in the building, gang. Salute to everybody. Let me see. Sean Williams, you there, Sean Williams?
You can hear me now, bro?
I hear you, fam. I hear you loud and clear, my brother. What's going on, fam? Sean Williams, look, talk to me, fam. The Nolan Wells case. You say you've been following this every day. You've been in the chat. You've been here really, you know what I mean, really breaking this thing down with us. What's going on right now? Do you believe anything that Officer Brandon Tatum is saying right now?
Oh no. Hell no. I don't even listen to Tatum, man. He lost me with that Ahmaud Arbery shit, man. Tatum is the boss coon, man. But what I hit the panel for, though, I ain't been hitting the panel at all because I really don't know what happened. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to be out here talking about, I know this happened, blah, 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 and the third. I don't know what happened, man. But I really want to say this right here, man. It's some real ignorant ass niggas that been like kind of hoping that the boy got murdered, man. Nancy Grace hit that shit dead on the head, man. I hope that boy did not get murdered, man. I don't even want to think about how it feel to lose a kid, man. That's a tough pill to swallow, you know what I'm saying? But it's 100 times harder to swallow if you find out your kid got murdered, man. Niggas like mouthpiece in the chat, like he trying to rally the troops, talking about the autopsy going to show a bombshell and come on, black people, let's get ready to ride and blah, 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 and the third. Like niggas celebrating a championship game or something, bro. There's somebody's life we talking about here, man. There's somebody's kid we talking about, man.
So you saying you too praying that that he didn't get murdered. I mean, you hoping it just was a simple accidental drowning.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I don't want to. I think he got murdered, but I don't want to be right, and that's why I ain't trying to say nothing about that shit.
No, salute to Sean Williams, gang. Salute, fam. Salute to Sean Williams, man. Salute, my guy. Let me see. Moo. You in the building, Moo? What's good, Moo?
Yo.
Talk to me, Moo. Nolan Wells situation, Nolan Wells investigation, man. What do you think happened to Nolan Wells, Moo?
Man, if you look at Tatum last video, you can clearly see them niggas drowning. Excuse my language. You can clearly see them drowning in the boat, bro. You can see them throwing the rope, all that shit, right?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about Katie, bro. Everybody talking about everything except Katie. It got to start from Katie and go beyond Katie, in my opinion.
Tell me this, bro. Is this what you saying you see, bro, right here? I've seen
as soon as this video starts, you see a picture, you can see the boat halfway under the water.
Is that the leg coming out on the boat?
No, that's the AI. That's the AI version. Go to Tatum's latest video.
I already went there, bro. I think we just watched one of Tatum's video.
Yeah, but I'm saying that like the profile picture, you would see the boat halfway underwater, and you would see one of them on the phone. That's the one that was called in the Cito.
And you saying that in that photo, matter of fact, I think that photo is on that's on my thumbnail right now.
That's the intro to the videos. So you can clearly see the boat sinking. But when you get to the Katie part, everything is questionable.
Okay.
So whatever he's saying about the powder and all of that, like that could be possible.
Okay,
that's all I'm saying. I ain't saying that the dudes on the boat innocent or whatever, but I'm just saying that it's more to it than.
Or something happened on actual Horn Island. It could be something.
Right.
It could
be.
Yeah. You saying basically he could have got murdered, but it's a lot of people on that island that day, bro. If it's a chance he could have stayed behind.
Yeah.
Okay. Salute to Moo, man. Salute to Moo, man. Salute to Moo. Let me see Countryside. Well, salute to Countryside. You in the building?
Yeah, baby. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So same thing though. So like the way the man's saying, like, is there anybody on board, or like the way that they're sitting there trying to get them towed in? So they had Cito. They're all panicking and they're saying that first of all they're on land, then they're not on land, then they're in 30 feet of water, and they're like, well, is there anybody breathing on board? Well, there's like 7 people breathing on board. What the fuck you mean for one? So, and then on top of that, then they cancel the tow. So if they're 30 feet of water and they're sinking, why did they cancel the tow? That picture that we're all seeing right now, people are claiming is an anchor. If you look, the drive is up. And I'm sorry, but who is taking that picture? If it's an anchor, then I don't see an anchor taking a picture. Somebody's towing them in. Somebody canceled the professional sea tow. Grandfather called in.
Right,
So
right.
who is the one that is towing? Who is the other end of that rope that we're seeing? I want to talk to that. Why is that person not coming out?
Is that gonna be Bart? Is that Bart gang?
Yeah, who's the one that towed them in? So they towed into the bayou and then they ended up leaving again because the GPS doesn't lie. They ended up going into the bayou, going back out again to the island after their boat was sinking. So why did they go into the bayou, back out, back here, back there? Like, and they canceled their professional tow because Grandpa said they got that. Like, so I'm sorry, they said like 7 people, and they're like, oh well, there's lots of people breathing on board. Well, did they have a compartment? I'm sorry, Nolan in something? And he was technically on board, and they're not lying, but like this is my thoughts on this. Like as a freaking captain, like I'm responsible for everybody that's on my board, or on board of my ship. And I am like, it just doesn't make sense. Like all of these things of like, especially like the calling for help. Like
it's something I was looking for a second. But yeah, I most definitely agree with you, man. That a lot of this shit don't make sense, man.
all
You know what I mean?
red flags. Like if you're in 30 feet of water and they're like, oh well, I have life jackets available. Well, if I got like quote unquote like 7 people on my ship and we're in 30 feet of water, bitch, I'm putting fucking life jackets on you. Like I'm sending you guys life jackets.
Right. Now, salute, gang. Shout out and what's your full name? Where you calling in from?
I'm in Canada.
Shout out to Canada, man. Salute to Canada, gang. Salute, gang. Salute to big Canada, man. You know what I mean?
None of this makes any fucking sense. Like,
Nah, none of it do make
we're out here on like Lake Erie on the other side of this. And, like, if we have the same kind of idea. We have it in Lake Erie. It's called Pottahawk.
Yeah.
The same kind of like boat party that they have that they're talking about.
Oh, so you've been to these boat parties. You know about these.
Yeah. So not on Horn Island, but we have the exact same thing every single year in Canada.
Do you ever hear about anybody dying? Did anybody ever drown out there in these boating events?
No, because again, we have 2,000 people out there. And then we've got cops, we've got everything. Like this is not gonna happen. So I'm like, does it make sense?
Okay, so the countryside, she said that can't happen, man. It don't make sense, gang. Let me see who in the building, gang. Let me see, let me go here, man. Let me go here. Haitian K, what's good, my guy?
What's good, my guy?
Break it down, fam. Nolan Wells, bro. Nolan Wells, man. What do you think happened to Nolan? But don't come with the bullshit, fam. What do you think happened to Nolan Wells, fam?
I'm not gonna come with the bullshit, bro. I had a homeboy who drowned in Mississippi, bro.
Okay.
Who drowned in Mississippi. And for them to say the Nolan Wells, they found him 2 days later. I had a homeboy who drowned the same way like Nolan Wells drowned. But when they put him out the water, he weighed like 700 pounds out the water. I witnessed this shit myself.
The body was real bloated.
Real bloated.
Yeah.
Real bloated. So it's no one in here. He drowned in that fucking ocean. So for them to say that he drowned like that, is no fucking way, bro. I had a homeboy. When I say I had a homeboy who, like they said, got caught in the rip current. He tried to protect himself and save himself. But when they found him, he was wrapped around one of those little concrete poles that was in the river or in the ocean. And when they pulled him out 2 days later, he was bloated up.
He was 700 pounds.
He was 700 pounds. I witnessed him.
Okay. Now salute, man. Shout out to my guy Haitian K, man. Salute Haitian K. Haitian K is saying, look at something suspicious about that. We heard the guy from the Cajun Navy, the guy from the Coast Guard, say that he's seen from up like about 400 feet. He's seen Nolan's body and he looked a little bloated, but not that bloated. Haitian K is saying that's bullshit, man. If he was in that water that goddamn long, his body should have been bloated. My kinfolk was 700. Got my people was 700 pounds, man. Keontae Ross, what's good, fam?
Man, can you hear me, Skull?
I hear you, fam. I hear you, bro. What's good, fam? Talk to me about Nolan Wells, bro. What do you think happened to Nolan Wells, man?
Man, Judge Mathis pretty much explained it all, bro. We all know he was murdered. We all know what's going on. Like, I'm saying, that's a good explanation. How did he get it on the back of his occipital bone? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's something going on, bro. And They're trying to cover it all up, but yeah, it could have been over that girl or it could have been over jealousy. But they definitely did something to him. The call explains it all. The call explains it all, bro. And like, if they get away with this, man, there ain't no justice, bro. That's all I gotta say, bro. Judge
Man,
Mathis gave a good explanation.
right. Right. Now, salute, gang. Salute, man. He said they get away with this, man. That's some bullshit. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Salute to my guy, Keontae Ross, man. Salute, fam. Salute, man. Let me see. My Katie theory is starting to gain traction. She's looking like the star witness. Katie know what's happening. Shout out to Compton Bomb, man. Compton Bomb been saying it the whole time. I'm not gonna lie. Compton Bomb been saying the whole time, man. You got to look into Katie, man. Compton Bomb been saying, looking at this right here, man. He's saying you got to look into Katie, man. Do y'all buy the Katie and Bart story, though, gang? I mean, that's one of the things that's been on the table all night. You know what I mean? Salute to everybody. Let me see. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm caught up. Okay, I'm caught up on this. Salute, gang. Let me see. Shout out to John Doe, man. Only if she asks, is anyone not breathing. Salute to John Doe, man. Let me see. Toy, what's good, gang? What's good?
I just got one more thing. Can you hear me?
I hear you, Toy. I hear you loud and clear. Talk to me.
Okay, look, you know, the Cajun Navy people ain't the people that found Nolan. It was really a fisherman that actually found him.
Right.
Why ain't nobody speaking to him, or why is he so quiet on what he's seen? Because we got the Cajun Navy people.
They say they say it was some kind of park ranger that
Some
found
type of park ranger or something like that. The fact that we don't even know who he is, but we know we can identify the Cajun Navy man with his teeth missing. You know what I mean? On Nancy Grace, he been talking a whole lot, but they were not the actual people that found him. We need to talk to the people that actually found him to see what they seen that he looked like. Because 400 feet in the air, at first you said he was fully clothed. Nancy Grace say from your angle it looked like he got on a t-shirt. What did the actual fisherman see when he seen Nolan?
Park ranger. What did he see? You're right. Where the fuck is the park ranger? The man that discovered Nolan's body that seemed it washed up. He found it first. Then they later on came in. Where is this motherfucker? You're right. Why ain't he been on the news? Has anybody talked to him? Because he could tell us exactly how the body looked. He could tell us how Nolan came in, everything. So you're right about that, man. Where is the goddamn park ranger? Why are they hiding the park ranger?
And then another thing, when TMZ started running interference, started saying he was seen at 6 p.m. Listen, Sco, that Ocean Springs Facebook group, they were actually looking for him before this shit hit the media. So you can go back and look in them comments. I was looking. You can go back and look, and them people were saying, "Oh my God, it was so many kids out there that day. I didn't see him. Everybody didn't see him that day." So for TMZ to be coming up here with this bullshit saying they seen the report of two people, I think they running interference. And then today they come up here trying to victim shame with the alcohol and possibility of drugs. Man, fuck all that shit. Yeah, fuck all that shit. What happened to Nolan? Y'all falling out everything else, but what actually happened to this boy? You know what I mean? Get them answers. Y'all trying to smear campaign, Ben Crump, and all that shit, man. That's all I gotta say, Sco. I'll take over this whole damn show for real if you let me keep going. But I love you. Have a good night.
Salute, man. Toy, Toy been on this shit, man. Toy most definitely, I mean, she posts about it, she talk about it, man. But that's a good point. She made good points, man. First of all, they most definitely are trying to, because think about his parents, man. Think about, all the stuff that his parents are hearing about him being heavily drunk and, cocaine in his system. And, so maybe this white girl, maybe this Money Maya white bitch done ran off with some white girl done something to him. Right now, they looking like, damn, you know what I mean? Because remember, they're saying that, hey, man, we believe something happened to our son. Ben Crump is saying, no, we believe them boys for sure. They did something to him. Well, now we see that, everybody's kind of, you know what I mean? Trying to get the boys away from the story. Now it's more about alcohol and cocaine and about what's going on the island. Like I said, I wasn't there. I don't know, gang. I don't know. Did he on the boat? I don't know. You know what I mean? Did he? I mean, when you hear that audio call on the boat, it makes you, if you hear somebody saying his name. You dig? I don't know if they're gonna come out and say, yeah, that's when we were trying to get him on the boat. We were saying, hey, Nolan, get over here, Nolan. No. They might come out and say that, man. Yeah, that was right around the time we were telling them to come on. We don't know what the fuck is gonna be said next. But Tatum, who is speaking up for the boys, the spokesperson for the boys, is saying now that, it's people from Horn Island. He got people that been hitting them up. He's been talking to people directly that was on Horn Island. They saying that, Nolan, was they 100% sure that Nolan Wells was full of cocaine and full of alcohol. He was heavily drunk, heavily intoxicated. We heard another one of Nolan's friends come out and say that. Remember, one of Nolan's friends said, "Hey, he was shit-faced, dude." Or no, he was like, he was hammered, bro. Yeah, I remember he came on the news and said, "Hey, man, last time I seen Nolan, he was fucked up, man. Like Nolan was fucked up." So that's what's going on right now in the media. A lot of people are saying that Nolan was out there fucked up. A lot of people are saying, "Hey, Sco, he could have drowned, bro. This could be just an accidental drowning." But now even Tatum, the spokesperson for the boys, are saying no. Even he's hearing rumors of, maybe some kind of altercation going on with Nolan. You know what I mean? Nolan was with the coke, was with the dude who had the coke. Nolan was with Katie in the water or some female, and it looked like they was over there, play fighting or struggling or fucking or something. There's just a lot going on right now, gang. A lot of people are saying, what about Bart? We can hear him in the background saying, Bart. No, Bart, or something. What they say, Bart, no. What did you do, Bart? Something about Bart in the background. People are saying a photo of Katie and Bart came out. Maybe Katie and Bart was dating. Gang, I don't know. It's so many scenarios out there right now. It's so many different, It's so many different angles of not angles, but so many different people online with different concepts and stories and theories, and the TikTokers and the Instagrammers and the bloggers. And man, what happened to Nolan Wells? We breaking down everything, man. Now I'm hearing that Nolan Wells' parents is it might be like a civil suit on the way or some shit like that. Did y'all hear that? Something about a civil suit might be on the way. I think I heard that. Yeah, I think I heard that for sure. Let me see. Let me go here, gang. I didn't do this yet, man. I didn't check in with y'all, dog, man. Let me see what's going on here, man. I gotta see what's going on with none other than Secret Service motherfucking Sam, man. Because Secret Service Sam, he might have a dud every blue moon, but Secret Service Sam ain't bullshit, man. Hold on, my bad. Let me put a little bit of volume on the boy, man.
Xavier Wells update. This just in, Christine Walmsley has just sent out subpoenas to TikTok, to Instagram, to Meta, Facebook. They're obviously owned by Meta, Instagram, and Facebook, to get Nolan's social media accounts. We can open it up, see messages, possibly maybe get deleted items that maybe some people might have deleted on the phone. Allegedly, we don't know. But I just wish her the best. I want nothing but justice for this family. And this is huge that she is taking action to get into those social media accounts, to get any bit of information that could lead us to clues of what happened that day. Who knows if he had videos that he took that were erased, and hopefully we'll be able to get information on that. Let's hope she subpoenas Snapchat as well, because we know from what she said in his phone that the 24 hours of when he was missing and on Horn Island, there is no snaps. And she said that is not like him to not have been taking videos during that day. Secret
Service Sam is looking worse and worse every day, man. Yeah, every day. He got the big ass fucking sticker in the middle of his forehead every day. Man, this case is stressing this nigga the fuck out. Yeah. This Nolan Wells case is stressing Secret Service Sam the fuck out. I'm gonna tell you that right now, gang. But Secret Service Sam is reporting that, Nolan Wells' mom has subpoenaed all the why would she have to do that? You know what I mean? I'm guessing they saying Ben Crump has done that, but I guess that's part of the independent investigation. So maybe that is true. Maybe Ben Crump did subpoena, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, all that shit to see if they could find out if anything was removed from Nolan's phone. So but I did hear about possibly being a civil suit, possibly mom and dad suing as well too. We're gonna sue them. I'm the Gulf of Mexico, Horn Island. I'm not for sure as of right now, but they saying as of right now, they hearing rumors or something about a goddamn civil suit. Have y'all heard that? Put a one in the chat. If y'all heard? Did y'all hear anything like that? Did y'all hear anything about the parents might be getting ready to sue somebody? Ass. Did y'all hear that? Yes or no, gang? Type of one in the chat. Y'all can hear that, gang. Let me see. Smash that like button. Yeah, have y'all heard that the parents are getting ready to, they might be getting ready to sue. Smash that like button, gang. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. I ain't know if I was tripping or not. It's something I'm looking at real quick. It's something I'm really looking for, kind of. You know what I mean? It's a lot of shit online too. It's a lot of, it's just a lot of different shit online, man. Let me see. Hold on. Some of y'all sent me right here, man. Some of y'all sent me this guy right here, man. You did like, I gotta show this because a lot of y'all sent me. It's like, Sco, check this dude out. Check this out, Sco. This dude is breaking down the interview with Warren and Officer Tatum. So let me see this guy right here this time. Okay, smash that like button. Salute to everybody. But we'll just run through some of this. But y'all are saying this former Army and interrogator breaks down Nolan Wells' friend's interview. Y'all been sending me this saying, "Go check this guy out." What's his name? Something Ginger, the Jolly something Ginger. Salute to this dude, man. Salute. I think I've seen him on TikTok. I've seen him around before on social media before. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody in the building, gang. Light a little bit of gas up and rest in peace to Nolan Wells, man.
Straight out. The first thing I want to ask you is,
y'all been telling me about
kill Nolan.
Okay, let's break down this interview. For those of you who do not know, I was an interrogator, human intelligence collector, source operator in the Army. It's important for me to give you those credentials up front because I want you to know from where I'm coming, where I break this interview down. I am an expert in what I'm about to do. I was trained by the Army to identify deception. I have multiple certifications.
Okay, he's saying the real deal. He's saying he's the real deal.
Break down people's statements, the verbiage they use, the change in verbiage, the line count of how they speak. I was certified in the read interrogation technique, which is a technique in which we analyze how people speak about things and where and how to identify deception. I was a certified Army interrogator. I was also a source operator, human intelligence collector. I've been through strategic debriefing courses. I've done strategic debriefing. I've done.
Y'all told me to check this guy out.
I'm an expert in listening to what people say and analyzing. You may be deceptive in your answer because to get to the bottom, opinionated, super right-leaning channel. Let's start kind of
to talk to you about a few things.
He's for sure a fucking talker.
The things that you've told me have literally blown my mind. But the world haven't had a chance yet to hear your story, to hear Nolan's story through you, through his friend.
To hear Nolan's story through you. Listen, I'm going to talk a lot during this interview about how the interviewer, in this case, Officer Tatum, who I believe is a former police officer, and depending on what duties he had as a police officer, I don't know his resume at all. He may or may not have been trained in questioning and interviewing and interrogation. Some police officers are. And if he has been trained in interviewing and questioning interrogation, then he's doing this on purpose, or he's just doing it on purpose because he just understands interviews. But he's leading the listener, he's leading the interview, and he's leading the person he's interviewing, the interviewee. He's leading them along for things to be said that aren't being said. You can't tell, this guy can't tell Nolan's story. The evidence will tell Nolan's story, but not this guy. But anyway, it's very important that he chose that language.
And it's not just you, it's a bunch of y'all. But, you know, some of the other guys were afraid because of the threats and the violence that's been threatened against their lives and all of the above.
It's very important that he said that because he is setting the stage. Why is he the one guy who came forward to tell the story? Because everybody else is scared to tell the story because they keep getting death threats from the internet. Warren's mom is a judge. This is calculated. You can't convince me otherwise. Warren's mom is a judge. And that's who they allowed to come on and break the silence first on a very safe, curated interview where their story would not be challenged or pushed against. And I am convinced, and I'll show you why in the language that Warren uses, I am convinced that his mother, who is a judge, gave him a lot of guidance and instruction on how to give this interview and answer these questions.
But you decided that you wanted to take this bold step and give a statement
because your mom is judge.
You know, get your side out here. And I want to start at the very beginning of all of this and ask you, what was your relationship like with Nolan? Who was he to you?
Notice the question, what was your relationship like with Nolan? Notice the question. The question's important. When you're talking about analyzing people's language and body language and all of that, you have to understand the context of the question.
Nolan, I could describe Nolan in a million ways. I mean,
I could describe Nolan in a million ways. I'm not going to, but I could. See, when you're an interrogator, when you're trained to listen to what people say, you got to listen to what people say. I could describe him in a million ways, but that means he's not going to.
Nolan was not just a best friend of me, but he was a brother. I grew up.
It's important that he said that Nolan was not just a best friend to me, but he was a brother. Please remember that.
Through elementary, middle school, high school, and even our freshman year of college, you know, we talked on the phone all the time. We were really close friends. And I mean, Nolan was like a brother to me. And
I said that twice.
Nolan lit up every room he walked in. He always had a smile on his face. He always had something good to say. I've never seen Nolan get in an argument with somebody and say bad things about someone. You know, there's a lot of people that talk crap nowadays, and Nolan was never that person. Sweetest soul ever. And I mean, I had a great relationship with Nolan. I've never got in an argument with Nolan. We were super close, and I've never said or will ever have anything bad to say about Nolan Wells.
I want you to notice that in that entire description, he described Nolan generically. Someone who's not Nolan's best friend or like a brother could have described Nolan. Hey, every time I saw Nolan, he had a smile on his face. I've never seen the guy be mean to anybody. He lights up every room he walks into. These are things you describe people that you just know about in your life. That's not how you describe people that you are very close to. When you describe people that you're as close to as this guy claims to be, you describe personal relationship. You describe a personal connection. You describe things that only you as a friend would know, right? Think about how you would describe your friend. You would give personal examples. This one time we did this.
Is he cooking right now, or is he just talking too goddamn much, man? John Dope said he talk with his damn hands too much. Salute to this guy, man. Salute to this guy, man. Is he cooking right now? I mean, he's breaking shit down. This is what he do, man. This is what he do. This is what he do. He said, well, he's an army interrogator. I mean, this is what he do. This is what he did for a living for years. Is he cooking right now, gang? Talk to me. Is he cooking right now? Smash that like button. Salute to everybody. Somebody say he cooking. Somebody say he all right.
You would do something that was more personable than this generic description of Nolan. And I'm going to show you in the rest of his language why I believe that his relationship with Nolan was more of just a general friend relationship. Like they all kind of hang out in the same circles. So he interacted with Nolan a lot by virtue of that association, but it's an associative relationship, not a best friend like brother relationship. I don't believe that.
Yeah, and you guys, you said you kind of grew up together. Mm-hmm. Did you know his mom, or how was that? Because I saw in the media where it appears that she may have said, at least I saw in part, that she said as if she didn't know any of you guys.
Right.
It's important that mom said that. First of all, we're not going to brush off what Nolan Wells' mother said. She said, she implied, as Officer Tatum said here, she doesn't really know these guys that well that are claiming to be his best friends. That's very important. I have kids. I know who their friends are. If you've got kids, you know who their friends are. So when I hear mom say, I don't really know these guys, that matters to me. Because as a parent, if she don't really know you that way, then maybe the relationship is not as close as you claim it is. And when I listen to the rest of the words that Warren is about to say, Warren's word, the deceptive behavior of his words, makes me believe mom. Listen to this.
Well, Nolan, a lot of the times was at like my house, and
quick deflection because we weren't over there. He was over at my house. We weren't over at his house.
At my buddy's house. We never went to Nolan's house and hung out. I mean, and my friend group's very, very tight knit.
My friend group. He mentions a group.
I mean, we hang out every day when
we hang out. The group.
We're back home from school. In high school, we hung out most weekdays and every day on the weekend. And
we hung out. He's not talking about him and Nolan. He's talking about his friend group. You have to listen to the words people say. He said, my friend group. He didn't say me and Nolan. He didn't say me and Nolan hung out every day and me and Nolan were tight knit and me and Nolan hung out on the weekends. He said my friend group. Let's back it up. I want you to listen to it. I want you to hear the words he says. Very, very important. Back this up just a little bit.
Never went to Nolan's house and hung out. I mean, and my friend group's very, very tight knit.
My friend group's very tight knit. And from this point on, everything he describes is his friend group, not him and Nolan.
I mean, we hang out every day when we're back home from school. In high school, we hung out most weekdays and every day on the weekend. And I mean, we were never at Nolan's house, which, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, but I met his father, and I mean, in 8th grade, Nolan. That's when Nolan and I like got really close. It was COVID year, and we were in class all year long together. Me and a couple of my buddies, and
we were in class all year long together. Me and a couple of my buddies. Every time he mentions Nolan, I want you to notice that every time this guy mentions Nolan, he ropes in the friend group. He has to rope in the friend group because his relationship with Nolan is not this best friend, like a brother relationship that he's presenting it to be, which is why mom doesn't really know him, because really Nolan was just in the friend group, the general group of friends. It was an associative relationship, which is why the only way he can honestly give an answer right now is to rope in the friend group.
Nolan and I just got super tight because we'd get a Waffle House once a week together, eat, and I mean, we were just super, super close.
That's the first personal example he's given this entire interview, is them meeting at Waffle House. That's what a personal example looks like when you're talking about a friend.
But his dad would swing by Waffle House, you know, and like, you know, hang out around us, but never you know, I was never around Nolan's parents a lot, but I mean, that didn't change our relationship any. Nolan and I were still just as close, and he was just as close with my friends as, you know, anyone else. So,
as anyone else, because it's an associative relationship. Me and Nolan were just as close, and he was just as close with my friends as anyone else. He always has to bring in the friends because it's a friend group associative relationship.
And walk me through the day of 4th of July where you guys were all going out.
Right.
This seems like something that I would assume that may have occurred more than just this year.
Yeah, of course.
These are leading questions. He's leading. This guy, Officer Tatum, is leading the interview to come to a pre-designated conclusion. It's so obvious.
Something that you guys did more than just this year. It's a two-part question. I want to know, is it something that you guys typically did together, that you hang out often in this fashion? And then I want you to then walk me through 4th of July this year. When
is this guy cooking y'all? Like, is he really breaking this shit down? Yeah, I agree with some of the things he said so far, like the way he breaking it down, some of the things he's saying, he pointing out. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think right now he doing some cooking. Some things, sometimes he go overboard with certain shit, but I don't know about all that. But for the most part, I see the shit he's saying, man, when it comes to the conversation. You know, he's breaking down everything Warren is saying. He's showing how Warren is, you know, always putting Nolan in this friend group. You know what I mean? He never can really talk about just him and Nolan. Because Nolan was just, you know, one of the boys around. They wasn't best friends. They hung around each other, but they hung around with several guys. That's what Nolan is. I mean, that's what Warren is really saying. He's saying he really didn't have a personal, just tight, super knit, best friend type relationship with Nolan. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody in the building, gang.
The incident happened.
Okay.
Now listen to the answer. You heard the long, drawn out, very pointed, very leading question. It was a poorly designed question, but it was on purpose. And so now listen to the answer, because the answer is not the answer.
You know, being from the Gulf Coast, there's a boating and fishing is very, very popular. The 4th of July, every year, my friends and I, or my family and I, are out on the water. I mean, that's the one day is guaranteed everybody's going out. And that's a known thing. Everybody's trying to get a ride out to Horn Island, or, you know, people go to Ship Island, but most of everybody from Ocean Springs and the Gulf Coast go to Horn Island. And, you know, we went last year. Nolan was on the boat with me last year. And
you see what I want you to watch that. Watch the cut. They cut the interview. Very, very, very important. Watch this. Watch when he said Nolan was on the boat with me last year. Watch this.
Springs and the Gulf Coast go to Horn Island. And, you know, we went last year. Nolan was on the boat with me last year. And
you see that cut? Nolan was on the boat with me last year. Why would the interviewer cut the interview? Because he probably said some shit that's very telling.
Do y'all agree with
had
that?
to point out.
Do y'all agree with that?
Why would the interviewer?
Do y'all agree with that?
Watch this.
Springs and the Gulf Coast go to Horn Island. And, you know, we went last year. Nolan was on the boat with me last year. And
you see that cut? Nolan was on the boat with me last year. Why would the interviewer cut the interview?
Come on, is he reaching, or do y'all agree with that, gang? Don't start this bullshit here tonight, gang. Don't start this, gang. Is he reaching, or is he cooking right now, gang? Reaching or cooking? Talk to me, y'all, boy. Yeah, come on, gang. I see what y'all doing here tonight, gang. Is he cooking or is he reaching, gang? Put it in the chat. Reaching or cooking? Is he reaching or is he cooking? Is he reaching or is he cooking, gang? Talk to me, y'all. What's going on here, man? Did he just drop a real gem on us right there? I mean, he really just break something right there. Do y'all feel like, yeah, they most definitely have to go back and edit this interview because Warren was saying certain shit Nigga, get him jammed up. Smash that like button, gang. Salute to every. Is he reaching or is he cooking, gang? Talk to me, y'all. Let's go. All right, so the chat say he cooking, man.
He probably said some shit that's very telling. He had to point out that Nolan was on the boat with us last year. That's how close we are. We're just best friends. Nolan was on the boat with me. And in a minute, he's going to describe how the boat is 2-3 boats, 20, 30 people. Because once again, it's not about it's not because him and Nolan are so close that Nolan was on the boat with him last year. Nolan was on the boat with him last year because apparently that's what people do in groups of 20 and 30. But that cut right there, very, very telling. That wasn't an edit at just a random part. That was an edit at the exact part he's talking about Nolan being with him last year. But probably because Officer Tatum.
Do y'all think Warren slipped up, gang? Come on. Do y'all think Warren slipped up and said, Nolan was on the boat with us, you know what I mean? Like, do y'all think he slipped up and said, I mean, at one point in time, Nolan was on the boat with us. Do you think, at one point in time, Nolan was on the boat with them? I'm thinking at some point in time, right? He left his phone on the boat. You know what I mean? So would that be, is he really cooking or is that a reach? Because, because he said Nolan was on the boat. He said with us last year. Do y'all think he fucked up and came and said, cut that motherfucker, nigga? Do y'all say Officer Tatum said, nah, nigga, we got to cut that bitch, son. Smash that light. But y'all, is he cooking or is he reaching, gang? Talk to me, gang. Yeah, talk to me, man.
His team was like, ooh, take that out. Whatever he said. We don't know.
And he was, this was a common thing. My friends go on the boat when we're home.
Why didn't you finish the sentence? He's talking about Nolan now. He's talking about Nolan and he doesn't finish the sentence. He says he was on the boat with us last year and he was my friends and I, because he goes right back to the friend group because he's not watch how he does it.
This was a common thing. My friends go on the boat when we're home.
Where's the rest of that statement?
That's what we like to do.
Because he's being deceptive.
My friends like to fish also.
My friends
like to go on the boat, not just fishing, but like to go on the boat, like to go on sunset cruises, like to do it all, on the water, And Nolan loved to do that too.
Here's all my friends do, and by the way, Nolan too. It's an associative relationship.
It's not like anyone. He was just like everyone else in our friend group. He loved to go on the water, and
he has nothing specific to say about Nolan. You can't be a best friend with a guy. We're like brothers, but every single time he talks about Nolan and his character and anything about Nolan, it's just like everybody else in the group. He's just like everybody else. There's no difference. It's very generic.
Have a good time with the guys, and that's what we did a lot. But 4th of July, everybody was out there. Like I said, like Nolan was always trying to go on the boat, trying to go out there with us, and he was always welcome to come. Nolan
with us, not with me, not my bestie, not hey twin, we're going on the boat. Nope, it's with us. He wants to go with us, the group, my friends, the group
was always out there with us, and but. Started 4th of July, my buddies and I had talked about this week's upcoming, everybody's very, very excited for.
He just did what's called a timeline switch. And this is also this is something, if I was taking notes in the interrogation, I would take a note of that and I would come back to it and I would exploit this area because why did you timeline jump there? I'm going to tell you what he did and I'm going to let you listen to it one more time so you can see it. He said it started 4th of July. My friends and I spent weeks planning up to this. So he started on the 4th of July. He said the word started on the 4th of July. Then he went 3 weeks backwards. And anytime somebody does that, you got to take note of it. Like, why are we timeline jumping? Watch.
My buddies and I had talked about this week's upcoming with us. And he was always welcome to come. Nolan was always out there with us. And
watch.
But started 4th of July. My buddies and I had talked about this week.
My buddies and I had talked about this weeks in advance.
Weeks upcoming.
So he just did a timeline jump.
Everybody's very, very excited for the 4th of July from down here. Like it's a big thing.
It's a big deal.
Very, very big deal. And I actually stayed with Nolan that night at my buddy's house, and
I stayed with Nolan. He's using that language so that you'll feel like him and Nolan are just so tight. I stayed with Nolan at my buddy's house. So you stayed with your buddy and Nolan just happened to be there, but you're misrepresenting the nature of your relationship.
I woke up at my buddy's house and we went to McDonald's.
You see it now. I ain't even got to tell you anymore because now you're starting. Now I've trained you.
Got food.
Right. He's right. He's right. You know what I mean? But He right. Now I kind of hear it. Now, I hear it a lot. He kind of references to Nolan, but it's kind of always in a friend group. It's always kind of like, are you talking about you and Nolan? Just you and Nolan, or is it all y'all? Or was it y'all and then Nolan? Like, it's not really just him and Nolan ever. Smash that light button. Yeah, smash it. I mean, and I'm not saying that he's training me on how to think, but he most definitely got me saying, okay, I can hear certain things. You know what I mean? There's certain things I can pick up that Warren is saying in the conversation. Smash that like button and salute to everybody in the building, gang. Put some color in this chat, y'all. Hit the Cash App. Donate to the platform, gang.
No, we went to McDonald's and got food.
Was not with me.
Nolan was not with me. Me and my buddy woke up and went and got food. Nolan was not with me. My brother, my homie, my bestest friend in the widest world, he went with me.
And I went and got breakfast. I had my buddy's boat hooked up to my truck. And well, first I ran to my house, then I went to McDonald's and came back. And
here the timeline jump again. Y'all getting trained, ain't you? You starting to figure it out, ain't you? What? He's all over the map. Anytime somebody's all over the map, when you're asking about an event that should be sequential, it's very deceptive. It's red flags like a motherfucker. If I was doing an interrogation, I'm going to be all over this timeline right now, especially when we're talking about the timeline of the morning of the event in question.
Right.
If you're doing an investigation, interrogation, and you have an event in question, and we're talking about the timeline the morning of, it is very problematic to have this many red flags in the sequence of events of the morning of. I'm going to play back the morning of. Now that I've trained you to listen to the timeline, I want you to listen to what he says. I want you to follow the order of events. Him and his buddy woke up. They went to McDonald's. Then what happened next? Watch, follow it in your brain, and you're going to see how much he's being deceptive. Watch.
At my buddy's house, and we went to McDonald's, got food. Nolan was not with me. And I went and got breakfast. I had my buddy's boat hooked up to my truck. And well, first I ran to my house, then I went to McDonald's and came.
Whoa, I thought you went from your buddy's house to McDonald's. Notice how you got food twice too, by the way. He said, me and my buddy woke up, went to McDonald's. And I got some food, got breakfast. Yeah, that's what McDonald's is. So you mentioned that twice. Then all of a sudden he went back to his house, then back to McDonald's, right? He's actively trying to give you a story that has been given to him. His mother, who is a judge, I believe, this is my opinion, has coached him on how to answer questions on the timeline the morning of. Why? I don't know. I'm not saying this guy did it. I'm not saying this guy did anything. I'm not saying that. I don't have the evidence to be able to say that. What I'm saying is this is deceptive. What I'm saying is you're not giving me a sequential order of events, and it's very red flaggy.
Back and
is that true? Do y'all feel like it's something guilty or something off about Warren's story because the timelines? You know, I mean, he's doing an interview. He could be nervous. You know what I mean? He's talking to his idol. You know what I mean? Officer Tatum and shit like that. You know what I mean? That's his idol, man. You know what I mean? So do y'all think he's trying to remember everything? I mean, you know what I mean? He just trying to get it together, man. I mean, it's my first interview ever. Or do y'all think, nah, man, he's trying to put a story together? You know what I mean? His mom is the judge, and they sit down and they went over this shit before what they call Officer Tatum boot licking ass over here because you know it's all a big play. It's all a goddamn production, man. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody in the building, gang.
The boat was already hooked up to my truck.
The boat was already hooked up to my truck. I went to my house and got my did you hook the boat up or was the boat already hooked up? Did you go to your house or did you go to McDonald's?
My buddy Wyatt and I went and with my buddy, and we went.
See that cut? Another cut. He's in the middle of stumbling through the timeline. He's all over the fucking place. Officer Tatum knows he's all over the fucking place. So they probably coached him right here. Watch the edit. You can see the edit. Once again, watch.
The boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy Wyatt and I went and
I think he said Wyatt there. It's also important that I think he said Wyatt.
The boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy Wyatt and I went and with my buddy and we went.
See the edit? Watch his head jerk. See the edit? I'm doing one more time in case you missed it.
Yeah, that was the edit.
Well, first I ran to my house, then I went to McDonald's and came back and the boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy Wyatt and I went and with my buddy and we went.
See it?
Filled the top of the boat off, loaded it down with ice, and just got everything ready. Then Wyatt went and put his smaller boat in the water, which is the Palm Beach. He's an 18-foot Palm Beach. And I drove the boat from Fort Bayou Boat Launch to my buddy's grandparents' house. And that's where we all planned to meet up that day.
And you say we all, who you talking about? You, Nolan, or no?
Keep in mind, this entire time, Nolan's still not with him. He said they went to McDonald's and get food, then ran to his house, and it's all over the fucking map. But he wanted to point out with you, Nolan wasn't with me. We're best friends. We're like brothers, but I'm never with the guy. But we're like best friends. We're just never together.
Nolan, and how many people are going to meet you guys there?
We had roughly 20 to 30 people coming on 3 separate boats with us. And so we were all following each other out there as one big group. You know, it wasn't just me and Nolan and a couple other of my buddies. There was 20 or 30 people spread out where we all met at the dock before, and then we departed to go to Horn Island. It wasn't just a couple of us. I mean, there were so many people, we had to split up between 3 boats, and we all left and all got there at the same time.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's clear, because the statements that are out there made it appear that it was just you, Nolan, and probably 2 or 3 other guys.
That's a lie. See, Officer Tatum is leading this interview on purpose to be deceptive, to make it sound like the narrative on the internet's the evil villain here. It's just not true. Nobody, I've been following this case since it happened. At no point did anybody say it was just him and a few friends. Everybody made it clear there was a bunch of people there partying.
I said this on the show the other day. I said, man, we never thought that. We never thought that they was on a deserted island, just them 4 together. Like, nobody ever said. It was 4th of July on a Saturday. Nobody ever said no shit like that. So, yeah, you can see how they try to paint certain pictures. Like, people are saying this or the internet. I don't think nobody ever said that shit, gang. Just like nobody ever said Trayston was guilty of shit. We never put you in nothing, bro. It's certain shit y'all just doing to y'all own, bro. We never put certain people in the shit, man. We never said certain things. And I know because I've been covering this story, yeah. I've been watching everything, man. Nobody said they was on a deserted island by themselves.
Early on in this case, we saw cell phone footage of what appeared to be an argument. We now know it was another friend who says that was him in an argument. But we've seen tons of boats around, tons of people around. Since the beginning, they've been asking for witness statements because everybody acknowledges that there was tons of people on the island. So Officer Tatum is just flat out lying here and setting this question up so she'll question the veracity of everybody on the internet, and this poor kid who's just here telling the truth is trying to debunk the internet. This is a setup.
And y'all are the only ones that went out to this island.
And that's completely incorrect. I mean,
and nobody ever said it. So
Horn Island on the 4th of July is the most popular day to be on the water on, throughout the entire Gulf Coast. I mean, everybody and their mom is on the water on 4th of July, There's no telling. I mean, roughly probably 2 to 3, maybe even 4,000 people out there. There were boats lined up off the island. I mean, there was 3 rows of boats all the way until my vision ended, until I could see of people there was 1 row of boats.
Like, that might sound deceptive, but it's just him. What he was trying to say, as far as my eye could see. But I don't find that to be deceptive. I just find that to be a 18-year-old who couldn't find the word.
And then there was another row of boats, and then there was a 3rd row of boats.
Yeah.
I mean, there was people lined up all up and down the island to where, I mean, who knows? I mean, and that wasn't just, we were parked on the north side, on the west tip. It wasn't just there. I mean, there's tons of people packed out on the south side and on the east end and in the middle of the island. But just where we were, I mean, there was easily 1,000 people. It wasn't just us.
Let's go back a little bit. I want to go back to you guys at the dock, getting on the boat. You're saying there's multiple people, probably 20 or 30 people getting on 3 boats.
Right.
What boat were you on, and what boat was Nolan on?
Nolan was on Wyatt's 22 Triton.
There was a cut right there. Watch the cut. Cuts are important, especially in an interview like this. When he says Nolan was on Wyatt's 22-foot Triton, watch the cut, the edit.
Boats.
Right.
What boat were you on, and what boat was Nolan on?
Nolan was on Wyatt's 22 Triton. On the way out, I went with my buddy Bart because we had a lot of friends.
I didn't see the cut. Did y'all see it? I didn't see it. I didn't see that cut right there, gang. I didn't see it. Maybe my eyes are slow, gang. It might be that Reggie I'm smoking. I didn't see that cut.
On Wyatt's 22-foot Triton.
Didn't see that cut.
Watch the cut, the edit.
Boats.
Right.
What boat were you on, and what boat was Nolan on?
Nolan was on Wyatt's 22 Triton. On the way out, I went with my buddy Bart because we had a lot of friends from college coming down, and
I didn't see
Bart,
it. I'm not gonna lie.
I was like, "Hey man, can you take the boat out?"
Gonna
He's
lie.
like, "Yeah, well."
He called Bart the morning of, but they were planning this for weeks in advance. Keep in mind, everybody agreed. Just a minute ago, he said everybody agreed to meet, I believe, at Wyatt's grandfather's house, is what he said. And so he drove Wyatt's boat from the dock over to the grandfather's house where they agreed to meet after they got McDonald's and everything else. Now he's saying, I called Bart the morning of. It was like, hey, can you bring your boat out? But just a minute ago, they put 3 weeks of planning into this. Remember that? Remember when he said, when he did that timeline jump, we did 3 weeks of planning? It's very deceptive that he's now telling us last minute we added a whole new boat. It's this guy Bart, who, by the way, was just so happened to last minute be available to bring his boat. Thanks be to the heavens.
My dad decided not to go, and I'll take the boat, and I'll take you and your friends, of course.
Is he reaching or is he cooking? I'm talking about this white boy over here, man. Yeah. I'm talking about the white, this dude right here. Is he reaching or is he cooking? Come on, I know earlier in the video I said he was cooking. Talk to me again. How do y'all feel now? And the greatest performance now. Is he reaching or is he cooking now? I understand how he was, how he was cooking in the beginning. Is he reaching or is he cooking now? Talk to me, gang.
He's a buddy of mine, and so Bart pulled up at the dock, and I mean, I rode out there with Bart and a lot of the girls that go to college with my friends and I, and Nolan rode out on the Triton, and then
once again, he's not with Nolan. Like a brother to me. Like a brother. I ain't never with him, mother. I ain't never with him. He's like a brother to me.
Got a Palm Beach, 18 Palm Beach. There was 4 guys on that. There was like 8 people on the Triton, and then there was 8 or 9 people on the Triton, and then there was the rest of the group, which was ranged from maybe 10 to 15 or 16 people on my buddy's tide line, which is 24 tide line.
And so you guys get on, and I know a little bit more than the audience do because we went out there a little earlier because I wanted to see exactly what the drive was like, what the dock was like, how far it is out there. Of course. But I want you to tell, the audience, like, what was this trip like? How was the waters? Did you guys do anything in between the time you rode and the time you get to the island? Was there music? Is it like a big party? Like, what is that?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously music's blasting. It's 4th of July, man. I mean, everybody's really excited. And I mean, we had a lot of people loaded down. So obviously our biggest, we're just trying to make sure everybody, gets out there safe. And
he just can't answer the goddamn question. Like, this is another red flag. What were you doing from the time you left the dock to the time you went to the island? Again, this is another question that is directly related to timeline events the morning of the actual event in question. That's very important when you're investigating, especially something this serious. And he can't answer it's the 4th of July, and then everybody's excited, and then we're worried about everybody's safety on the boat. Like, he's all over the fucking place, but he's not answering the question. And he's going to eventually, but he's doing a thing that's deceptive, and I'll explain it more when you hear the rest of his answer.
So, I mean, on the way out there,
he finally says on the way out there, finally gets there.
It was pretty calm. I think it was blowing like 3 or 4 knots. I mean, the waters were clear. It was a great day to be on the water. Sunshine, not cloudy at all. And, I mean, it was a great day to be out there on 4th of July. And
he was coached to point out the waters were calm. The winds weren't blowing that hard. It was a great day to be on the water. He was coached to say that. I feel strongly that he was coached to say that because it was so awkward that he said it right there. It in no way answered the question. He's avoiding the question was, what the fuck were y'all doing on the boat? Were you listening to music? I mean, Officer Tatum set it up for him. Hey, say you were listening to music. He set it up. And the guy instead of giving that easy end, we were listening to music, drinking beer and hanging out, he's giving this big, long, convoluted roundabout. And he throws in there awkwardly, by the way, it was a nice day out.
So, I mean, we followed each other out, and, it was calm. It was calm. On the way back, it was
calm.
A little more rough.
On the way back, we just skipped the whole island. We just skipped being at the island the whole day. We're already on the way back. Timeline jump.
But it was not anything all my buddies' boats couldn't handle, or like, it wasn't like
Why does he feel it's important to point out to us the conditions of the water and the weather and whether or not the boats can handle it? Literally. This is where I would exploit that information in an interrogation. Hey, Warren, why do you keep mentioning that? Can you explain to me why is that important? There's a reason that he keeps bringing this up. The reason that he knows and we don't know.
You're getting really beat up or anything. I mean, it was pretty calm.
And so you guys get out there.
So we still don't know what he was doing on the boat on the way out there, by the way. He did mention that there was some music playing. Yeah, it's music. Why? It's 4th of July, brother. Then he goes into these diatribes about the weather nobody asked about.
I'm assuming that you line the boats up because I'm envisioning the picture of getting out there and there's hundreds of boats. Mm-hmm. There's thousands of people. Yeah. So it wasn't just you guys on a deserted island.
Of course not.
A few people. This is thousands of people out there.
Right.
And there's a lot of people doing what? What does it look like when you first pull up?
I pull up and we pulled up at 10:30. I mean, it wasn't, early afternoon. I mean, it wasn't, but.
We pulled up at 10:30 early afternoon. 10:30.
That's that light, but yeah, is he breaking this shit down, gang? Does it look like Warren's interview was rehearsed, was put together? Like him and Tatum did a lot of cutting and going back over timelines, and the judge might be because Tatum kept saying the judge was not in the room. His mom, she was nowhere around. She was not. He made that. Remember, he kept saying that she was not around. Like, man, she wasn't even in here, man. Who think the judge is sitting right off camera over there, man? The judge, his dad. So, I mean, they over there coaching and shit, cutting and shit. Shout out to Sharon Murphy, man. Salute to Sharon Murphy for that cash app. Salute, gang. The best blogger to do this shit. Salute to Sharon Murphy, man. Who thinks that this shit is rehearsed, man? Yeah, who thinks this shit is rehearsed, gang? Smash that like button, man. It's Ginger cooking right now, man. What's his name? Holly Ginger. Is the boy Ginger cooking right now, man?
It's early morning or mid-morning. We'll call it mid-morning. But nobody calls 10:30 early afternoon. Immediate red flag. Immediate deception. We pulled up 10:30. It was, early afternoon. It was what?
10:30 is, still pretty early in the day.
Yeah, it is early in the day, not early afternoon.
Hey, and when we got there was already 3 rows of boats lined up all the way, like I said, until I could see. And
you're talking when you say all you can see, you're speaking about miles.
Yeah.
Of boat. When we went out there earlier today, but when we went out there, the island is massive.
Correct.
It's just several miles long.
Roughly 10 to 12 miles.
Roughly. I just happen to know the exact measurement of that island. I did not prepare for this interview. I'm just roughly throwing that off the top of my head.
It's little shit like that, man, it matters. It's little shit like that count, man. Yeah. Yeah, somebody says, Skull, we said it was scripted a long time ago. No, for sure. We just listened to him break it down. Well, y'all been said that, of course, gang. You know what I mean? 99% of this chat been said that, man. Come on, Skull, stop the bullshit. That nigga was ready for every question, man. Officer Tatum sit there and watch them prepare. Officer Tatum sit there while he put on makeup and shit. Obviously, they got their own dressing rooms and shit. This was a goddamn production, man. Smash that like button, gang. Salute to everybody in the building, gang. Salute to everybody in the building.
And it's.
So you think that the boats were stretching from one end to the next, or just a small area of about a mile or less than a mile of boats?
Well, I think there was boats all the way around the entire island, but I think some spots were more popular than others. Like the West Tip is usually very, very crowded on the 4th of July, and everybody knows that. So that's where a lot of people park because they want to be around other people. And the East End's a little more, there's not as many people, but there's still a lot of boats out there. It's not like no one, every area of Horn Island is covered 100%.
Wow. So you get out there, y'all jump out. What do? When I say jump out, you obviously not just sitting on the boat. The island is there. Like, what exactly are people doing there? Like, are you spending more time in the water, on the island, in the boat? Like, how is that? How is that look out there?
Everybody, as soon as you get there, there's people on boats, grabbing drinks and, food, whatever else. Everybody is fully prepared for the 4th of July. They bring, all the drinks.
Except for his friend Bart, who just called this morning. He was not fully prepared.
Smash that like button, gang. Shout out to Compton Bombs. Let's go. Remember, they lawyered up. The lawyer is present for show. So Compton Bombs say, if these kids got lawyers, we know this boy stepmom was a fucking judge. Of course, hell, she's the goddamn attorney, if anything. You feel me? I think she's the attorney. You feel me? Former prosecutor. I'm sure she handled the attorney business, or I'm sure she got an attorney that she can just call up real quick. So for sure, somebody sitting in this room with this boy, man. Ain't no way he's sitting here without an attorney, without mom. Ain't no fucking way. Salute to Compton Bomb. Salute to Compton Bomb. I agree, fam. Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Salute, gang. Yeah, I agree with that, fam.
Some food that they need because, I mean, they've been preparing for 4th for a little while now. But
not Bart.
When we got there, I helped my buddies tie the boats up because the tie line was right here, the Palm Beach was in the middle, and then the Triton was on the outer side.
Notice how this guy who can't give me a singular fucking coherent detail immediately locks in to tell you exactly where every boat was
and
the order.
There was about a drop off from where the bow was. I mean, if you jumped off the bow, you were probably about neck deep in water. But if you got off the stern, you were probably waist deep in water. I mean, but when we got there,
bow's the front, stern's the back, in case you don't know.
Tied up, got, bow and rear anchor set, and we tied up all the boats, made sure they were good, and everyone just got on the water. Then eventually, next thing you know, it's our group. And then, next thing you know, there's 50 other people around.
Next thing you know, it's our group. Next thing you know, it's the way he speaks is deceptive.
Us, and then
when I'm interested in timeline. When you don't
Melissa,
speak
gang.
in
Salute
chronological
to
order,
Melissa.
red flag for me.
Salute, gang.
It just grew and grew as the day came on. And, that's just how it was. Everybody's drinking, it's 4th of July. Everyone's just trying to enjoy themselves. And, it's a big party, basically. Big party.
I want you to notice in its entire answer, he never said what they were doing. He said what everybody was doing. He keeps doing that. He keeps generically referencing what happens generically on Horn Island on the 4th of July. He never, Tatum asked him, hey, what do you guys do on the boat on the way out? Never tells you that, tells you all about the weather. What did you guys do when you got there? Well, everybody out there just drinks and eats. That's what people do on Horn Island. This is generically what happens. Never answers the question. That's on purpose.
Yeah, so y'all pretty much having a good time. Just like anybody would imagine, 18-year-olds, probably 20-year-olds, college students, out on the island, women, you probably had alcohol. Y'all having a good time.
Yeah, of course.
And so where's Nolan in this? You guys out there, the friend groups out there, 3 boats.
Watch that swallow. Watch that uncomfortable shift in demeanor. He just mentioned you were probably underage drinking. And they go, yeah, of course. And then he says, where was Nolan? He goes, watch this uncomfortable shift in demeanor when he asked that question.
Yeah, of course.
And so where's Nolan in this? You guys out there, the friend groups out there.
Looks away off in the distance. I don't know who's standing off camera, but he looks in that direction. Swallows. He's uncomfortable.
Did he look away?
And then he says, where was Nolan? He goes,
you probably had alcohol. Y'all having a good time.
Yeah, of course.
And so where's Nolan in this? You guys out there, the friend groups out there, 3 boats.
Watch that swallow. Watch that uncomfortable shift in demeanor. He just mentioned you were probably underage drinking. And they go, yeah, of course. And then he says, where was Nolan? He goes, watch this uncomfortable shift in demeanor when he asked that question.
Yeah, of course.
And so where's Nolan in this? You guys out there, the friend groups out there.
Looks away off in the distance. I don't know who's standing off camera, but he looks in that direction. Swallows. He's uncomfortable.
There are 3 boats full of people that came out there that seem to be the closest friend group.
Right.
Where's Nolan in this in comparison to where you and others are at?
Well, I had a couple conversations with Nolan that day, and
I had a couple conversations. That's where you start. In my line of work, where people start to answer your question is very, very telling. The question was
that was bad.
Specific. Where was Nolan?
That was bad.
Rather than saying where Nolan was, he starts off with, I had a couple conversations with Nolan. I think this serves 2 purposes. I think it's to, once again, to lead the viewer to believe he was such a close friend with Nolan. He's my best buddy.
Yeah.
I also think number 2
he most definitely
is to try to validate him as a source of information. But let's hear what he says.
I talked to him and a couple of my other buddies.
Once again, every time he brings Nolan in, he has to bring in the other buddies. Have you noticed that every single time he does that, it's never just him and Nolan, it's him, Nolan, and the other buddies? It's an associative relationship.
In a group, I was not focused on anyone solely, like looking and pointing anyone out, because there's so many people out there. I mean, I was talking to my friends that I haven't seen in a while from high school. I was talking from people I knew from college. I was talking to, everybody my age and even people older than us were, over there. It was just a regular thing. We're all used to this. We've been out to the islands before. My buddies don't just go out to the island on 4th of July, but they go out, every weekend. I feel
this answer is already going all the way away from Nolan and completely to his buddies. Very deceptive.
Fish the islands. I don't just fish around Horn Island. I fish around Ship Island too. So I'm very familiar with the islands, and
nothing to do with the question.
I feel like it was just a big. I talked to Nolan, and Nolan was drinking. Everybody
has to point out Nolan's drinking.
Was drinking. Most of everybody, and I mean Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations, and Nolan was making me laugh. I had a couple conversations.
No specifics on making me laugh. Just trust me, he was generically making me laugh.
With Nolan and Javon, Nolan and my buddy James. Nolan.
I had a couple conversations with Nolan and Javon, Nolan and James. Never just with Nolan.
And I mean, I could tell you. I mean, I talked to Nolan a couple times, but it wasn't like I was strictly sitting there talking to Nolan the whole day. I mean, there was hundreds of people I knew out there. So
yeah, and
I grew up having a best friend like the one he's describing, the one's like a brother, and it didn't matter where my best friend and I went. We were kicking it together. Other people might kick it with us, but we were kicking it together. So I just think that he's misrepresenting their relationship. I strongly believe he's misrepresenting between the way he talks and way it always sounds associative, and the fact that he provides no specific examples about Nolan. They're all generic.
Nolan said something interesting you told me about.
I want you to listen to this question. I want you to listen to this answer.
And I'm gonna say that, and that is true, gang. That's true. It is true, man. When you think about your best friend right now, y'all picture your best friend, gang. Who is your best friend, gang? To everybody in this chat right now, who is your best friend? Think about that. Who is the person you call your best friend in the whole wide world? Like that's my dog right there, fam. You did. I'm talking about nigga. I'm talking about day one. That's my dog right there, fam. If y'all all go out and kick it, man, ain't no way you leaving that person there by themselves, especially when you realize you got their phone. Once you would have realized you had your partner phone, that nigga on the island, yeah, he said he wanted to stay and shit, but I got my nigga phone. We going right back to the island. Yeah, we need to go over and get this nigga his phone, bro. Fam. We gotta get this nigga his phone back, bro. It ain't like, ain't no way, fam. We ain't burn off this nigga phone. If he said he wasn't coming with us. Because first of all, my nigga, we the dip. But if you're a grown man saying, I ain't coming, fam, once you know that you got his phone, you like, oh, nah, I ain't gonna leave my nigga right on motherfucking phone for hell no. Hell no. You got me fucked up. Let me get this nigga his phone back. Smash that like button, gang. So I bet it comes out that those videos came from the third. I think Nolan was already dead and never seen the fourth. Okay, Gravedigger saying that Nolan was already dead, man. You know what I mean? All that shit about him and Katie, and even Katie saying she's seen him, and everybody else would say they seen him, man. They a damn lie, man. Nolan was dead when he spent the night at the friend house where Warren was at. You know what I mean? He died that night, fam. Everybody who say they seen him on 4th of July, they are lying. The pictures we see of him on 4th of July, they're not real. Yeah. Even the photos we see of Nolan on 4th of July, we got photos of him. We got a couple little small videos. We can see Nolan everywhere on that island on 4th of July, but no, Gravedigger said ain't none of that shit real, nigga. That's all bullshit, fam. This whole thing is fucked. They've been lying from the start, nigga. That nigga was dead the day before, man. Smash that like button, gang. Salute to everybody. Shout to Gravedigger, man. Yeah. Don't fuck around with Gravedigger. I'm telling you in this chat right now, gang. Don't fuck around with Gravedigger, man. If that's what Gravedigger said happened, then damn it, that's what happened. Smash that like button. Yeah, I don't want no smoke, Gravedigger, nigga. I don't want no smoke.
Because this is where he ends the first part of this interview, and it is, oh my God, red flag central.
Hundreds of people I knew out there.
I had to back it up because I need you to listen.
And Nolan said something interesting you told me about this. Something he said to you.
I want you to notice there was a cut there too. Notice the cut right as he starts asking the question about Nolan. Warren gets uncomfortable again, and then there's an edit cut.
Nolan said something interesting you told me about this. Something he said to you, I would say would be indicative of y'all's friendship.
Right.
And then he also mentioned
Tatum's trying to establish their friendship is so close. He said something to you that I would say is indicative of your friendship, because the words that Nolan said shows how close of friends you guys are. Listen to what it says.
Something to you about that particular day and what it meant to him.
Right.
And could you share that?
Right. Yeah. So Nolan and my buddy Javon are talking, and
Nolan and my buddy Javon are talking. Once again, not Nolan and him.
I grew up with Nolan, and
we're going back to growing up with Nolan. We just went backwards for no reason.
Nolan's, just all, like I said, like just so joyful, like always happy. Like every picture I have with Nolan.
Why are we talking about Nolan's pictures? And what did he say to you? That was the question asked.
We're picture I have of Nolan, he's smiling. I mean, like he's always happy. If I always need like a shed of light, I'm calling Nolan, you know.
The boy most definitely dancing. You know what I mean? Now you go back and listen to it. Shout out to Minx the cutie. She said they had boat issues. Nolan was on the boat. Bart came and helped them. Warren even confirmed that. The fight broke out. Wyatt called Paw and Cito. Nolan passed simultaneously, and they panicked and dumped Nolan. She's saying what everybody else is saying. A fight happened on that goddamn boat. Shout out to Minx the cutie, man. Salute to Minx the cutie. But y'all see, he is dancing most definitely. Hey, the boy dancing like a motherfucker, man. When they asked about Nolan, man, let me take you back to our childhood, dude. You know, back when we were younger, man. You know, back in the old days. And we didn't ask you none of that shit, fam. Right. Every time he asks about Nolan, it's like, so what about Nolan? Back in the third grade, dude, you know, we see lunch together, man, and he would have the Lunchables, dude, and I would always, you know what I mean? We didn't ask you that shit, dog. What are you talking about? Yeah, we didn't ask you shit about no damn, man, what? All right. It's like every time, bro. Every time he asks about Nolan, hey, man, you know, back in the 8th grade, dude, you know, we just sit back and watch the sunset, man, and we didn't ask you that shit, bro. Come on, man. You know what I mean? He most definitely, it's like he got to always gear up for his Nolan answer. He got to, do a little moonwalking and slide and give him a little time to think real quick.
And Nolan and I laugh and joke a lot. Like that's how our friend group is.
That's how our friend group is. Not me and Nolan, just our friend group.
Jokingly laugh. You know, no one takes anything that serious. You know, we enjoy our time together. You know, I mean, there's never any awkwardness within our friend group. We're very, very tight. So if I ever need to get something off my chest or talk to anybody, I'm talking to all my friends. I'm not just talking to like specifically anybody. I would go out like.
Notice how he's making it very group general, because he knows that his relationship with Nolan is not as he has represented it. But listen to when he finally tells you what Nolan said that was so indicative of their friendship.
And if I'm having issues with something, I go talk to my group chat, and my guys are there to, you know, give me a hand anytime I need it. And all my guys are, you know, all my buddies are the same exact way. You know, Nolan was the same exact way. If you ever need something, I'm here, man. Like that's how he was. So
never answered the question. He's basically saying, if you ever need something, I'm here. That's how he was. He didn't say he said that to me that day. Officer Tatum is trying to phrase the question to imply that on Horn Island that day, Nolan walked up with him, patted him on the shoulder and said, brother, you ever need something, I'm here for you. That's how they're trying to present it. They're trying to present it in a very deceptive way that Nolan came up and said, if you ever need something, I'm here for you. And in this convoluted, roundabout, fucking all over the place answer that he gave, he said, Nolan was the kind of guy, if you ever need something, I'm here for you. That's how he was. Not Nolan said that to me. Not Nolan told me that directly that day. This is this is disgustingly deceptive.
And then you guys get ready to leave prematurely.
Right.
And explain that, because you guys got there around 10.
And that's where he ends the interview right here. The next part, the part 2, he goes to Horn Island. And oh my God, I found a couple spots in that interview on Horn Island. It is red flag to the fucking highest degree. I'm going to show you.
I'm going to have to watch that. Yeah, I'm about to catch that. Oh, yeah. I'm about to check back in with what's his name? I've seen his face before, but I didn't know his name. Yeah, shout out to the Jolly Ginger, man. You did. I'm going to have to check in whenever he go back and, you know what I mean, go over what happened on Horn Island. You know, Tatum went to Horn Island with Warren and they walked around and they spoke on Horn Island. I'm going to have to check. I got to see how he break that down. Yeah, I got to check in with this dude, man. Salute to you. I like what he do, man. You think at the end of the day, I don't agree with everything he says, but a lot of shit he say, I'm like, yeah, you're right about that. That is a pattern. That is exactly what he say the boy is doing. He's doing it. I mean, he's showing us. And, you know what I mean? He said, watch this. And it just keeps going on throughout the whole entire goddamn interview. So I think this guy most definitely, you know what I mean, is pretty good at what he do, man. Yeah, I fuck with it, man. I fuck with it. Now, like I said, I don't agree with everything he say, but a lot of shit he said, I said, nah, man, that's most definitely, that's concerning. That's most definitely, you know what I mean? That's most definitely deceitful right there. There's most definitely some shit going on in this interview that I didn't focus on at first. I really didn't see. It's some things that now I'm listening to him say. Like, he most definitely distanced himself from Nolan a lot, kept him in a friend group. It was never really just him and Nolan. It was nothing really special said about Nolan. You know what I mean? It was a bunch of kind of deflecting, a kind of a lot of dancing around, jogging, a lot of airtime in between shit. Just, you know, a lot of just, you know what I mean? Yeah. You go back and look at it, you're like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Not saying, hey, I'm not saying we got any physical evidence saying these boys did anything, gang, but As of right now, it's a lot of weird, suspicious shit going on, and we ain't looking away not one damn time, gang. Salute to everybody in the building, gang. We not looking away at all, gang. We breaking everything down. I think on this platform, we've been breaking everything down. We not missing nothing. We hearing from everybody. We're going to the TikTokers, the bloggers, the media, the news, Ben Crump, the parents, Tatum, Warren, goddamn Trace. We hearing from everybody. We don't want to miss shit, gang. Like I said, I'm unbiased when it comes to this whole Nolan Wells situation because I just want the truth. No matter what the truth is, gang, we just want to break all this shit down and hopefully we come out with a goddamn, with the truth, whatever happened to Nolan. But as of right now, it's just a lot of he got murdered talk, man. You know what I mean? His parents feel that way. They feel like something happened to him. Ben Crump feel like something happened to him. The people, you know what I mean? The gang, they feel like something happened to him. And now we hear Officer Tatum coming back saying, yeah, he's hearing rumors that something might have happened to him. It was some cocaine involved. We back that something happened to him. So, of course, everybody feel like it's some kind of foul play. You know what I mean? Mississippi, they jumped up and screamed out no foul play real early in the game. That makes them look suspicious, man. So, yeah, and I think right now everything is just crazy, man. I agree with him. Everything happened on the 3rd at the pool party. Them pics from the day before. No one saw him on the island that day. Shout out to Niecy, man. Niecy is saying, yeah, them pictures at the pool party, Sco. It wasn't the 27th. That wasn't no damn June 27th. That was the 3rd, nigga. And they killed him that night. And I think maybe they threw his body in there the next night or the night after. I mean, when did they transport the body? The next day? So y'all saying all the photos of him and the boys and all that shit's fake, man. You saying, you know, the whole boat, all the noise in the background, the Nolan, y'all saying that, throw that shit out the window, man. That nigga died on the 3rd. If y'all agree with them, man, drop a 1 in the chat. You agree with Gravedigger and Niecy. Gravedigger and Niecy have teamed up, and they are saying that Nolan Wells was murdered on July 3rd. You know what I mean? Let me know. Do y'all drop a 1 in the chat if y'all agree, man. If y'all don't agree, drop a 2. Drop a 1 if you agree, drop a 2 if you don't. Drop a 1 if you agree, drop a 2 if you don't, goddammit. Niecy and Gravedigger done teamed up to say the boy died on the 3rd. Drop a 1 if you agree, drop a 2 if you don't. Drop a 1 if you agree. Drop a 2, damn it, if you don't. It's simple. Motherfucker filled with 2s. Man, God, this 2s everywhere in this bitch. Niggas just chunking up the deuce in this bitch. All right, man. All right. Shout out to Niecy, though. Shout out to Niecy and Gravedigger, man. They saying, nah, y'all got the theory fucked up. Y'all looking at it the wrong way, man. He never made it to Horn Island on 4th of July, gang. That shit happened the night before. Smash that like button. Salute to everybody building y'all. Either way, gang. Rest in peace to Nolan Wells. Like I said, we all over this situation, man. We breaking down some of everything, gang. We done heard from everybody, man. All we know right now is that Nolan Wells' body washed up. That's all we still, I mean, at all this shit, man, we still are at, you know what I mean? What happened to him? Yeah, we got the phone call, we hear the audio, but will that be enough? You know what I mean? Will that be enough to make an arrest? You know what I mean? To put somebody in jail for this shit, man. Will that be enough for a jury to say, yeah, oh yeah, we heard it. We heard it. I don't know if that's enough game for an indictment, man. So this thing continues to go on. We waiting on Mississippi to drop the autopsy to see what they say, even though I think I know what they're going to say. Just like right here in Dallas, Texas with Daniel Irvin, even though the boys, you know, they found out the boys hid his clothes and got rid of all the evidence. They still said no foul play whatsoever. He just drowned. So, you know what I mean? Get ready for that, man. R.I.P. Nolan, man. This 2026 lynching said, my guy, Black Moses. Where you been at, Black Moses? Salute, fam. Salute to my guy, Black Moses in the building, man. Salute to everybody in here, gang. Salute, man. But either way, I mean, I think we caught up with everything in the Nolan Wells case, man. You know, as of right now, we know the cell phone. We wait on that cell phone evidence too, gang. Do y'all think Ben Crump will announce the cell phone evidence if it come back the way he don't want it? Do y'all think Ben Crump gonna tell us that, man? If it turns out they don't find nothing in the cell phone, do y'all think Ben Crump gonna come back and let us know? You know what I mean? We know if they find some shit, it's on. If they find out the boy Snapchat was deleted, any photos, any messages, some phone calls, some weird shit happened with his phone around that time, yeah, it's gonna be some shit in the game, man. But we are waiting on that cell phone evidence, gang. That's what we're waiting on. We're waiting on the autopsy, but I'm hoping the cell phone evidence comes out first. So as of right now, we wait on that cell phone evidence. We praying to God somebody talk to Katie. We would love to identify the girl on the boat in the Cito call. You know what I mean? It's so much right now, man. We would love to know when y'all can get the damn family to throw back. You know what I mean? Like, we would love to hear from Ben Crump and the parents again. I would love to hear from Javon's mama, because I seen what Warren said about her, how she stormed in a crib, you know what I mean, of some higher learning shit. I want to hear from everybody again, gang. I want to hear from everybody. I would love to hear from Wyatt as well. Bart, do an interview, fam. Say some shit, Bart. You know what I mean? He played for the Wyoming Cowboys, man. Say some shit, Bart. They putting this shit on you, Bart, of course. But we got to hear from Katie, man. I think Katie is number one on the list, gang. Katie is my number one right now. Katie. You feel me? Yeah, Katie might be my number one, man. It's going to fluctuate. Certain days, Katie going to be number 3, number 4, number 5. But as of right now tonight, from what we hearing, and yeah, we got to hear about this, man. Who is the coke dude, man? Tatum is saying he even know who the cocaine guy is, man. The dude who had the coke out there, man. You know what I mean? Tatum trying to get somebody locked the fuck up if this story is even fucking true, man. Yeah. Yeah, I know the guy with the cocaine. Tatum talking that shit, man. Who thinks Tatum just talking, man? He just making up a story, deflecting. He wants to look elsewhere and not look at the boys. And that's his whole job. He say all this shit happened with Nolan and the cocaine and the girl in the water. All this shit was after 6 o'clock, my nigga. The boys were long gone. Yeah, when Nolan got to really acting a damn fool, snorting that motherfucking powder, that they drinking, gunning, just throwing damn Modelo's and beers and Bud Ices and shit. He said, man, them boys was gone, man. Yeah, Nolan was getting loaded, and he might have gotten to an altercation, man. It was a woman that hit him up with a message showing that she told somebody, you're gonna get karma or something for what you did to Nolan. Some bullshit, man. Who knows, man? Tatum had a 3-4 goddamn story. Then he say he seen Nolan fucking a white bitch in the water over there. They seen him and a white girl like struggling. There was something going on. They might have been fighting or having sex. No, who knows, man? This shit is all over the place, gang, but we right there with it. We not missing nothing, gang. Yeah, we tuned in, gang. We tuned in. Every time they break something, I'm checking in with everybody from Nancy Grace to Don Lemon to Secret Service Sam to we check in with everybody, man, to see what's being said. Well, of course, we got to check in with the real news, of course, to see what they gonna say. So check in with TMZ, see what they got going on over there. You know what I mean? See what they got. Motherfuckers been real suspicious of TMZ. You know what I mean? Over this Nolan Wells situation. Yeah, they say TMZ been over there on some bullshit. But anything y'all see about the Nolan Wells case, man, make sure y'all send it to me, gang. Follow me on Instagram, gang. Yeah. Follow me on Instagram, gang. SCO_network. SKO_network. Y'all follow me on Instagram right now, gang. Go run and follow me on the gram. SCO_network, gang. Salute to everybody in the building, y'all. We'll be back, gang. You know what I mean? The news on this Nolan Wells situation just keep rolling out. Every day is something new. And we're going to stay right here, gang. We're going to most definitely break it down, man. I got some Mo3 content coming out soon, gang. The Mo3 trial, August 24th. Oh, man, there's been a lot of things going on with that. So I got some Mo3 content I'm dropping real soon. Y'all check in with me with the can't nobody break this Mo3 shit down like me, gang. Everybody else playing with it and shit, nigga. I'm going to keep it 1,000, fam. R.I.P. Mo3, man. Rest in peace to Nolan Wells, gang. We're going to keep investigating this thing. Like I said, everything y'all send me, I'm going through it. I'm looking at it. I couldn't do this shit without y'all, gang. I'm going to say that. I cannot do that. Like, y'all some real investigators in this chat, gang. Like, yeah, y'all some goddamn y'all send me all kind of shit. Even if it's some shit I don't believe in, send it to me. Let me look at it. You know what I mean? Yeah, if it grabbed your attention, man, send it to me. Y'all are some real detectives and some real, y'all really fuck with the entertainment game in this chat too, man. Y'all be knowing everything, whether it's Nolan Wells or other stories or this happened over there. Y'all keep y'all eyes on the news, man. Salute to the chat, man. Salute to the gang. Shout out to everybody that send me videos. Like I said, I don't care if I don't use it or not, man. I love the way y'all keep me just informed on everything going on, gang. So I cannot do this shit without the chat and everybody that send me these videos, man. Y'all doing y'all thing. I try to go through everything. I try to accept everybody's request and messaging, gang. Trust me, gang. I'm gonna get around to it. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go through a lot of shit tonight, gang. So if I haven't accepted your request yet, don't worry, gang. I'm gonna get around to it. I'm gonna do it here in a second. Let me, I'm gonna make sure I accept everybody's request now in my messages, so I can make sure I hear from everybody. Look, y'all go follow me on Instagram, gang. Y'all not following me. I'm looking at my gram right now. Y'all not following me, gang. I'm looking at the gram right now. Y'all not following me. It's SCO_network, gang. SCO_network. You'll see a picture of me. I don't see y'all following me, gang. SCO_network. I don't see y'all. If you got an Instagram, you should be following me. If you got something you want to send it to me, send me, gang. Send it to me on Instagram. Yeah, y'all. I don't see y'all following me. I'm looking at I'm looking right now. Ain't nobody following me. And this is a new page because it's like my 3rd, 4th page in the last. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. It's like my 3rd, 4th page in the last goddamn 2 years, man. It is, yeah. So yeah, Instagram be fucking me over. That's why I ain't been posting that much on the gram because I don't want no trouble. I'm kind of nervous. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of nervous about the gram, man. But either way, gang, rest in peace to Nolan Wells, man. Like I said, we're gonna stay on top of this topic, man. Anything y'all want to send me, I'm most definitely look through it, gang. And I just want justice for Nolan, man. If Nolan Wells was murdered, man, he deserves justice. His family deserves closure. You know what I mean? And the community deserves, answers, man. So I think as of right now, I feel like the state of Mississippi, I think they are most definitely a little bit, annoyed with Ben Crump and how the family, approached this whole situation. But that's their child, man. They feel like something ain't right. Something ain't right. God damn it, we gonna call it out. They said they didn't trust the state of Mississippi due to the history of the crime, of the racist, violence that goes on in Mississippi. You know what I mean? So, yeah, bro, the parents have the right to move the way they moving, man. You know what I mean? This is their child. This was your kid. You'll wonder the same shit, man. That was my kid, man. I want answers, man. Some people feel like, man, because they know damn well that boy drowned, man. This is bullshit. Well, we don't know. We don't even know how he died yet. So that's bullshit, man. Rest in peace to Nolan Wells, man. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Hey, look, I'm out this bitch, man. You did. Salute there, but make sure y'all smash the like button, gang. Hit the thumbs up. How many likes do I got, gang? Do I got enough likes? If you ain't hit the thumbs up button, I don't care if you're at home, man. Get off your lazy ass, grab that remote control, man, or grab your phone. My bad. Grab your phone. And you know what I mean? Go ahead and hit the like button from the thumbs up, gang. If you really rock with me, gang, if you enjoyed the show tonight, then hit that thumbs up button. That's all I ask. It's free. It ain't gonna cost you shit. It's free. Hit that. How many likes do I got? Let me see before you. How many likes do I got, gang? Somebody tell me, how many likes do I got tonight, gang? What we doing, man? How many likes I got? How many likes do I have? Talk to me, moderator. Somebody, I need a moderator to talk to me. Somebody, anybody, man. Anybody talk to me here. Shout out to the whole gang. Anybody, how many likes do I have on this live stream? Come on, somebody tell me something, man. Oh wow, can y'all not hear me? Oh wow, this is crazy, man. 2.6, 1.6, 1.4, 2,500. Oh, 1 point. I think 1.4. I'm gonna say 1.4 probably. 1.4 sounds about right. Y'all gotta give me 1.5, gang. Yeah, y'all gotta give me the 1.5. You ain't hit the thumbs up button, yeah. Give me the 1.5, man. If you give me the 1.5, please, gang. If you ain't hit the thumbs up button yet, can y'all please not go until y'all give me up to 1.5, please, man. Give me the 1.5. If y'all can just do me that favor tonight, man. We've been going hard with the content. We done ran 5 hours tonight. If y'all can just hit that thumbs up, but it's a thumbs up, gang. Don't hit the thumbs down. If y'all can just hit that thumbs up, man, and get me to 1.5, man, kick this live stream into the algorithm, man. Please, gang. I don't never ask y'all for shit, man. Come on, gang. What we doing? Yeah, I said how many likes do I have, gang? Yeah. If it's 2.5 in the chat, that y'all damn sure are watching right now. Y'all damn sure didn't hit the button, man. Well, yeah. Am I at 5 yet? Smash the like button, man. Either like I said, man, rest in peace to Nolan Wells, man. We gonna follow up. We gonna break it down. Oh, there we go. We at 1.5. There we go. Salute to the gang, man. Salute to the gang. Salute, gang. Salute. But we'll be back, man. And I'm gonna check in with some more people online through the TikTokers. We're gonna really go through it, man. I'm gonna really look through everything and bring y'all some more dope content on the Nolan Wells situation, man. Because I want to always represent this story the right way, man. You feel me? I want to, always, just give Nolan the respect he deserves, man. He deserves an investigation. That's what we're doing over here. We just simply sitting down, going through everything, that's being put out there, man, because we don't break the news. We just break the news down. Yeah, we don't break it. We just break it down, man. You feel me? So salute to everybody that popped out tonight, gang. We'll be back, man. I'm out this bitch, man. Salute to everybody and rest in peace to Nolan Wells, man. Rest in peace to Nolan Wells. You know what? My timer be jamming so hard. I'm gonna run my timer. My timer be jamming so hard, fam. Man. Be jamming so hard. Nigga, that time to jam so fast. Smash the like button, gang. We gone, man. I'm out this bitch, man. I'm gone. That shit jammed so goddamn hard, man. That shit jammed so goddamn hard, nigga. God damn, fam. That shit make you feel like freestyling, my nigga. I'm gonna drop some bars on that shit, fam. I'm gonna drop some bars on that, man. I own that beat too, so don't y'all nigga trying to rap over my shit, man. I own that. Oh yeah, I been not catch now nigga trying to rap over that, nigga. I own that. Smash that like button, gang. Salute to everybody. Yeah, y'all thought I was gone, nigga. I'm back, nigga. I'm back, nigga. Yeah, I'm back, man. Smash that like button, gang. But now I'm out this bitch, man. Salute to every yeah. Should I do another 45 minutes? Fuck, you know we got 45 more minutes, gang. You did. Yeah, I was finna leave. We got 45 more minutes. Yeah, I got another 45 piece for y'all, man. I'm bullshit. I'm gone. Yeah, I'm gone. It's been we had 5 hours. I'm gone. Yeah, I'm out this bitch, man. Salute to everybody though, man. Yeah, the dope 5 hour live. Man. I ain't did a 5 hour joint in a while, man. Salute to everybody. Billy, y'all till next time, man. I'm gone, gang. Salute, gang.
Salute to the whole gang, man. Salute to the whole gang. I see y'all later, man.
Yeah, it's your boy Just Ain't Know the Scope. We don't break the news. We just break the news down.
It's most definitely Scope gang or no gang or don't bang. Hey, we're gonna stay real over here, man. Big Scope gang. Salute to everybody watching this video. Make sure y'all like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. I do live streams all the time.
It's Scope gang or no gang or don't bang. Salute to everybody. Good. Hold on.
I want to say all this real quick, y'all. Go, hey, gang, come on, man. Just be able to go with Big Cartel, y'all. Go to the website, gang. I got everything in every color, gang. We got everything in every single color, gang. Go show me some love, goddamn you did. You ain't breaking your gas down, man, on a Scope gang trade. You might not be gang, yeah, y'all niggas tell me y'all big smoke in the chat, y'all big blow and shit. Well, why ain't you ain't got your trade yet, nigga? Why ain't you niggas ain't got your trade yet?
Go to the website and shop with your boy Just Say No to